No, I know, but somebody asked
Yeah, no, I was
the
just
rest of
referring to
the.
that term, but like
No, there's a specific law in Israel that allows terrorists to be held indefinitely without any arraignment. But that's not the point I was about to make. There's actually a post that really is triggering to me from Mario about 3 hours ago, showing footage of the training of the terrorist. But by the post, it says these are the fighters who participated in the Battle of Al-Aqsa Flood. That's how they put the post. I don't know if we can report this or not. But
Mario,
Well, we can report this, and Twitter has been put on alert with the European Commission, so it actually might help to report it because Twitter is being more careful. But I'd like to, because I did some work on this morning, I'd like to set the record straight in terms of who you can put where in prison. Israel actually has two. I actually wrote a paper about this in university, believe it or not. I pulled it out this morning. Israel has two separate laws. A law that has to do with administrative arrests and a law that has to do with what we call unlawful combatants. By the way, thank you, Americans. We took that phrase from the US back in 1942. The law of unlawful combatants um, has been activated, and it actually has special provisions that have never been used for times of war. Unfortunately, it looks like not all Israeli branches of government are on the same page, but hopefully in the next few hours it will get sorted. I think some Israelis, unfortunately, some of them in very high places, have not caught on to the fact that the rules of engagement have changed. But bottom line, we do have a system in place for this. I don't think it was well, it was written to use in times of war as well. But again, I don't think when we wrote it back in 2002, we'd actually intended to use it. But
Couple pieces of
we're
breaking
getting that
news, and I'll let
sorted.
you continue, Noga. The first is that drone infiltration alerts are sounding currently in northern Israel, in Safed, Tiberias, and Beit Shan. And then Israel Channel 13 saying the emergency government will be sworn in on Thursday at 1800 local time.
Yeah, the Knesset has to vote it in, which is it's not going to get sworn in that time. The Knesset's going to vote it in, or at least that's the news that I saw. But
Okay.
it's pretty much
Okay.
the same
Chet, I
thing.
sent you the post in question. Sorry, not talking over you. Chet, I sent you that post with the Alexa flood fighters bullshit. It's in your DMs.
Let me take a look.
Absolute horseshit. That space went south. It started off kind of okay, and then
Could you
that.
please send DM it to me as
Oh, you're
well?
gonna have to screenshot that one for me because his dumbass has me blocked. After the NBC News articles came out about him.
Yeah, sure. No, I'll send it over to you. But I just
Okay.
want to kind of air my frustration. You know, the air of grievances from Seinfeld. Whoever remembers that reference. That space started off okay, kind of, and then that anti-Semite Suleiman and his body of propaganda spreaders basically took over that thing, and it went south. I'm not stepping foot there ever again.
Well, the problem
No,
is
no
that
Jew
it's a
should.
20,000 strong
No, it's
this
not.
army.
No, it's
bar.
not. No, no, no,
No,
no, no, no, no,
What
no,
do you
no.
mean?
Hold on, hold on. Let me correct that record. And reminding any of Mario's spies in here might be wanting to record. I'm in Nevada, and that makes it illegal to do so. Yada yada yada. And I will have lawyers contacted you. But let me explain just real quick. There is no such thing as 20,000 listeners in his fucking space. He bots the fuck out of the spaces. I literally have recordings of people who were prior employees of his speaking together about how it's done. I'm happy to play that actually at some point in time if we need to kind of like crack the skull on that to make people stop
Sorry,
thinking
what
that
does
this
it mean?
guy.
He doesn't have 20,000 listeners?
No, no, he doesn't have anywhere close to
There's
that.
actually a YouTube
Nowhere
video
close to that.
with a lot of
At
views.
most, probably maybe 5,000 when he gets these bigger breaking news. Now, when Elon Musk joins the space, sure, you're going to get up to 10,000. So like when I was there, we got up to 10,000 or so live listeners when Elon Musk joined in. You're not going to see the ridiculous numbers that he puts up there, 20,000, and then you see he has millions of people that like listen to like millions more supposedly listen to his space than the Ron DeSantis and Elon Musk space. So if you kind of put your head on that, it doesn't make any sense, right? It doesn't make any sense at all. He has a huge bot farm, and he uses it to propagate himself, making him look like he's the biggest voice on social media for Twitter, and it's a big flat fucking lie.
My question
Okay,
is
I
why
need to have a
Elon
private
allows
conversation with you later. I have to answer a phone call, but I want to talk to you about that privately.
Yeah, I've got a lot of
My
evidence on
question
that.
is why Elon allows it.
Guys, can I just say something quick about this before Noga leaves, because I wanted to see it. There's a very famous viral video that has all of these recordings exposed about botting the space. It's all on video.
Upper Echelon. Go to YouTube.
Upper Echelon did a whole video that went viral about this.
Yep.
We'll link it to you, Noga, so you can see it. It's all botted as fuck.
Yeah, Upper Echelon did a massive investigation on this along with some other people.
An hour
I'd
space?
highly recommend looking up those videos about Mario Space. Upper Echelon did a massive thing about it. Mario Space and about his whole company.
The best way to deal with Mario's is just stop talking about him.
Well, that I agree with too, Sin, but someone brought it up, so I had to, of course, tackle it. Anytime someone says he has 20,000 listeners, it's critical for us to tackle that lie too, because not only are they lying that they're non-biased and not representing pro-Lebanese voices and pro Hamas voices, but they're lying about those numbers, and I think it's critical that we do at least keep to the facts on that too. Anytime that gets brought up.
Hey Yankee, can you please bring Avi Amini into the space?
I can try, but no promises. He just landed in Israel
This is a big breaking, guys. Sorry. Penetration of a flying object, the whole of the north. I mean, I'm looking here, tens of towns and kibbutzim, tens of them. They're all under warning to go into the whole of the north. I mean, it's from Tiberia all the way up to Metula. This is south. Sfat, Dgania. It's all around.
Wait, did you say tens of objects?
No, tens of towns that under alert.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm checking.
So it's a.
I thought you said tens of
the list
objects.
is too long to go through.
Understood.
Yeah, but we don't know what kind of a flying object. It could be anything. I mean, it could be a small drone.
Oh wow, I see it here.
This is something that we dealt with before, but the Iron Dome doesn't know how to take that. The only way I think that they can take it is either from the ground or sending an aircraft to take it out, a helicopter or anything else.
They can do it with an EMP.
Right. By the way, just to add, thank you for all the donors. Anybody who wish to add, I'm going to repost it up. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your generosity.
Ursula, I sent you 180 symbolic number.
In addition to what Herzl said, there are two reports that two different insurgents, one in Ashkelon, one in Be'eri, probably in both of them there were a couple of insurgents killed. And at the same time, what Herzl said regarding the North, remember that these all kinds of these operations are done with the sounds of sirens and rockets. They're using the rockets as cover up for infiltrations and the use of the drones and missiles in the north.
And I'm seeing the reports of gliders as well, gliders and drones in northern Israel right now, crossing the border from Lebanon. So this is a full fucking incursion or move by Hezbollah here at this point into the Israeli airspace.
Chet, this is a whole new ballgame.
Do you see where this is going, Chet? Do you see where this is going?
I think this is going to the U.S. is going to have to end up responding to this with its own.
I tell you where.
No.
It's going one way only. It's going. The infrastructure of Lebanon is under threat. I'm talking about infrastructure. This is going to affect the whole state because we have a bank of targets on the infrastructures. We had warned them before that if they do, their infrastructure is going to be hit. So I think we're going to keep our word this time, and Right now, they're showing a police van going into a town. Obviously, we don't have control over the situation yet.
Remember,
Mind you, they have hundreds or maybe thousands of those. So
rem-
that's
remember,
Guys, rumors
Massive
that
drone
the
attack
flying
is currently
objects
ongoing
are
to map and
terrorists
see.
with
Yeah, go ahead.
like they came in Gaza with
gliders.
parachutes.
I'm
Uh,
Yeah, and gliders.
remember one
yeah.
thing: Hezbollah is the governing party right now, pretty much in Lebanon. It's also not a random terrorist group; it's a party in the Lebanese parliament. So let's
Yep.
remember that they are in control over there.
They're heavily involved with the 20 plus drones have entered Israeli airspace from Lebanon, according to I-24 news right now. And then yeah, I'm just seeing a massive amount of red alerts. This is the most red alerts I've seen in northern Israel since this began.
I posted a
So I
screenshot.
want to add some weird. I want to add some weird report. I would like to get Rod's response to this. It's a weird one. A couple of judges wanted to enlist to the reserve duties in their military combatant units, but they were denied management of the courts. The courts, the ruling of the courts management said that since they were appointed as judges, they leave their units, their army units, and are assigned to units of judicial army units.
Confirmation now they are paragliders is what I just saw come across. So that means that this is an attempted literal secondary infiltration now.
Yeah, I can
Invasion.
confirm ground and ground. Yep.
So this is Hezbollah now literally entering the fight, and I can guarantee you this is going to mean the U.S. is going to have to enter this combat.
Here's the thing: it was always expected that Hezbollah is going to do what Hamas did. It wasn't expected that Hamas will do it. When I was in Israel a month ago, my tour guide kept telling me what's going to happen, and what he said is it's going to happen, but at a different border. Now, I always take tour guides with a grain of salt, but so at the time I didn't necessarily 100% believe it. I did believe that they all hate us and want to kill us. But he told me all these things, and it's like,
Chat, I need to reboot because it's sluggish. I'll be back pretty soon.
so it's just shocking and surprising that the average Israeli knew these things, and somehow, you know, well, I'm sure Israel's a lot more ready right now and is going to repel this attack way, way better.
Yeah, to follow up on Yankee's point, these general plans, for people who are very dialed into Israeli politics and military affairs, I've heard these kind of attack plans, the one that Hamas pulled off the other day, described, but it was more expected from Hezbollah, number one, because they're considered to be they call them the A team, like they are the world's premier terrorist militia, and have been for many years. So it was expected to come from them more so than from Hamas. Also because number one, Hamas was considered to be not as good in terms of being murderous, thieving bitches, and also because it was considered that Israel had something close to an impenetrable wall on that southern border. Both assumptions turned out to be incorrect. So these general plans actually were described. So it's not like people didn't have any idea. They talked about they were going to try to go over land and
well,
seas. The only
guys.
actually part of it.
Another breaking.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Another breaking.
Please,
Now
please.
there is a rockets fired from the north.
Yeah. They're
And
starting their
there's a
shit.
terrorist infiltration alert. There's a terrorist infiltration alert sounding in the Lebanon border town of Ma'ayin Baruch.
Ma'ayan Baruch.
And
Ma'ayan
so,
An
Baruch.
alert was activated in the Carmel Beach area.
so this is a full infiltration now attempt by
Carmel
Hezbollah.
is like far in the Mediterranean Sea, right? It's a completely different place.
Yeah, just to make it clear,
Say that again.
Hassan Nasrallah just signed a death paper for himself and for his people, and probably for the
Yeah.
destruction of Lebanon.
But
That's my opinion, and that's what's going to happen probably.
that being said, I am glad we have the high ground over and that side.
I've got to fix. Well, hold on 1 second, Rod. I've got to take you down and bring you back up because even though you're a co-host right now, you can't speak, is what it's showing me. So let me fix that real quick. And then we have incoming rocket alerts are sounding in the northern towns of Ophir and Kerem Maharal.
I want to point out really quickly also that Hezbollah has more rockets than Hamas and more accurate rockets than Hamas, and they have rockets that can go across the entire length
They're more powerful.
of the country.
Yeah,
They have guided
Hezbollah's
rockets.
are far more advanced. They're far more
Correct.
advanced than what you're going to
Another
find on
infiltration
Hamas.
of terrorists. Mayan Baruch.
Say that again. Infiltration of terrorists in Mayan Baruch. Was that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are people ready with
All right,
firearms?
I hope so, man. Listen, we know the obviously the IDF has forces there already. They don't have to rush any forces there. They've obviously been expecting this in a general sense. So let's hope they respond much better.
20 gliders from Lebanon.
20 gliders. Okay.
Not going to last long.
It's over 20 is what I've heard, but and then there's explosions, of course, also being reported in multiple parts right now in northern Israel as well.
Yeah.
Florida Capitalist, what do you think right now is the U.S.'s response, given what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said about third parties' involvement?
Well, I think it's going to have to be at the request of Netanyahu. I don't think the United States is just going to go in there just because Hezbollah decided to get involved, right? I think Israel's going to have to request it, and United States are going to, the United States is eventually going to have to get involved. The carrier strike group is off the coast of Israel for a reason, right? And potentially a second one on the way. Exactly.
And also, I read
reason,
Florida Capitalist.
Hamas took responsibility for the firing to the Carmel Mountain.
How?
The entire Israeli border with Lebanon is now under alert.
Yeah, so if that's the case, it really depends, right? It really depends on how much further this escalates or not. If a second carrier strike group comes into the region, it's really all hands on deck at that point. I think it's really going to be up to Israel, though, if they want to keep this contained to the border, or do they really want to go in and start striking Lebanese or Hezbollah targets deep within Lebanon?
They're going to strike Hezbollah. That decision's been made before this attack was made. They're going to strike Hezbollah targets every single part of the country, 100%.
Yeah, and if that's the case, you're probably going to have the United States, the Navy off of the carrier strike group running defensive operations and just protecting Israel, while the Israeli forces do all of the offensive operations.
Correct, and also they're sending in addition to the carrier strike group. I read they're sending a bunch of Air Force planes, F-35s and F-15s. I don't remember exactly what type of planes,
And
but
now from I-24 News, there are actual reports of the manned paragliders observed entering from Lebanon into northern Israeli communities. So there might actually now be Hezbollah on the ground in northern Israel. That is actually possible right now.
I heard one report that is the commando force.
Yeah, Hezbollah is going to be sending their vanguard, sort of their equivalent of commando units there. That's been discussed, which is what Hamas did with some of their units, right?
Yeah, and this is a major escalation too, because I don't think Hezbollah would have planned this or would have actually entered Israel without Iran having some type of involvement in it, right? So
correct.
There's a lot of different,
and they lost the surprise momentum.
I want to remind you all that I think even if it was yesterday or 2 days ago, they started. Once we said no one has an.
Statement out now. Rear Admiral saying an alert was activated in the Carmel Beach area.
Chet, you're rubber banding.
All
Can you hear
right.
me now? Can you?
It says right now that there was 20 drones that come into Israel that we didn't see them when they're coming in. So there is a 20 drones.
I think there is also drones and also paragliders. There are paragliders on the ground right now.
I don't know. I don't know about the paraglider. I know about the 20 drones.
Uh,
No, I heard 20 power gliders.
Chet, you added me as co-host, but I actually can't add or remove, or I could remove, but not add. It's weird.
You can't add right now because you need to remove someone
Oh,
to
okay.
add.
Okay.
So let's see. Let me take the
Yo,
IG.
I
I'm
can
gonna
jump
take.
off. It's okay.
Okay, Tom. Okay. All right,
Nice
Tom.
to have you,
Tom
Tom.
Tom,
is down
Thank
in
you.
the water
Tom,
space.
come back in a bit. We'll rotate.
Oh yeah, he'll just be in the listening area. Yeah,
Come back, Tom. You don't have to be productive at work. Don't worry about that. We're just here talking about.
yeah. All right. Yes.
So Noam,
Now
how
you
are
can
you
add
doing?
anyone you want, Yankee.
I still can't. Oh, okay, hold on. Who did I? Whoa, there's so many requests coming in. Oh,
Yeah, we have 31 requests right now. This is
okay.
quite.
Well,
Axel,
the
how are you
first one
doing, bro?
Has
to
there
add
been
was added,
has
so
there
it's
been an
fine.
official statement from the IDF regarding Hezbollah? Has there been an official statement from the IDF regarding Hezbollah yet?
Yeah. Well, no.
From
The only
Hagari, Daniel
official
Hagari
statement from the
before.
IDF so far is that Hagari said that an alert was activated in the Carmel Beach area. That's all we have right now yet from the IDF officially.
Yeah,
No,
so
IDF, a
it's
report
the
was
same.
received regarding a suspected infiltration from Lebanon into Israeli airspace. That's
So the playbook, we expect a similar playbook, right? These Hezbollah paraglider people, demon motherfuckers, are going to try to seize these border communities, try to do attacks, maybe try to attack some forward military units like they did in Gaza. Right now, the difference is there's a lot more forward deployment of heavy armor,
And we're
infantry.
getting
Go
an
ahead.
alert here too that Hamas is claiming it has launched rockets now from Gaza towards Haifa, which is an indication then that this
far.
is a coordinated
Yeah,
move.
This is a
Haifa's a big.
Haifa.
exactly coordinated attack, and they're using
Correct.
the missile to disguise the
Correct.
infiltration either by drones or paragliders. They're doing the same thing they did in the south. They're doing it up north right now.
But
But
now we're
Haifa
Correct.
more
And
is
secure.
far.
Haifa's the major city
It's a
in the
port
northern
city.
part of Israel.
Haifa. Yeah.
Yeah, but Haifa
It's
is
a port
pretty
city, yeah.
far. It's
It is pretty far. Yeah,
Yeah,
but Hezbollah
Hamas
has
was
missiles that can go
never
everywhere. Yeah.
have been able to come to Haifa. In
Yeah,
it,
no, Hezbollah's missiles can go all across Israel. Some of
no,
them
but
anyway.
Hamas took responsibility.
Oh, it's Hamas. It's a Hamas firing.
Yes.
Okay,
No. Yeah.
okay.
Hamas took
Oh,
responsibility.
my mistake. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
they're
So
Okay.
both
One
together.
second.
they have very long
There is
range
also
Well, it's a
rockets.
Hamas
it's
in.
coordinated
There is
attack.
also
150
Hamas in the north.
kilometers away, Gaza from Haifa. That's
Yes, these are very long range rockets now being done here. Which I mean, for anyone to continue to claim that there's not direct evidence that Iran was involved needs to get their fucking head out of their
Seriously,
asses.
right? Seriously. That's some funny shit. Okay. You know what it is, right? It's pretty sad because like honestly, I heard Biden's speech yesterday, and it was a really good speech. And I'm far from a Democrat to say the least, and I'm very far from a Biden fan to say even less. But it was a good speech, and the rhetoric and the tangible help coming from the American government has been excellent. So like and obviously kudos always go to the American people for supporting Israel,
Out
for
now from
sure.
an Israeli official, it is suspected that the militants from those gliders have entered Israel, and they're asking residents to remain in their homes at this time.
Yeah, and I hope those guys have some of them have guns. There are a lot of veterans who live
That's
in
what I
those
wanted
parts.
to say. Yesterday, they started to hand out guns to all the people in the north. Okay.
Yeah, that's something that's going to need to change. I mean, no, that part's good, but I mean, after this war is done, and during the war, they're going to start giving anybody who doesn't have a criminal record, is 25 and above or 22 and above, give them a fucking gun.
18 and 17 and above. When you're eligible to join the Israeli army, that's when you should be eligible for a gun.
Fair enough, but those guys are many of them are in the army. So I'm saying once you leave, if they leave their mandatory service,
But you need also to know how
Yeah,
to
they'll give
use
them basic
a
training.
rifle. So
Basic training.
No, basic training. Anyone after an army service can get a weapon.
But what does
Trust me,
this really
not
show us?
everyone.
What does this really show us? That if Hezbollah and both Hamas both utilized paragliders, they were both trained together. Where at? Was it in Iran? Was it in Syria? Where were they trained
No,
at?
no. The plane that Hamas did in Saturday, it's the original plane of Radwan forces of Hezbollah. We know
Correct.
about
Correct.
that plane. Everybody know about the plane of Radwan, and Radwan know that cannot really able to do that in the north like how they want, but they give Hamas the plane, and in all the last year they trained how to do that.
A house has
Correct.
been hit in northern Israel, per Reuters witness.
There you go.
I hope they were safe. I really hope that they are not harmed. Whoever was in the home.
So yeah, it's a very there's a lot of similarities, there's a lot of differences. The types of communities you have up north, how sparsely populated it is, the fact that IDF had a lot of armor by the time that's the disadvantage that, thank God, that Hezbollah is facing. That IDF by this point has a lot of armor up there, a lot of special units up there, a lot of engineering up there, a lot of aircraft up there, and they're not surprised anymore, right?
Israel was well prepared for this. I mean, Minister Gallant had said they were ready and prepared for a multi-front war. So it's not that they weren't
Right.
prepared for this. It's just unfortunate that we're seeing the Hezbollah come out with so much massive amount of a movement here at once.
Yeah.
And hopefully, though, we will see basically them get eradicated a lot faster.
Correct. 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 And then you're not going to have to, because what happened was because of the surprise down south, the Israelis had to, and because it was a very well executed, have to give the literal devil his due. It was a very well executed plan, very well trained, etc. Israel had to move forces from further south, further north from the Gaza border to reinforce. Right, for whatever reason, they didn't have enough forces there, and the Hamas units attacked some of the forward bases. Right, Israel does not need to move units right now. I mean, maybe tactically, but not like in terms of big geography. So yeah, they're there, and it's just a matter of moving quickly into whatever
And
local town.
Israeli combat aircraft and drones are currently airborne over northern Israel and
Yes.
southern Lebanon. So they are.
Yeah.
They're coming back with a massive response here with the IAF.
Yes. Of course.
A big drone of ours, the Hermes, flying around, trying to locate that. As probably helicopters. You see, this is the worst case scenario that we have predicted long time ago. Yesterday, I spoke in the space. Their next step will be the Israeli Arabs that live among us to create havoc within us, and then and
A blast has happened in Metula as well. No casualties though reported there.
It's going to be interesting to see how long the United States waits to make a statement on the Hezbollah incursions into the country.
I bet you within 2 to 3 hours you'll see a
you
statement.
I would
see, you
almost
see,
imagine.
they
I would
have
almost
chosen, they
imagine,
have chosen.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Florida capitalist, but I would almost imagine that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is probably on the phone with the IDF right now.
Yeah, the speech writers are probably writing the speech right now, and they'll probably have a press briefing this afternoon on the news on the news for the Hezbollah escalations.
There is one point I must point again. I don't understand why our back units, the civilian units, are not ordering a complete blackout. A blackout is needed right now. You see, that shows the dusk time when it's not night and it's not. It's like
Yeah.
this is the worst time to
For
really
visibility.
identify.
For visibility. Yeah. Yeah.
Correct, and obviously they have Iranian experts guiding them.
Yeah.
This is not amateur. But again, they signed their
The
death
death warrant.
sentence. Yeah,
Yep.
that's what they did.
And
That's
they
what they did.
probably did this against the Lebanese government, right? They probably went
100%.
against the Lebanese government. The
The
We
Lebanese
rest.
are
Yeah,
government.
like
The
a
we
rest
few
of
are
the
the
hours
rest.
ago.
Lebanese
Few hours
government.
ago, we said that Hezbollah
Well,
ordered the Lebanese.
Hezbollah is separate, but I
It's
mean,
part of the government, but it's the most powerful part of the government, but it's not the whole government. You're right. The other factions do not want this war at all. Lebanon just signed a revenue sharing agreement, or I should say a
Something
maritime border agreement.
concerning that just crossed my wires here. This is from a YWN reporter. Suspicion of a security incident in the Rotem factories area near Dimona. A shot was
Yeah,
heard,
yeah.
and the factory workers were asked to close down. For anyone not familiar, that's a very concerning thing to cross because Israel's nuclear facility is located in Dimona.
No, let me calm you down about. Okay, so
Yeah.
I know I live next to that area. Okay, this is my playground. Um, that there is a first of all there is a distance between Rotem and what you said, the textile factory next to it, and I said textile, in abbreviation, the nuclear. So basically, don't worry about it. Even if it was, it's nothing. There is no chance that you can get in there. I'm telling you.
Zero
Okay,
chance.
zero chance. Zero chance. It doesn't matter if there is a shot in the sky or somebody shot someone. Zero chance of getting in there. I don't want to go into why there is zero choice, but it is zero choice.
You don't have to. That's good to know. No, because that's gonna call many of our spirits that read that headline and know about that
They're,
area.
they're not they're
Yeah.
not keeping the nukes in the lobby of the textile factory. But
No,
Well,
they
I
just
mean, yeah, I
make
would hope not.
they
But that
make
would be
some they
definitely
make
a bad
some
place to
fabric
begin.
for
Yes.
the Bedouins tents, so they live better there. It's a factory that makes
Hey guys, I
textile.
think we should change the subject.
Airstrikes have now struck. Sorry. Airstrikes have now also crossed my wires. IAF is continuing airstrikes in Gaza, in the Asabra and Jala areas. We'll have to wait until we hear from official word on the IAF and IDF what those particular airstrikes were intended to be targeting.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if this is kept up, but as of yesterday, well, middle of the day, the rate that the Israeli Air Force was striking Gaza was 5 times higher than the rate that they struck Lebanon in 2006, the last time they had a war with Hezbollah. So, that's probably, in addition to everything else, that's probably part of the calculus, of course, to stretch the especially the precision armaments, right? Israel's going to start having to use dumb bombs, and then the Palestinians can complain that there are more civilian casualties, right? Obviously, the U.S. is surging ammunition, but yeah. So I mean, they are pounding this shit out of Gaza, rightfully so, military targets, terrorist targets, and they're preparing the ground for eventually, taking the ground.
I'm just amazed that we're not blacking out all the lights. Just amazed.
Say that again,
That's
there,
what.
Herzl.
Turn off the lights, so there's no lights right now. Is
Reports
nighttime.
of gunfire near the northern town of Bet Hillel.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty much next to Mayan Baruch, where the other insurgent was. It's pretty 5 minutes from there.
Yeah.
there.
That's the military headquarters.
So who let them in? Did they have permission to go?
um, and from Reuters right now, so far, no immediate reports of casualties after the sirens in northern Israel. So far, no immediate reports of casualties.
So there is a report from Galatz. It's the army's radio station. It says approximately 15 drones.
Is this
It's from Aleph.
okay?
I would be worried if there wasn't any jet activity in the Golan.
Has there been additional strikes in the Golan area right now, or have we heard anything from that part?
I'm not seeing any rocket strikes yet that are happening in the north currently, but I think the ongoing situation where we said Mayan Baruch and Bet Hillel, it's pretty. I think it will be dealt with sooner than later.
And Noam, Metula, is Metula the biggest town near the border?
It's the northest town,
That's the
but
most northern town.
it's the
It makes
northest
it
town
it
in
makes it
Lebanon.
bigger than everything else around it. Yes.
Well, I
Yes,
mean,
no,
I
there
don't.
is also Kiryat Shmona,
Oh yeah,
Nova.
Kiryat Shmona. It's true. It's true. It's true. Okay.
No, but
Yeah.
so
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, it doesn't matter.
But if you were in that area, there are a couple of large cities and settlements, but most of them are, kibbutzim and moshavim and things like that.
Yeah.
Has Lindsey Graham made a
For
statement
those
this
that
morning?
maybe of a royal.
Sphinx was speaking. Just a second, IJ.
IJ, Sphinx was trying to talk. Can you hear Sphinx, IJ?
Yeah.
He just
Okay.
joined, so he might not have been able to hear as he was joining. Go ahead,
I
Sphinx.
just was wondering, sorry, I'm on the West Coast here in the US. Has Lindsey Graham made any statement this morning? Because he was pretty strong last night about Hezbollah attacking and consequences.
Not since last night. I haven't heard anything from him
I hate
specifically.
having to agree with Lindsey Graham. I really do. But every once I hate having to agree with Joe Biden too. But every once in a while, every once in a blue moon. Yeah.
Some
Broken
things we
clock is.
all.
That is that his auntie is buried in Jerusalem in the Olives, Mount of Olives, and um, he visited Israel, not an official royal visit, because the Arabists in the Foreign Office of Britain have refused for 75 years to allow royalty to visit Israel, even though the British had the mandate to give Israel, to bring into Israel into existence, which is, quite frankly, from a Brit, a fucking disgrace. But anyway, at least he's come out and he's appalled at the barbaric act.
Yeah, we're all hosts here in my mind, but
I,
at the
I
same
was
time,
just
just
about
real
to say
quick,
that. Go ahead.
real
But
quick, yeah, yeah,
AB's
definitely.
gonna do me a favor for my blood pressure and take at least half a Xanax, just so, because it's me, not him, it's me, so I don't get
No, I don't want to facilitate benzos. Please don't.
Maybe Wellbutrin.
I
Okay,
just
you
want to
don't
add
want
to
your
what
drugs, pal. That's worse.
It's a lot stronger.
Yes, but no. Please do make sure you do retweet the space, especially because we do know yesterday we were getting mass reported by Mario's team's bots and Suleiman's and the pro terrorists and Hamas type of people that appear to be on this damn platform. So
Also, can I suggest that you guys
yeah,
clean up the
The
nest a little
Islam
bit? So
extremist.
yes, Yankee, if you'd help me clean up the nest
Yeah,
too, because
just
I'm
clean
I'm
everything off the
losing the
nest.
back end.
You want
Yeah. Yeah,
everything
you can clean
gone?
it off and we can restart. Yeah, you can clear it off and we can restart.
if so relying just on one line, that's a brief, that's a push. It's far less reliable than an actual story because it's very quick to put on.
Just one more report. Following the initial report, all are asked to enter their protected areas and
Sorry, the
yeah.
nest is the thing
Sorry about that.
We gave you a hard
sorry,
time.
I'll
guys,
try
Yeah,
is
to
the
the,
nest the
the
thing
nest is
up?
up top. It's the thing up top where all the posts are on the top. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
some
but
people
there are
call it the
posts at the bottom
jumbotron.
as well.
No,
Yeah.
the bottom is called the purple pill or
Please just post to.
Sphinx,
Okay,
this
I'll
is my
try to clean
space.
it
I
up
will
right
make the
now.
rules.
No, I didn't know you could post to the top.
People are allowed to post to the top here if they want to, Sphinx.
Okay, but I thought he
Anyone,
said
let me
explicit.
check, Noga, whoever said anyone that is a speaker on any space can put something on the
Let
top,
me clear
on the
it
net.
before you post. Give me.
That's why I said that, because I
No,
thought he
no,
was
it's
clearing
fine. Done a lot of these for speaking. I've only been doing news spaces for the past few days. I'm still figuring out the technology involved.
You could put in all of
so
them,
that's
but
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. So for Noga, the way you if the hosts want you to, the way you would do it is when you see a post, a regular post or like a tweet on Twitter that you think is applicable, you'll click on this in this case.
There's still a lot of stuff in the nest.
I'm deleting. This guy Chet.
Me too, me too.
We should
I'll try to
ban him
delete
from
them
the
all.
space. He posts so many things.
Delete
If-
faster.
It's slow. It's glitching even when I'm deleting.
Oh, stop quetching.
If anything goes wrong with the space, we're just gonna blame you for it, Yankee. Now from now
Stop
on.
quetching.
Rod, you've got
But
some
5 hours
feedback.
ago, when did you start this space?
I've been here since about I don't know, midnight or 1 a.m. So
No, Chet, we've been here since Saturday morning
well,
when
yeah,
the
yeah.
war.
No, I mean this literal the nest. What's caused this particular nest was what he was asking about. No, I know we've been here since like several days ago, technically. But and stealth was starting
There
this
is
up.
a report of infiltration in Ma'alot in the north.
Say that again. Infiltration where?
In the
Ma-
town of Ma'alot in the north, and
Ma'alot.
infiltration.
Malot is a place that decades ago had seen an invasion killing many children there. It was one of the horrific acts of the PLO.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well from I-24. There's X channel now saying that there's the infiltration alert in the community of Ma'alot as well.
Yeah, if you imagine the northern border of Israel, like one of those pointing thingies you take to ball games, then Malot is where the folded fingers are, and Metula is on the pointing finger up. So we're looking at that basically at the Israeli-Lebanese border, and it's sort of
Oh,
feels like it's under attack at the
I
moment.
think I just deleted your latest thing in the jumbotron.
Don't worry,
That's
you can
okay.
repost it
I'll
afterwards.
read it. I'll read it. Yeah, so that means that we have probably Hezbollah and Ma'alot, and then what was the other location that we had heard where the gunfire was in?
Metula.
Ma'ayan Baruch and Bet Hillel.
Okay, so 3 locations in right now where there's likely some Hezbollah on the ground. Then.
Okay, I think I'm done. Give me one more second.
the thing about all of these infiltrations is that Hezbollah is being very smart about it. They're always saying, no, it's Palestinians. Now, this is at this point, it's a 2-point jump, because the thing is, when Israel wants to attack Hezbollah, Hezbollah is not officially Lebanese government, although they are members of the Lebanese government at this point. So you can't attack Lebanon. It's not Lebanon attacking Israel, it's Hezbollah attacking Israel. Now we have a 2-point jump, because it's not even Hezbollah attacking Israel, right? It's Palestinian falangas that Hezbollah is not in control of, even though they're housed by Hezbollah and they're equipped by Hezbollah. By that, I mean they're equipped by Iran, and they are doing it. So it's a 2-point jump designed to, I guess, tie Israel's hands from doing basically what it's doing in Gaza right now. And I think Hezbollah is about to overstretch that idea. If this continues throughout the evenings and we're going to see more and more infiltrations, Israel's not going to have a choice, if only because we don't have time for this bullshit at the moment. And Hezbollah is going to, if Hezbollah is just trying to be a nuisance, I think they're about to stretch that just a little too thin. And Israel, which has been looking at Hezbollah growth in power, shall we call it, very cautiously for the past at least 10 years, is going to have to say, you know what, we're done with this bullshit and go deal with it. So
Yeah,
it'll be
but
an interesting evening to follow.
for them to, intrude the country on paragliders, drones, rockets, that's a little bit more than just trying to be a nuisance, wouldn't you think?
No, I agree completely, which is why I'm saying Hezbollah has been, shall we say, flirting with the red line for the past couple of days, and they've been hiding behind, it's actually not Hezbollah, it's Palestinian falangas. We're seeing the same thing, by the way, from the Syrian border, which makes me think this is all a very well executed Iranian assault from 3 different fronts. But the point is that up until now, they've been playing with the line the same way that the Gazans have been playing with that line for years. And since Israel has lost its patience, or honestly, or its attention span at this point, this continues much further, and we're just going to see another launch from the northern aerial bases to take out Hezbollah. And there's a famous Marge Simpson quote: "Shoot them all and let God sort it out." Hezbollah is about to get to that point. We don't really care if it's Palestinian falangas or Hezbollah. You know what? You attack us from the north, we're going to take you out.
Are they carrying a gun and speaking Arabic? That's good enough for us, basically.
Hey, what is that?
We're getting to that point. Yeah, we're getting to the
that.
point where the fine distinctions of geopolitics are not going to make much of a difference.
What are the 3 locations where we have confirmation right now on the incursion and/or firefighting?
We had Mayan Baruch. Which is very close to Metula, actually. Ma'alot, which again, if Mayan Baruch is we were talking about the foam hand you take to ball games. So Mayan Baruch is at the tip of the pointing finger, and Ma'alot is somewhere in the middle of the 3 folded fingers. So this is it's a stretch, and I didn't actually catch the last location. Those are the 2 that I have on the map right now.
Bet Hillel.
Oh.
I
actually don't know where Bet Hillel is. I'll figure it out.
It's right near Kiryat Shmona.
So again, so we have 3 attacks right around the pointing finger. I'm sorry, but it really is a good analogy.
Are we giving away the names of the cities in this space in front of 2,000 people?
I was assuming that.
No, it's reported, Michael. It's reported.
So if it's reported,
no, no, you have to understand something. When you do this for Gaza shootings, that's giving something away, because the Gazans don't always know where they're aiming, and you're sort of giving them information so that they can better aim next time. But these are all infiltrations. It's not like Hezbollah doesn't know where they went.
Correct. They're on the ground. They're on the ground there already. Exactly.
We are very careful and cognizant of not doing anything to aid and abet.
Let's not go into so much detail.
Hey, please.
But what do you think?
Good morning,
if we know these things while sitting all over the world, what do you think? Hezbollah doesn't sit on an Israeli, what is it called, red alert thing, and you think they don't see it?
Red alert. Google Earth.
We don't say names of places when we are at war. I don't know. No, there's a lot of soldiers already. I don't know how they don't know that.
Okay.
We don't say places in Israel when we are at war. But okay,
No,
gotcha.
no. Okay, that makes.
No, I will. I'm sorry. I understand what you're arguing, and we will respect that.
Hey guys, so is the space still glitching very bad, Chet?
No, I cleared
So
it up.
so it's not glitching as bad as yesterday where our listeners were getting hit yet. So I know I saw the messages sent me in the back channel. Let me reply to that real quick too, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
yeah.
I'm not in the back.
Oh, and
So
I'm
give
a
me an
co-host.
update. Where we at? Where we at?
Well,
the chat.
go ahead. You have hands up.
Please put stealth
so
instead
stealth
of okay.
stealth reports of drones without any specifics, of locations. Drone from Hezbollah. I think a dozen gliders, or was it 20 gliders? I don't know.
More
And
fucking gliders?
yeah, more gliders.
This time from Hezbollah.
From the north. Yeah, drones, gliders, and some infiltrations. We don't know exactly how many. Along next to a couple communities. I don't know. Have we seen rocket fire from the north? Have we seen reports
We
from
did
the
not.
north?
I believe the rocket fire was from Hamas, from the south. From all the reports we saw, and I'm not sure. I think there might. Oh yes, actually there was initially there were actually some rockets that also came from Hezbollah as well.
Right. So they went
Uh,
under cover of rocket fire as well, like last time. So it looks like some scale of a copy, because truth is this is a Hezbollah plan. This is an Iran plan, right? And they gave it to Hamas first to do the first front, I guess. And so yeah, we're seeing reports of that. Obviously, a big difference, and we'll see what the results are. Is that the IDF has very heavy forces already, without revealing specifics, but that we publicly announced by every politician in Israel has very heavy forces already in the north of the country, armor, special units, air force, logistical, engineering, all that stuff.
I see Avi down there. I don't know if he has a speaker mic. Chet, can you send me co-host? And then we lost Noam.
No one went down because he wants you to be co-host.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys, there is a working team of people who I didn't even realize were listening to our spaces, who apparently love us, and they are going after every fucking terrorist post. They are working on figuring out what's going on in all 50 states in the U.S. There's a concern over our U.S. border as well, which is very interesting. So there is a working team.
What do you mean, U.S. border?
The U.S. border, we have an open border right now, and we're worried about terrorism here too. So they're working on biometrics at the border. I just they reached out to me
Concerns
this morning.
about extremists getting over the U.S. border from Mexico.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And also all the events that are going on at the different universities. There's also a big working team going after the people posting and inciting for terrorism and violence, of death to America, death to Israel. So God, listen, we're blessed that we have people that love us and love me and love Trump and love Israel. Thank God. So there's a considerable ground game, and I wasn't even aware of it. I don't even know the details of it, but at the end of the day, it's to try to promote safety for us here and in America, and also to support Israeli Americans that are either kidnapped or have lost loved ones over there. So there's a massive fucking team I didn't even know about. So I don't even know all the details. I just know that I had a quick phone call, and it's pretty amazing. So I cannot believe there's another. I cannot believe what you're telling me. And
we were expecting it, Delphi. We're expecting it, right? I mean,
we're expecting a thing. We weren't expecting more gliders and this kind of a stuff and nonsense. By the way, the people that are giving death threats to anybody in this space, or anybody who is posting about the atrocities or anything, I did not know this. There's something going on with the US government and Twitter where they're grabbing everybody's IP addresses, and these people are in fucking America. I just want you to know. So if you're one of those people that are doing these things, I really think you're making a mistake, just because, like, I care that you don't get wrapped up in some crazy ass bullshit thinking you're posting things and you're like, just, not thinking. I did not realize how extensive it is, because I had to have my IP address cleared already, which I think is fascinating. I did not realize that was even happening, Sin. but there are people that are going through every single post when you saying death to this person, death to this person, death to this person, and all the false stuff that is being said. I didn't even realize that it's considered incitement to violence, and it's actually a crime federally. And
they can try to come get me over here on Nellis Air Force Base. I'd love to see what their action.
Oh, not you. You're not doing anything bad. No. We're talking about the people that are like reporting false information and inciting terrorism.
Sorry, we have a problem with them being grabbed by the U.S. government. Could you maybe throw away the key while they're there?
No, she's warning them not to do something stupid that hurts themselves.
I don't know. They should do something stupid and stay in jail.
You're so funny.
By all means, do something stupid, please. Apparently, there are police officers just waiting for you to do it.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Yeah, but we
Okay,
have
let's
woke
move on.
DAs here that
Okay.
will let them out.
Would you say what?
The U.S. is filled with woke DAs. No one's going to prosecute them here.
I'm sorry, in Texas?
In Texas, good luck. Yeah. Okay, let's moving on. Okay, so
all right, this is a bit of interesting news, although it's not really breaking news. Elon Musk just tweeted, I think it was an hour ago, that all Tesla superchargers in Israel are free.
We spoke about that.
Yeah, there are not many Teslas in Israel, though.
They're getting to be more annoying than they're worth. I mean, they're taking up a lot of public parking spaces. But yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you talk about it.
Do all the Teslas have dents in them like every other car in a parking lot in Israel? It's impossible to find a car in Israel without a dent if it's in a public parking lot. I noticed that. Even nice cars. Unless they have like the nice underground parking.
Yeah, we're not very good drivers, to be honest.
That's why they have roundabouts every 2 seconds in Israel, because you have to slow down.
To slow people down, yeah.
By the way, I think Israeli drivers are very skilled. They don't really care about rules, and they sort of drive the way they fight. They're like,
I think Israeli drivers think they're very skilled, and it very rarely is true. They're just also very lucky.
So,
honors of bringing up Nome.
I can't because someone else was at it as soon as I removed someone. So I'm gonna
okay.
after
This is not good.
Try to hit it
I need
right
to be able to manage things, and I'll tell you why later, Chet, in the background. So, you know what?
No, you're always the manager here, so don't worry.
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead, GP. No, I need to manage it to add and subtract people at certain times. So
no. I get that too. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Am I coming through clear? Because we've got problems
yes.
with. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last night, 5 kilometers from where I'm standing right now, there were a small group of Israelis laying a memorial outside of the Israeli embassy with candles and pictures and flowers. And the police, the Garda Síochána in Gaelic, were there in numbers. And a pro-Palestinian march, including Palestinians and Irish people from non-governmental organizations funded by our government, came to the embassy, destroyed the memorial, attacked the people. The police told the Israelis to move on, and then watched as the pro-Palestinians and the NGOs proceeded to chant and shout pro-Hamas slogans. I just want to point out that in my country, in 12 weeks' time, recording that event, writing it in your phone as a text message to a friend, or even going home and writing it in your diary as something you experienced, will be considered a hate crime, for which your front door can be kicked down by the police force on the anonymous reporting of a third party, where they can seize you and everybody in the house, all your electronic devices, demand the passwords from you and your children and anybody else with you, and anybody who doesn't provide them will be imprisoned until they do so. And the person who is reported, who wrote a text to themselves that says, tonight I was at the Israeli embassy and a group of pro-Palestinian people came along chanting terrorist slogans and I was appalled, even though you didn't utter it to a single other person, you will be guilty of a hate crime and imprisoned for 5 years. So I just would like to say that for the last 160 days, I stood outside the presidential palace with no support whatsoever. And last night, that in a democratic nation, allegedly, is what our country has devolved to, on the back of being owned by the US military industrial complex and the European Union's crazed mandates regarding migration and protected categories. As citizens, we are being criminalized into irrelevance. And I have multiple parties telling me that come the day, there's a whole bunch of us like me, which they've screenshotted content, which they can grandfather under the new law, which will not just entertain us to concurrent 5-year jail sentences, but consecutive. So I'd just like to point that out, that is what, if people in Israel are looking for support, which we are the most tolerant nation on earth and the most generous and are the only victims of European imperialism, have been genocided on 3 occasions and unrecognized. And in less than 3 months' time, I would be looking at 20 years in prison for just the post that I put on Twitter, because that's how our country has gone. And that is what it allows. People quietly at a vigil, mourning the dead, being attacked by terrorist sympathizers and protected by the police force. So I'd just like to say,
are there any charges? Are there any charges against the people who desecrated the memorial? Potentially, any charges?
Not at all. They're a protected category. It's the opposite. In fact, the people who are at the memorial, laying the memorial, the narrative is that they are the extremists, the Israelis, and the Palestinians and the NGOs and the students, Irish students who came along, destroyed the memorial, desecrated the memorial, drove them off with the consent of the police, who told the Israelis and the people who were laying the memorial to leave, then watched as the pro-Palestinian protest chanted pro-Hamas slogans and did nothing. So this is only a small morsel of the devolution of our society to the criminalization of the citizens and the lifting up of the rights of everybody except the people who are actually citizens of this country. Now, my voice is shaking because it's so pertinent. As you all know, I'm very level-headed and have a lot of lived experience. I could leave here and could at any time, but I will not. So prison faces people like me for nothing except the subjective adjudication of the radically tolerant, intolerant, who are protected categories, where people who have intelligence have to apologize to imbeciles for having a broader perspective on morals. And that is our society. And our Minister for Justice, despite a 75% poll saying that people didn't want it, has said this is going through and there is no veto. It has passed all the stages where veto is possible. The only stage left is the presidential signature, and he, Michael D. Higgins, in Uachtaráin Herden, in Áras an Uachtaráin, has said that he is signing that into law. So it is done. People like me are just waiting to be imprisoned by the 36,000 NGOs funded to the tune of 8% of our capital expenditure a year in a country of 4 million people, for exercising what would be considered in a normal society a balanced perspective. And that's what awaits everybody who's a critical thinker or makes decisions based on enlightened self-interest is going to be criminalized into irrelevance and legislated into silence. And
GP, let me ask you this. Can I ask you a question, GP? Even under this obviously insane law, it sounds completely effing crazy. Aren't Jews a protected category?
Well, no.
At least theoretically.
Theoretically, but you see, this is the subjectivity of it. It is so loose in its language that it plays to the bias of those who create it. Now, bear in mind that the next general election in this country is due. They have to, by law, have a new government in place by first quarter of 2025, which means it'll be third quarter 2024. And it's highly likely that the majority party outside or after that will be Sinn Féin, who are absolute apologists for Hamas, who last night on our national broadcaster not only argued with the former Jewish Minister for Justice, Alan Shatter, here regarding the events of the last 6 days, but would not, just like in the times of the IRA, when they were the political wing of the Armalite and the ballot box mantra of those radical lunatics, we're hooked up with the PLO, ETA, and multiple jihadi organizations for the swapping of arms and training and pipe bomb making expertise, and seconded their operatives to each other to assist in upgrading their own skills in blowing up innocent women and children while they were at church or standing in the butcher shop buying their groceries. These are the people. And by the way, several of our members of parliament are convicted murderers, bombers, and kidnappers from the IRA. So that is the party who will have the majority after the next election, and they will stand up and they will tell you, like they did the guy who wants to be the Minister for Defence, did not attack Hamas for what they did. He said it was a direct result of Palestinian apartheid, or sorry, Israeli apartheid. So that's the type of subjectivism that, in other words, if you're Jewish, protected category under the concept of religion will not apply to you because the subjective adjudicators are pro-Palestinian. So this is the difficulty. Subjective adjudication of speech only protects the categories within the categories to whom they want to protect. So, Andy New posted the video and spoke about the fact that not only do our police stop us as citizens on the street for maybe mistakenly saying "excuse me, sir" to somebody who considers or identifies themselves as a female, which is now considered harassment.
There's breaking from IDF. Okay, further to reports of airspace intrusion from Lebanese territory into Israeli territory. So far, no crashes have been detected in Israeli territory and no casualties have been reported. IDF forces are scanning the area from the ground and from the air. More details to follow. You must continue to obey the instructions of the Home Front Command and act accordingly. That's it.
I wonder
in
if you're. Oh,
Metula,
sorry,
they order
Michael.
the
Go ahead.
people to
Yeah.
close the lights and stay inside.
We now have an update on the amount of Americans killed in Israel. It has risen from the prior number 14 to 22, according to the U.S. State Department. So the number of confirmed Americans killed now stands at 22.
Are the drones that are coming in from Lebanon dropping any artillery?
No. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the space.
Guys
Thank you
from
for inviting me. No,
Metula, they order the people to stay inside, turn off the light, and lock the doors.
In Metula right now.
In Metula right now. Yeah.
Okay.
And they said that the gunfire that they heard, it's from our soldiers.
For fighting back.
Yeah.
And we have a huge deployment at the Lebanese border right now. I'm assuming, right?
yeah.
I think Michael was trying to go. I think Michael was trying to give us an update.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, everyone. The latest that what I heard is certain group of Hamas right now in the northern border took responsibility for what is going on right now in the north. We cannot confirm it yet, but it looks like that Hezbollah did not send those drones.
But put it on speaker.
Sorry?
Guys, mute yourself.
Go ahead. No, it's not you. It's not
Okay.
you. My son's listening. My son's listening from Israel. So go ahead.
My regards to him.
Thank you.
And that's what we know for now. It's not sure, but we will keep.
So Hamas is claiming responsibility for the attack from the north.
Yeah, attack from the north because they have groups in the north. Maybe they have those capabilities. We don't know it yet, but we are sure that we will know very soon.
What a stupid game they're playing. Okay, the whole game. Okay.
It wasn't me. It was them.
You know that Hezbollah is giving them the opportunity to do that. We know that. Okay, we know.
Yeah, they're giving them full pass.
Yeah, we know that.
So let me ask you a question.
Guys, no infiltration in Maalot.
Wait. I'm seeing that they're by Mount Carmel.
Come again?
No,
they're all the way down, and they're very close to Haifa and Kiryat Ata. Is that
There
right?
was a missile in Mount Carmel,
It's
not an
missile. It was missile
infiltration.
from Hamas.
Yeah,
How far?
Haifa
How
and
far?
North called to stay in the security room. Yeah, Haifa and North.
How? So right now I'm seeing in Afula, there's also some stuff going on in Afula, and
Huh?
let me see where it is. How far are
Afula?
they
No,
from
Metula,
Kizalia?
Metula, not Afula.
I'm looking at Afula right now, and it shows it's lit up.
Okay.
On the
You
red alert,
sure
on the
about
red.
this?
No, missiles, not infiltrations.
Missiles,
Let's
missiles.
detach one from another. Okay.
Yeah, these are
Okay.
missiles.
What I wanted to ask, if I may,
Yeah.
guys, we have all the support right now. Okay, from all the international countries to do whatever necessary, and we will do it. We need to publish, we need to tweet and to post all the horror that they've done in Israel. Okay? Because if we will do it, we will still have support to continue what we're doing right now. And trust me, we're doing. Okay, we're doing.
So you do want us to post the pictures?
One day, maybe that support will, could vaporize. But for now, we really need everyone to show what they done. This is very important to us, especially international arena. Okay, and please, if you can do it, it's very important to us.
So Michael, I just want to, there's people listening right now that are working on to counter the negative media. I want to just hear, are you saying that you want them to post the gory pictures and videos?
Yes, unfortunately, I know that it's not easy, but we need that, and we need to maintain the support that we have right now, because our government. By the way, we have inside the new government. We have three. I don't know if you guys heard. There's a guy.
Benny Gantz is part of it now, yeah?
Yeah. Whatever.
How about Lapid? Is Lapid part of it yet or not
Michael,
yet?
Yeah.
Michael, let's please maybe differentiate between the gore pictures that I think must be shown to the people, but a lot of chit chat yesterday regarding the kidnapped ones. That they're releasing movies of kidnapped children and women. I wish that you won't publish those, repost those. Okay.
Oh, let's say that they want to demoralize Israel. I guess that they already know that there will not be Hamas anymore. And we need to prepare to that, because they're going to they know that they are dead people. Okay, they know that they will not live in 2 or 3 months, so everything needs to be in order from our perspective, and whatever it will be done, but we need all of you guys in United States, wherever you are.
So Michael, what if you guys sent an approved list of
Can I have a
20?
second here? I just want to say that I'm leaving, and I hope you have a great evening. Thank you, and seeing you again.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Rod.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry I wasn't here
Thank
this
you very
morning.
much.
I'm sorry I wasn't here this morning. I had to sleep a little bit. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, Chaya, by the way, that Mario sent me a message if I can, talk over there.
Me too. He sent me 3 messages. Yeah.
And I went over there, and I started to talk about the Holocaust survivor. Okay, that right now she's in Gaza. We don't know what's going on with her. And the minute that I started talking about her, they released me from the space.
Which space
Really?
was that?
Mario Space. He decided to go to Mario Space.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I wanted
So
to talk about the
Michael,
horrors.
I want you to ask you a question about it, and Noga as well. We are here in this space. So my question is it good practice or strategy, or to go to those kind of spaces which are basically being run by anti-Israelis, just to give us some picture and then they will drop us? Is it good policy? I don't know the answer.
First of all, they've been trying to drop me for 4 days now, and I'm still running. And so,
me too. Noga, me too.
and
I will tell you
honestly,
why.
I don't have.
Some more news. The IDF
I just got back.
names another 20
I don't.
soldiers killed during the fighting in Palestinian with Palestinian terrorists since Saturday, mostly on the border with the Gaza Strip. The names bring the toll of slain soldiers to 189.
How much?
How many? 189.
Wow.
189.
Yeah.
How many?
189.
How
Yeah.
many? Do you guys remember, Michael? How many soldiers died in 2006 Lebanon war?
Oh my God. Something like 200 and something. I've been there. Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Michael, would you feel comfortable approving 30 videos or pictures or whatever so that
Yeah.
it's just
I
30?
have your number. I will send
Okay.
you
And then,
everything that we have.
okay, so just send me 30 that you feel comfortable enough to approve, and I'm going to give it to the working team, and they're going to do the
Yeah.
counter campaign as well.
Yeah, I don't want to send, the decapitated heads of the children, of the babies. I will not send it to you.
Okay.
But guys, here's the thing: if you see someone who talks shit about Israel or something that he can say for the Hamas, how Hamas is strong or whatever, just send him the picture. Just tweet the picture in the comments, and that's it. You don't have to deal with him. You don't have to talk to him. People need to know exactly what happened. It will give us a backfire behind our back so we can do whatever we are doing right now. The support that we're having right now will disappear one day. You know that. Everyone knows that. Okay, so we need it because it's going to take time. If the North Front would like to join the game, we will allow them to join the game, and it will take time. Also in Gaza, we're talking about 2-3 months from now. Okay, you know how it is. You're getting inside war. You know how you're getting inside, but you don't know how you get out of the war. All the wars
So
are
we
like
talked,
that.
Michael, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the other spaces we had. This, I think, replying or reposting those tweets is not a good idea, but rather to take a screenshot
Take a
of these
screenshot.
posts
Yeah, the Sphinx
Oh
chat.
yeah,
and
yeah,
then
Take
yeah.
a
add
We
your
did.
and then
screenshot and
add
then
your
post it in your own feed with the counter
Yeah,
narrative.
yeah,
Because the
exactly.
reason is when you do it to their feed, then it helps their algorithm basically in
yes,
Twitter.
sir. You're right. Yes, sir. You're
Yeah.
right. That's what I meant. I mean, screenshot, and by the way, report those accounts. There is an account right now in Israel in our feed, Iranian boot that are spreading. Oh my God, we know that they are Iranians. If you try to block them, they're coming back again.
So, Michael, can you do me a favor? Can you send me those URLs or anything? Actually, I'm going to
Sure.
DM you. I'm going to make a group chat with you and the person who's running the
Yeah, yeah.
ground game. Just don't say the name
Correct.
publicly.
The
This person
Carmel
reached out
shooting
because
was from Gaza.
What?
Carmel shooting was from Gaza.
Yeah,
Yeah,
IDF
yeah. They
confirmed.
they said that it was from Hamas from Gaza. It's not from Lebanon.
Yeah,
The Carmel
now
shooting.
it's confirmed from the IDF.
Very interesting. Yeah, very stupid game that they're playing. As
And
if
Yeah.
IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari has just released the names of 20 additional martyrs from the IDF from the last day, whose families have been updated and were and allowed to be published, unfortunately. So, sad to hear that news, and may their memory forever be blessed.
Look at that.
These added 20 more, or this is just names that.
20 more. This is 20 additional.
So what is the total now?
It was when I went to sleep, it was 150 something. So it's at least 175.
I think it was reliable. Just said it was 196 now or
180.
something. Is
I
that
think it was 187 or 189. I'll
Wow.
double check.
And people keep saying that the soldiers were not there. They were there, maybe not enough.
189.
They were there. They were fighting.
Stealth and
Yeah.
check the chat. I just
Okay, guys. Thank you
Okay, I'm
again.
checking
Thank
the
you so
chat.
much. Thank you so much. I'll
So
be here.
Michael,
Thank you.
I'm gonna add you to a chat where you can put anything in terms of communication there. So there's entities in the U.S. that are highly concerned with the riots that are going on right now. I mean, not the riots, the protests, and they're highly concerned about universities, and they're highly concerned about the open border. And I don't know how they found us, but they definitely found us and listened. And of all the spaces, this is the one that they feel is the most patriotic for America
Yeah.
and the most patriotic for what's going on over there. So it's a compliment to us
Yeah.
that we stay on point. Today's a very serious day that they've done a double front. There's no way we could have two spaces running inside of one space so that more people could be on a panel, and then the host of that space can listen.
I have done that in the past. We call it simulcasting. But I don't think we need more speakers.
So no, somebody had come in. I guess there was a religious Christian actor that had come in that was from their Instagram, and they wanted to stream a very big person actually, but I think that person left, so I didn't notice until. Hey, by the way, we had Avi up here. Did Avi go down for a reason, or
I didn't see Avi.
So he was in.
Which
I gave
Avi?
him a speaker mic.
Avi Tur.
Which Avi?
Our Avi.
AB?
But by the way, real quick, some good news on the propaganda front. Some good news on the propaganda front. Mitt Romney, our friend Mitt Romney, not the actual Mitt Romney, the account Mitt Romney, tweeted just now that your spaces, about spaces that we've all been running, your spaces have brought enough pressure and reality to the X platform that after days of refusing to do so, Mario this morning is vocally and repeatedly calling Hamas a terrorist group and is describing their acts as terrorism. He adds you, a stealth, reliable, and me on that tweet.
It's about damn time that
Sorry, I'm literally on that platform right now, and 5 minutes ago, Mario reprimanded someone for calling Hamas terrorists. So it's fun. I didn't last.
So you need to grab that audio.
Too quick.
Okay, I'm not a witness. I don't know what the truth is. I'm not a witness, but maybe other times he called it a terrorist group. Like Mitt
Mario
Romney
himself or his surrogates? I'm saying Mario himself or his surrogates.
Mitt Romney claims, the Mitt Romney account claims Mario himself. We'll see.
No. What
Could you please DM me that account?
No, Noga, did you hear Mario actually say it or his surrogates?
No one up here.
No. It was Mario. It was Mario.
Okay, because I didn't think he was saying that. Okay, I didn't think he was saying that. Okay. He's been pretty neutral.
Listen, no, he has not been neutral. I'm tired of pussyfooting around at this point.
I am too.
This morning he posted a actual call to action on behalf of a prescribed terrorist organization, given a location, time, and date of a gathering. I quote tweeted him, and I said to him, Mario, do you believe that this amplification is not on the threshold, and that in the power of hindsight may not, the optics may not look too good? You can see it on my timeline. He edited it, and as opposed to it being a direct call to action from him, took out the time, date, and location, and then put the quote in air tweets, leaving out the details. So pussyfooting around at this point, I'm sick and tired of it for 6 days, telling people, don't go to Mario's spaces. Because what you're doing is you're saying, I sit at your feet, Mario, for permission to speak in your space, populated by people whose minds will not only never be changed.
Yeah,
that's not true.
Doing.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you.
I'm not
talking about you.
Guys, breaking news. Breaking news. I got.
Sorry, go ahead. What's the breaking news? Go ahead. We can't fight amongst ourselves.
Go ahead.
What's the breaking news?
Okay, I got a message from the Pikud Aleph to stay inside, and I am not in the north and not in the south. I'm in the area of Jerusalem.
Oh my God.
Cities around Jerusalem.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, I actually...
Okay, wait, Yankee, hang on. I just want to say good morning.
Good morning, Angela.
Good morning. I was at this for 18 hours after I kept saying I was going to go to bed. I'd rather have a quick update on the last 5 hours that I missed than us talk about Mario. So can we just do that for me real fast?
I don't want to talk about any third parties other than us fixing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to drop, but I have to do something. But I'll just say this: we're not talking about
breaking.
Mario. There are two main spaces here.
I know.
From Emmanuel Papion.
Just hold on. Let GP finish, please. Let GP finish.
Yeah, let GP finish.
Yeah. So nobody's fighting amongst ourselves here.
No, I know, I
But
know.
can people please just understand that there are two main platforms, pro and anti-Israeli, right now? This and Mario's. Okay. Now there is no ideological intersection between either, and there is no common ground. So anybody who wants to suggest that placation or appeasement is a way to go is in error. Now, for 6 days, in a very measured way, I've been trying to point out the use of imagery, the amplification of demoralizing content, and the very selective uh, posting of what is counter narrative in a structured and strategic fashion, not to support a propaganda, but to support the truth. Remember that the truth is what this space is talking about, and the justification of barbaric acts is what the other space is trying to justify. Okay, so you've got to decide at what point do you say to yourself, I will no longer assist the other platform in amplifying their message. So with respect to the images, you must not retweet, quote, tweet, comment, or otherwise engage with any of these accounts despite your emotions, because if you do, you will lose. You need to keep your mind and solidly develop a strategy with regard to a counter misinformation and disinformation narrative, which is coming from the other side. The facts are on the side of what occurred and the reaction to it. Now, I'll rest it here. If people don't want to do that and they want to engage in knee-jerk emotional reactions, then you're going to lose every single time. And if you don't remain consistent in your messaging and consistent and measured in your responses, then you will lose to the shouty, screamy, emotional pull heartstrings who will convince the people sitting on the fence with their pictures and with the hateful rhetoric that they allege comes from the other side. The source of truth is on the side of what occurred that started these actions. The source of justification for these actions is what the other people are trying to crawl up from a cesspit of filth from to justify. So either people decide to be strategic or you can be tactical and knee-jerk, and you will lose every time if you're the latter. Thank you.
GP, can
Can
I
I make
ask you a
a
question?
real
I'm
quick,
sorry, GP, could I
No,
ask
no,
you a question about this, please? I think it's important,
yeah.
though.
I'm
And to
sorry, I don't know
keep
why
it
it's
as
muting.
honest as possible. And if you feel, and honestly, I'm asking because I've been asking myself the same thing and it's exhausting. Do you honestly think that keeping them honest and making sure that they lie less and that they make corrections is in any way, shape, or form contributing to the distorted message that they're propagating? Then, well,
Yes,
I have
I
to
do.
reconsider.
Guys,
Well,
all
I
over
would like to.
Israel,
First of
breaking
all,
news.
wait a
Guys,
second,
Wait,
I don't think
breaking
anyone
Guys,
news.
here
Hold on.
is
Hold,
interested in talking about Mario. Let's keep on topic and continue pushing on.
Well, first of all, I want to thank
hold,
GP for his guidance. I want to thank GP for his guidance, and I've made the decision that I'm going to listen to GP, Sin, Noah, and Avi and Herzl. Sometimes AB, depending.
Chaya, if you
That's a joke.
give
That's
me
an
just
inside
half
joke.
a minute before you complete,
Yeah.
please.
So I'm going
About
to
the
take their
drones.
leadership
About the
in this and
drones.
how we should move forward. Yes.
Okay. I just heard a commentator, an army man, talking about the different kind of flying objects that Iran produces. Now they have an array, many different kinds, many shapes, many sizes.
I better wait, Ertel. I want to say something. At the current moment, people are getting all over Israel messages to get into their places. The initial reports say the things are being checked, but I don't want to create panic.
I'm going to
It
talk
can't
about that.
happen all over. Okay, go ahead.
Now, different shapes, different sizes, they can do different things. Some of them can go higher, some of them can go faster, some of them are designed to explode as guided missiles. There is a whole array. Now, tonight, something very funny happened. Around 20 of them came in. I really don't know what kind.
False alarm, false alarm, get out.
I'm sorry?
the alarm that was all over Israel to get inside. It was the first alarm, now confirmed.
Okay, so
That's good.
Wait. I'm
Very happy
sorry.
to hear
I
that.
need you guys to listen to me. I have people listening on another line. I need to know what's going on. You said
well, I'm going to talk about that in a second.
no,
If I
Sure.
won't
What
get
did you say?
interrupted,
Hold on,
please,
Herzl.
please,
Hold on.
please,
We just want to
Sure.
calm the people down.
Schnur, what did you just
Can you
say?
hear me?
I said that was a message all over Israel to get inside a safe place. They
Okay.
check it now, and it's for the first alarm.
And that was a false alarm?
It's not it's a malfunction of Pikud Haoref,
No
of
sirens,
Pikud Haoref
only
messaging
messages.
system. Okay.
Okay, so what is the communication right now with the overhead objects? Go ahead, Herzl.
Okay, now just another breaking. There is a firing of rockets to the center of Be'er Yaakov, Nes Ziona, Rehovot, right in the heart. Anyway, what they did tonight was very peculiar. And what do I mean by that? I mean, those drones can drop all kind of ammunition, all kind of devices with timers. And they're not looking for civilians. They're looking for the surveillance system that the Israeli have, cameras, radars, stations, etc., etc. They're looking to cripple our ability to really track them. And from what I understood, this is my own interpretation. I hope I'm wrong, but it's devilish. And if they did, because they didn't shoot nothing, they didn't fall in as a kamikaze suicide. None of that happened in the last 2 hours, more than 2 hours. Now they have
I have some
just
breaking news that just crossed on my side over here, which is reports of a possible terrorist infiltration near Bekaot, in the West Bank near Syria.
Can
And
I make a
then
quick? Can I make a quick suggestion? I think we should slightly amend the title of the space because already I don't want to bring it back to Mario, but
yeah,
Mario
no,
space
I can
already.
fix that. I can fix that. Yeah.
I'll put at least question mark. Hezbollah invades from the north question mark because it's not.
Well,
We were seeing some reports.
attacks. I think would probably be the better way to say it. From my view as a big someone in the Air Force, we still see it as an invasion because it's a airspace invasion. But yeah, that's basically what
Have
I
we even confirmed? Just one more question about. Have we even confirmed at this point? Do we know for sure there have been infiltrations, cross-border infiltrations in any
We
of these
know
communities?
for
Yeah, but
sure that there
can
have
I
been
complete my thought,
actual
guys? Please,
shootings
please.
that
Can
happened.
Herzl finish what he's
Please.
saying for 1
Yeah,
second?
it's
Herzl,
going to
please
take me
go.
very quick. Now, why am I saying? Why is my theory and what I'm basing it? The Gazan have flown a device, a glider, and the first thing they did, they dropped from it an explosive right into the main antenna of our surveillance of IORA. And they've filmed it and they have put it out. So I watched that. And I believe that if those 20 that came in tonight didn't do any damage that we can see, they did other things. And I really don't know what. Could be timers, timed things. It could be many, many things. And I don't want to. So this is my thought. And hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully they just tried us. I don't know. Go ahead.
Let me ask you, when the surveillance drops that they did, how come those surveillance things were open and not protected? In other words, how could they not be fortified or
Well, they are
underground or
fortified, but when you're above them, you're right above the antenna, and the antenna is a cylindrical tube. It's not just a regular antenna. It contains with it a lot of other devices, and there is I don't know what's in there. But it's very high tech, and it's set up in such a way that it films, and automatically it also fires. There is a lot of robots in there. Okay, they call it Ro'a Yora, and then the information goes to those girls, to the Tatzpitaniot, the observers. And what they did, the first thing they attacked was that thing. And in here, since those guys are guided by Iran, and Iran is a mastermind of evil thinking, that's where it's taking me, and to bring this kind of thesis. That's about it.
Herzl, what I think what Stealth was referring to, one of the we had a veteran of the U.S. forces speak, and he said that in their installations, the similar installations that they have kind of like a cage that goes over that antenna to kind of
No
deflect
more. No,
small.
this particular one wasn't the film. The video that I watched, it was sitting like a chimney on top of that station of that base.
Exactly. So we know he noticed that, and he said that he was surprised that they didn't have some kind of, I forgot what he called it.
Like a dome,
It's almost like a
dome
Faraday.
over it of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah, like even like a cage, that has holes you can still see, right? But
Guys,
And
he kind of.
breaking.
he just
Breaking
flew
news
over
from the
it and dropped
IDF.
it.
The IDF is saying further to the reports of an intrusion from the Lebanese border into Israel's airspace. As of now, the fear of an intrusion on the ground has been ruled out. So that is at least good news. This does seem like this was just unmanned drones, and or if it was
Yeah,
paragliding
but
activity, the ability
why
for the
would they
jet
send
was
drones
shot out
that
of the sky.
don't do nothing? What's the point? Why would they send 20 pieces?
Nobody is sending 20% of their drones that don't do nothing. So
It gathers
I'm sorry.
intelligence, even.
No, they have enough intelligence from a long time. Google Earth
Yeah, they've been
gives them all
collecting
the
it.
intelligence they want.
Who gives it to them?
Google Earth.
And
Oh
I'm
my
talking about
God.
up-to-date intelligence,
And
like
not only
real-time military
Google
movements.
Earth. Listen about the Israeli Arabs. We know from past wars that they've been calling the Hezbollah to correct their targeting and saying this particular shell fell 100 meters from the target. Correct it northeast, blah, blah, blah degrees. So we have within us like eyes that, so everything is clear. It's not those days that, and we have to fight it with high tech. And we do. I mean, a lot of those drones are controlled by radio, and we have some probably equipment that can what do you call scramble the radio, and I know about that. But this is new. This is a new warfare for us. I think we are prepared for it. I'm not an army man or anything like that. There is a lot of smart people in the Israeli army. Okay,
So there is a communication, Herzl, right now from the leader of Hamas asking to commit a jihad in America against Americans.
didn't we
Financial
say it
jihad is.
yesterday, Chaya?
Yes, we did. We did. I absolutely did. I knew what was coming. So he's calling on Muslims to carry out terrorist attacks in America, and he's doing it from Doha, Qatar, where the government has hosted Hamas leadership for years. Biden recently recognized Qatar as a strategic partner for advancing peace and security. This is utter madness, is the quote. This is coming from people that I know that have very close affiliations with the State Department. What happened? Who dropped?
Wow.
Well,
this is
IDF is
actually
now
joining
also Hamas,
threats from the
also
Houthis and
founding Hamas member Abad Al Fattah Duhan is eliminated. You guys know that 6 hours ago, right?
yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say that this warning is added to the Houthis in Yemen, to some Iraqi phalangas, and a lot of others around the area who've been threatening American assets if they join the war. Yeah, mostly, terror affiliates like the Houthis in Yemen, who really stand out because I think it was a Reuters or an AP article from yesterday. But like, it feels like all of the evil in the Middle East is crawling out, trying to protect Hamas and threatening the U.S. that if it gets involved, they will attack against the U.S.
Also, they're saying that the U.S. embassy in Lebanon, which was reportedly preliminarily evacuated, is false. And OSINT has said they've never seen so much chaos over their mistake of claiming that the repeating the information that the embassy was evacuated. So because we've had a problem there with the embassy in Lebanon before, we've had an attack, obviously, and other things. So Do we have an active embassy left in Iran or no?
I don't know.
No,
Actually.
no, we do not. We
Okay.
Not
America.
for a few years now.
No.
Okay,
Oh,
I was gonna
not.
say.
Hold on.
Nothing. Yes.
I can answer your question. No, we don't. We don't, and we do diplomacy through the Swiss, if I'm not mistaken. The Americans do diplomacy through the
That's right.
Swiss.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, and Corey Mills has asked to evacuate every single American from Israel right now. He's also posted that and is doing that. So I don't know if that's, I don't know if it's just Floridians or if he's saying for every American that they want to pull out right away.
So we get Corey Mills to talk to your mishpacha there.
So now it looks like at least most of those red alerts entirely up at north were caused by just error, which is interesting as to how that happened in the system.
Well, the question is if they're messing with the systems, if they're testing the systems to
They're
see
testing
if,
for sure they are. Yeah.
to see that when they
Here's a
actually need to put
breaking,
on the red
Chaya. Here's a
alerts.
breaking.
Yeah.
IDF spokesman is eliminating the thought that
Possibility.
of entry from the north sky.
Okay, that's good. That's good news.
What kind of arm? Okay, rocket attack on central Israel right now, all the way to south of Tel Aviv.
They're talking about any kind of intrusion of flying objects from the north is being eliminated. That was like a false alarm. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the flying object also is eliminated now.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
Jesus Christ.
So
Okay.
Rishon LeZion, Rehovot, where is this?
The entire middle of the country.
רחובות, באר יעקב, נס ציונה, ראשון לציון, גזר, ברנר, גן רבה. Yeah.
I have family there.
Can I ask you a question? Where are these fucking rocket launchers, and why can't you blow the fuck out of these rocket launchers?
Well, because like I did explain this a little bit earlier. Why sometimes in like Gaza and in Hezbollah regions as well, but especially Gaza, if with all the rockets out there. Even though the IAF has a bunch of missions and sorties, and they know where a bunch of munition sites are at, they can try to go out after as many different places where they might have intel, where the rocket launchers might be. But Gaza, I guarantee you that with Hamas, is continuously moving those overnight in their massive tunnel system that they have. And as I was explaining to someone earlier, just because Israel has the ability to detect into the tunnels doesn't mean that they can detect into every tunnel or see every tunnel, because
Right.
there are ways
I
to check against those sorts
add
of.
to your words about that and give you another point. You see, Gaza
go on.
is all built on sand. There is no solid. There is no bottom rock or it's anything. It's just sand. If you look at the map, the way they're sitting at the curve at the sea, you will understand, and it's easy to dig. So there's two Gazas. Chaya, the question for you is this: each of those tunnels have openings that the launchers are hidden underneath. Okay, and there is probably hundreds and who knows how many, because the whole city of Gaza exists also on the bottom. There is like Gaza City up, Gaza City down. And what we're seeing is Gaza City down, some of it from up. We don't have the map of those exact tunnels. I don't think we do.
Chet, we changed the name of the space.
I just want you to tell you right now that live in London, they are going in their what?
Steph, there is now an announcement by Daniel Agari, the IDF spokesman.
Okay.
Just AB, go ahead. Sorry, I just didn't catch what you said.
No, I was going to say we should change the name of the space to like to say basically false alarm from the north ? Because we're getting this is the IDF saying it's a false alarm, so I don't want to accidentally be accused of fake news.
Well, we do first of all know that Hezbollah though did attack. I do want to make that clear though. Earlier today, while you all were asleep in the overnight hours, Hezbollah did actually launch several rocket attacks from the north. So that this title is very accurate still. Hezbollah and Hamas are both in this fight. It's just that what we were very worried about with the massive incursion, that at least was a false alarm. Thank God.
Okay.
Find out why, I guess, soon at why that happened. There'll of course be a huge statement from the government as to why that happened soon.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be like a nitpicker. I just don't want to be accused by the assholes.
No. You're all good actually for questioning that, because you didn't know about the rocket attacks when you were asleep. So Hezbollah did actually shoot rockets into and took claim for shooting rockets into Israel earlier this morning. So
They did. I can vouch.
So yeah, just Stealth. In terms of your other question, yeah, they have. I mean, the IDF does detect the source of the rocket launch, right? But as Herzl was saying, these launchers are underground, right? And they pop up, or they're camouflaged, or they're mobile, right? So they fire. I mean, these are not like super sophisticated, but they're like little platforms. It fires off the missile. They cart that thing away, and yeah, the IDF will return fire, and they destroy many rocket launchers. But they probably have 100,000 rockets, and many of them are buried underground. They destroy many of them, right? But it takes a while. You can't. There's no perfect system where you can within milliseconds do it.
I just want
go
you to
ahead.
know that the Hamas had transformed the Islamic University in Gaza to an actual training camp for weapons development and military intelligence. That's what they were using it for, and they blew the fuck out of it. Very good. And I want to tell you in London what's going on. I can play the sound, but it basically is they're driving through London with the Palestinian flags, and their sound is this: fuck the Jews and rape their daughters. And they're driving cars up and down in London. I don't understand how this could be allowed with zero consequences.
That's literally illegal in the
Where
UK.
is this?
This is in London. Fuck Jews, rape their women.
Yeah, that's illegal in the UK. As in illegal, you could go to jail for a while for this.
This is done in Sadiq Khan's mayorship right now. They're posting this stuff. You know, they can pick up these people's license plates. I don't know why I don't understand the dumbness of this behavior.
Well, actually, I'm also surprised that it's happening in the UK. I mean, I understand that the French sometimes have problems controlling extreme Muslim populations, especially in areas that have become extreme Muslim populations, and the Belgians. But I don't know the British have a similar problem, even though there are neighborhoods that, you know, even the police fear to tread. So this is actually very interesting, and again, surprising.
Yeah, I gotta interject. That's an
Prodigal.
old video. I saw that video months ago.
That's the
Yeah, it
old
is.
one. Is that from when? Okay.
I mean, the only thing I will say is,
hold on one second. I can't hear either Sphinx or Prodigal. I think that might be
Okay,
a
let me
problem.
bring Prodigal down and back up. Hold on.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me also.
I don't think Sphinx was talking. I could be wrong. I don't think she was talking.
I wasn't talking. But...
Yeah.
Okay, I just see connecting circles was the problem. So let me also redo my connection while you're doing that in the background.
Intel Schizo, do you have an update? Intel Schizo, do you have an update? Prodigal, I brought you back up.
The great thing about Twitter is that we can seriously go to someone named Intel Schizo and it seems totally normal. I'm just saying.
Guys, World of Statistics did a poll. Which side do you support in? And Palestine is ahead. So go vote.
Who did a poll?
World Statistic. I put it in the chat.
Oh, I don't care about this.
I only came up because something.
It's very big account. So.
Something
okay.
They posted a video that's now circulating where a senior Hamas official, at least one of their media representatives, basically came out, and anybody who's still claiming this was a false flag or Israel allowed it, he basically said they have spent the last 2 years preparing for this. Other than less than 5 people knew about the extent of the plan, when it would occur, that they have built factories throughout Israel and in the West Bank and Gaza that can build rockets, that can build mortars, that can build bullets, etc. And they plan on pursuing this, and that they plan on a northern front being opened. I mean, this isn't, they could try to paint whatever they want to, but it's clear what occurred. He specifically cited Iran as supporting them financially and militarily. And then interestingly, he ends the interview saying, we want all of Hamas terrorists across the world that have been imprisoned, both in the U.S. and Europe, to be freed. The Biden regime did a deal with Iran. They should do a deal with us. So anybody still trying to claim that, other than maybe negligence on Israel's part, which they admit to, You have their reps saying, listen, we didn't join any of these uprisings over 2 years and said our sole focus was governing Gaza. That was not their sole focus. This was always the intent. So I think that, anybody who said otherwise looks like a complete fucking fool today. And, do not trust these people in the future. I mean, this is not, they can point to any corporate media rag they want to in the States, but this is coming out of Hamas's organization's mouth. And it does make sense. If Biden's willing to do prisoner swaps and give $1 billion a fucking head, why do you think Hamas this time decides to take everybody? So, I mean, just literally remember these people who are, that are not objective and have been feeding propaganda one side or the other, because this is something that is looking like it may escalate. And while they cheerlead it, I'll end it with this. And I said it last night. Some of these people seem to hate Jews and Israel more than they love America and themselves, because if this spirals out of control or Israel is forced to launch nukes, the whole world's over. So the same people I sided with for months in regards to Russia, when I believe Putin will not launch nukes if he's threatened, for some odd reason, they don't think that same logic applies to Israel. So these are not serious people. These are partisans or bad faith actors or whatever you want to call them. But in the end, this wasn't a false flag. They preyed on Israel in regards to lulling them into a false sense of security. And then this is what you got. So I'll end with that.
Hey, so I reported on this like last night at 5:00 in the morning. There was that memory video. Do you want me to post it up to the nest, or do you want me to put it in the back channels? What do you want me to do?
Send it to the back channel first.
Also, someone just sent me a very interesting
Israeli
video.
military spokesperson, of course, is once again saying that there was no security incident in the north. That just came through to their alert channel there in Israel. And then just something in U.S. politics, quite briefly to mention: Republicans in the U.S. House are to nominate Steve Scalise to be the speaker.
Yeah, that's expected. He was always the number one contender. He was the number two in line. Yeah, next in line type of thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Someone just sent me a very interesting video. Thus, to answer
No,
your question,
that was it. That's all.
Apparently,
It was just a secondary thing there.
Chet, can you hear Noga? Can you hear Noga, Chet?
Oh no, I can't hear Noga. I'm gonna have to take you down and bring you back
I'm
up.
sorry.
Okay.
Anyway,
I want to say. Hold on. I want to say something to what Prodigal said. I think it's just says a lot. I have to say this. I think it says a lot to be hanging out with people for months and months and months, and then to be able to evaluate a situation based on new information and realize that they're wrong on something. And I don't know why some people can do that and some people can't, but my hat really does go off to you. And I hope I'll be able to do that in a similar situation.
I never said it was a false flag. I mean, I'm very open with my bias, right? I as much as I don't want care for conflict, my only concern is America, and I don't see how Israel falling, being forced to use nukes or anything of that nature benefits it. I don't even see how they can argue, even if Israel was to fall, that Syria, Iran, Iraq, which has militias, and none of these people are going to come back into the Western fold. So all these arguments they're making to me, if they really care about America, makes no sense. Geopolitically, whether they like it or not, Israel, as it exists, is something
Can
that
I just?
any of its destruction really does not.
I want to sharpen. I want to sharpen something. You heard about the Samson choice that the Israelis have?
You can expand.
You heard about that?
Yes, the Samson doctrine.
It was active only once when
Yom Kippur War. Yeah.
When Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir took all the planes up. All the planes were loaded, and they don't call it Samson choice. I mean, I'm not giving any secrets. This was, if you look it up, you're probably gonna find an article or two. I read an article by Alex Fishman, and it was in Yediot Achronot. I don't know how many years ago. And as far as protecting ourselves for us survivor, the survival, like really survival of the whole nation, we are not there yet, and I hope we'll never get there, never ever get there, because we are a nation seeking peace, We are innovative. We are smart. We have wise people. We are Jews. Sorry, I mean, I say it with responsibility because it's shitty to become a shitty Jew. We are good Jews. We really have heart and shama. We care about humanity. We are most of our purpose is tikkun olam, which is rebuilding the world, fixing it, becoming the light to the nations. And obviously, we did it in the last 75 years. I mean, I have receipts for so many things in all fields. Now, our survival right now, yes, we are fighting, we are bleeding, but I can assure you our survival is guaranteed.
No, I'm not saying Israel's survival is threatened. I'm saying these actors who are basically would love for this to expand, for other Arab nations to join, for Israel's very existence to be threatened. They're cheerleading this, not knowing if that scenario did occur, what would occur. And my point is, these are people who, they seem to care more about
I
this.
spoke about
Yeah.
it today about Egypt. Egypt have the strongest land force in the region of tanks, Abrams. They have in the Western Desert, close to Algiers, like and Libya, an unbelievable base. I mean, I don't think in America you'll see that, and it's available on Google. And when you see all those hundreds of Abrams that could be moved very quickly, and there's 16 tunnels that are advertised beneath the Suez Canal. I mean, why do you need every 10 mile a tunnel? I mean, we've seen tunnels. We are aware of all of that.
I know, but most of the people you hear talking about this are not. They're not aware that the Baltic
Well,
pipeline
so that's why those
is all
spaces
for
are
5 months.
important. I mean,
Yeah.
in those spaces, what happened, it's like a distillery. You bring ideas, you bring words, you bring thoughts, theses, and you distill them, and here it is. I mean, what I'm talking to you about, I'm 68 years old. I seen this country, almost from day one. Well, I was born in 55. And I can tell you, it's a miracle in front of my eyes. I've been to the army, I lived in Sinai. I have a long history. Lived in the States for 25 years. And the bottom line, we're here to stay, we're here to flourish. Prime Minister Netanyahu said a few days ago, like 3 days ago, we're going to have a new Middle East, and that's going to include the elimination of Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis in Saudi Arabia. They're on the list, and mainly Iran.
Yeah, I mean, my concern with that is that a third of the energy comes out of the Middle East. The Baltic pipeline is gone for 5 months. It's offline. Like this is, I mean, I don't want to get into the economic issues, but like I am very preferable just for, in my opinion, for Hamas to be neutralized and this not to expand because at that point, Houthis and everything else, they've already launched on UAE and Saudi oil infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. I am not necessarily a proponent of this expanding and escalating to that extent because I think it will collapse the world in certain parts as we head to winter. They're not going to be able to get energy. There's three choke points, right? You're from the area. I know the area well. Suez Canal, Strait to Hormuz, etc. You start closing these off. Already countries already dealing with hyperinflation, decades high inflation. It's going to be bad. So, I mean, I want to be clear. Like
Well,
I said,
you must take another factor. Give me all the minuses. I'm going to give you one plus. The negotiation to having diplomatic relationship with Saudi Arabia includes one incredible boon. Something very sweet. You see, Israel is a bridge between Asia, Europe, Africa. It's a bridge, always been, and this bridge been blocked for long time, almost 80 years. It's been blocked. The railroad is there between Lebanon to Israel. There is a railroad. You go through a tunnel, but then it's blocked. Now, Netanyahu was talking about having a train running all the way down to Eilat, right from Haifa's port, through the Arava, through the Jordan Valley. And Why should it stop in Elat? I mean, let's take it to Aqaba. If you know the map in the area, to Sinai, cross the desert to Saudi Arabia, to the Emirates in Saudi Arabia. And what happened? You became a bridge again. All the goods that are going to come from China and India, anything from the East, or anything
Yeah,
coming
but like
from
I said,
Europe.
all I care about is America, and that doesn't help me. I don't like that the Saudis are meeting with China.
Excuse me?
I don't like that the Saudis are meeting with China's central bankers. Saudis own ethnic and religious conflicts with Iran, Shia, Sunni, their desire to diversify, buying golf tournaments, building cities. Chinese trade doesn't help the U.S.
Yeah, but do you care about the Middle
I
East?
care about the Middle East to the extent I don't want it to blow up the world, and that Israel has the right to defend itself and neutralize
Well, I
Hamas.
tell you what, the world is going to be blown anyway, with it or without it. Look what happens in Taiwan, in Korea. Are you taking us as the
No,
ignition
I'm not. I'm
switch?
saying you're saying as if this engulfs
No,
into
no, no,
multiple
no, no.
regions that
I
this is going
really
to be
want
a
to be
benefit.
clear
If
about it.
that
Sorry,
occurs,
sorry. I'm
millions
sorry.
will die,
I'm sorry.
and that's my
I'm
concern.
sorry. I'm speaking at that tone, but I want you to understand.
I understand it
Look, in
well.
This
here.
space has gotten completely
No,
off
no, no.
I'm
From
from
topic.
my point
Yugoslavia.
of view.
Trust me, I understand
From my
war just
point
as
of
well
view.
as Israel does. Like I'm not some child off the street. I've served. I know war.
I don't think you
We have
are, and
updates. Can we go to the updates? Sorry. I understand you guys, but can we go to the updates, please?
Don't do that, please.
Oh, okay, everybody calm down. It's all good.
So just a wee bit about the comment made earlier about the guys coming down from the north and saying kill the mothers and rape the daughters. It is genuine, but it's not from now. It's actually from
Yeah, I said
2019.
that earlier. I'm going to head out.
Yeah, I know you
But
say it, but
may
I'm
the
just trying
world,
to explain to
may the world
people.
not blow up. Israel
I'm
has a
just
right to
trying to
defend
explain
itself,
to people.
but I'm not
I'm
for
just
turning
trying
the
to put
energy
some
stopping. I'm
context.
sorry.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay, listen. I-24 News said that 110 bodies of
What was that?
Israelis and 103 bodies of terrorists were
I'm
found
so
in
confused.
kibbutz
I
Be'er.
literally stepped away for a second. What just
Chet,
happened?
I don't think you can hear Angela. I don't think you can hear Angela, Chet.
We've lost another person. I can't hear. Angela, I'm going to take it down and bring it back up.
Can you hear
Okay.
me, Chet?
It probably happened when I changed connections for some
I
people.
have
I
a
won't be able
couple
to
of
hear you.
updates
So if you're
actually, if
talking,
you
I
want to
can't
do
hear you.
them now.
Yeah, no, go ahead while I
The
bring down
one is
Angela.
to
Can you hear
answer
me, Chet?
the one is to answer the previous question about why is it that we're having difficulties annihilating the launchers. Someone just sent me a very interesting video that Hamas published showing them launching from within the tunnels. Now the tunnels require more firepower because, well, you need penetrating bombs, and you need to know where they are, and that it's a whole different kettle of fish, because we already flooded some of them. They keep bringing more. At some point, I think they've dug so much that if you just hit it's like a tower of cards. If you just hit them in the right place, the entire strip is going to sort of collapse into itself because they're like ants out there. So that's to answer one question, I think. Oh, and to that, I will add that I have some photographic evidence that the tunnels still have electricity, even though the main power plant has been cut off. So Hamas is proving yet again that they take care of, well, hate before they take care of the people that they're using as human shields to protect from them. Couple of things that
Right. If they wanted, they could put
they could
they
put
could put
their
their civilians
civilians exactly.
in those tunnels
They could
and take the fighters above ground and fight like men, right?
which is
But
how
that's not what they do.
normal people would do that, but that we're not fighting normal
Yeah.
people, are we? No, a couple more things. I don't know if it was already discussed. Cut me off if it was. There was an Egyptian, Turkish, and Qatari call to for Israel, saying that they will fund aid if Israel. If Israel would enable it, because the Egyptians said they were going to bring aid into the strip yesterday, and Israel said, if you try that, we'll bomb you. I don't think it's going to happen, especially after the IDF spokesperson message that you guys read earlier. Israel said that we're at war.
Here's a breaking. Sorry, Noga. Sorry, Noga. Sorry. A bunch of hackers claiming we are controlling the systems of giving the warnings. The warning systems are being taken by hackers. That's what they're saying. They're discussing it right now.
So that was a psychological operation, and basically.
I don't know. I don't know. It could be.
Well, it's more than that. You have to understand that if that is true, that really is a problem because, well,
That's
that system allows normal life in Israel. I mean, you could go outside if you know that you're going to have a relevant time to find shelter if attacked. Now, we've been assuming that Hamas is running out of ammunition to throw at us, but then they came back again strong. Can't say stronger, but definitely strong. If you can't promise Israelis
Wow.
that
I'm just coming
they're
from with
protected,
something.
then they're not going to
No,
be leaving their homes and they're
Noah,
going to
before
shut
we
the country
discussed,
down. That's a real problem.
1 second,
we discussed
Noga.
before. Question for you guys. Anybody who is into high tech and really understands the web. Is it possible that those drones came and threw some devices that can receive Wi-Fi, deliver Wi-Fi, have long life batteries around very, very
Well, no. The understanding
sensitive
is now that
areas?
no drones came through at all. Basically, the entirety of the red the red alerts were caused by what you're saying on your side was a hack. So, if it turns out to have been a hack, then that was an intensive hack to their system and concerning. I'm hoping it's more of an error than a hack, but I mean something of that size. I mean, unless they had a button that just pressed all of those
Chet.
to go off at once, I don't know how
No,
it
yeah,
happened.
this can't possibly be. There are so many of them that were activated on such a level. If each and every one of them are, well, a mistake, this is beyond human error.
It's never happened
I'm just
before,
looking at.
right? In Israel, it's never had there's never been like a random boom red alert mass error like that.
No, and I guess that it would take a couple of, I don't know, watts, minutes, hours to figure out something like that happened because everybody's at higher alert. And like every time a dog barks too loud, then everyone goes into shelter. So like
Guys,
with
there was something in the north, and I saw video of one of the residents filming the sky, and was something there. It wasn't clear what. It was bombing or something. So maybe the hacker just want
no,
to
I understand
make
that,
a
but I'm
name for
seeing a
themselves.
ridiculous. I understand that, but I'm seeing a ridiculous amount of cancellations, and these are very like you wouldn't take hospital departments underground if you didn't absolutely have to. And I'm seeing a lot of this, and the IDF spokesperson is saying it was a glitch, and they're asking to
No,
say
no,
that
it
there
was
is
a
no
human
reason.
error. Say
I want to
straight
interject
human
a minute.
error.
Okay,
Listen. I want to interject a minute. Listen, guys, you're talking about what Herzl said and what Noga is saying. Listen, you have to understand, some things are
I think
going
we're
on,
good.
and
Chet, could you hold on for a second? We need to. I need to. After Noam speaks, I need to clear the room of something. Go ahead, Noam.
okay, so something is going on in the north. We all know it. Okay, so
I
basically
can't
there
hear
was
Stealth or
something.
Gnome. Is Stealth or Gnome talking right now?
Yes.
No,
So
no one was talking. No one
Chet.
was talking. Chet,
you
can you
want
hear
me
him?
to go down?
No, I'm gonna
You
have to
want?
drop it down and bring it back up. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, just a couple of housekeeping. Okay, I'm gonna have to
Is
keep.
Stealth talking right now? Because if so, I
Stealth
can't
is
hear
talking.
her.
Yeah, Stealth is talking.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take her down and bring her right back up. All right, give me a second.
Should we go to Intel Schizo? Should we go to Intel
I
Schizo?
think I'm gonna migrate this space over to my space just to because I'm worried that something's going on with Chet's account. Let's see. Okay, are you taking me down, Chet?
Chet, are you going to take Stealth down?
I thought Stealth might be talking, so I had to pause for a second. So let me go.
She is talking, but she's wondering if you're going to take her down and bring her right back up.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt her in the middle of her talking, so I was waiting for someone else to start talking to do it.
Do we want to go to Intel Schizo, who's been raising his hand for a while?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Go ahead, Intel Schizo.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Real quick, thank you, Chet and Stealth and the other co-hosts over the last few days. You guys have just been doing an amazing job in the space and the hours you guys have been putting in. I don't know how you're getting sleep. My main point I wanted to get to was the question about like the rocket launchers. Like how the hell is Hamas, launching all these rockets? So they have a lot of rocket makes and models, particularly domestically designed with assistance from the IRGC, MLRS systems.
Chet, can you go get Noam, please? He's requesting. I see him down there in the queue.
I already sent him a co-host invite. Did he not see it?
He's out of the space. I don't know why.
Oh, okay, he's here.
Okay, good. Okay. Sorry,
I think
Intel, that I muted you. Just give me a second here. I just want to say a couple of things. Okay. So I've just been getting some outside info. So we're going to be managing the speaker section in a very, very tight way. I need to keep the Israelis and my intel guys and our core group very tight. There's a lot of media listening. We're not going to do any more joking. If we start to get too tired, we'll take an hour break. We'll let the space just open and we'll come back as a group. I just want to get this very clear. A couple of things. This is significant. I've written some notes, just being advised on some topics. So there's basically two large spaces running narratives right now. It's our group and the other group that we've discussed. I want to talk no personal stuff unless there's somebody who's getting actually death threats. Put it in the back channels, or if anybody's in the audience wants to bring up something, put it in a DM to us if there's a concern or something that you're seeing or not. God, I'm getting a lot of WhatsApp calls. Okay. If there is something, if we are discussing a topic like decapitation, the horrific events, we have to have as a group enough of emotional IQ to not shift over to something that is in any ways seemed as comedic or anything like that. We cannot be. We need to take down the temperature of the space, and also there's not going to be any more in between people that come up to speak. So we have to understand that you're disavowing Hamas. There's no like halfway. I'm not going to teach you about why we're trying to convince you of something. That's not what this is about. We're giving pure military intel. We're giving real stories of what's going on. We will discuss the history of what's happening and the players, and that's fine. But we got to keep obviously we don't have just a completely somber discussion all the time. I get it. But there's enough people listening right now, and they're writing extreme amount of and taking extreme amount of information from our space, and we have an actual moral responsibility to report those things. You get it? Okay. So yeah. So let's just start with there. I don't want to be too heavy-handed in anything. We'll talk offline about just clearing the space, but we need to retain the moral high ground like Israel is, both from our space and to explain that's what's happening in Israel as well. And remember, in Gaza, 60% of Gazans support Hamas, but it doesn't mean that they all deserve, to be eliminated. Obviously, we know this, right? So we're still decent people. We want to protect women and children. We just need to keep the moral high ground, and we'll yeah. So, Chet, are you talking? I can't hear you. Okay. So
no,
so
I was
let's
just
go back.
I don't know. No, you go ahead.
So at this point, we just can't have. There are certain speakers that I know and I trust them well, and I vetted them. That if they've gone into Mario's space to deliver a message, which we know it's really hard to complete that, and they come back into our space, I can handle that. But for new people that I've not met before, I can't deal with narratives of crossing the lines. There's got to be a line at some point where you understand that one space is potentially engaging in a mass propaganda of something that we're now being warned it's going to be attacking America. So if there's people in there that don't live in America and they're not patriots and they're not worried about the safety of patriots both in America and in Israel, those for me that's dangerous, because we're seeing threats of them inciting violence in America and having border issues. I'm getting from another working team that certain militias are now very aware of what's happening, and they're concerned that there's going to be insurgency from the border in major cities, and you're going to start to see mobilization in the U.S., whether it be of our own FBI and internal terrorist groups that monitor terrorist groups are going to be observing things, but you're going to start to see militia observing things as well. There's a really high alert for soft targets right now. I just got messaging, and maybe Sin can discuss this again, from large police departments releasing statements about Jewish communities, churches, and other soft targets as well. So I just want to keep it there and keep it clean. And let's go back to Intel. Sorry, guys, that I had, when mommy comes in, she has to sometimes lay things out. But this is more of a strategy in order to keep the moral high ground and be really
It's
transparent.
critical that we do. It's absolutely critical that we do, and critical that, and keep in mind too that as we do report coverage here, it is live, it's in real time, so there are going to be points where we're taking in information, we're telling you where we're getting it from. I want to make that clear too. That's a key difference between here and some other spaces. Is we're going to tell you what the exact source of every piece of information is coming in. So even if those sources get it wrong, then we're going to tell you that they've corrected it, like it was in the case here with the red alert scare that happened. So this is a moving situation,
and I do appreciate the analysis around the red alert scare. Like clearly, either Israel's testing their systems or other country or entities are testing their systems to see how they respond to that as well. I mean, I think Herzl would agree. Sin, Intel, any of my military guys, Noah, anybody, AB. I think you guys would understand the fact that they're testing these systems or they're trying to hack in, or I don't know. We can't presume, but we can do an analysis of why they would do that. Because by creating confusion, by releasing that red alert scare, now people think that it's we've cried wolf, or they're taking things less seriously. And this is a mass campaign, kinetic war, we know, but an insurgency. But they're going to be using.
I see
IG warfare.
Netanyahu's currently addressing the nation.
Okay.
I don't have an ability to access it. Who has Facebook and can access that?
Let me pull it
Should we
up.
try to play that live?
Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone has Facebook, it's on a Facebook event right now. I can't access it.
Hang on. I do.
Angela can get that. Intel, go ahead while Angela's doing that. You can speak afterwards too if she breaks in.
Just on the road, so apologies for bad audio. So for the questions of like, why can't they just blow up the rocket launchers like they is in the IDF? So Hamas has a very wide variety of different rocket types. Everything from like
Where's Netanyahu's speech? Sorry, where is Netanyahu?
Where is it? Because I'm on Facebook, but I'm looking for it. Where is it?
Maybe the official Israel Facebook page, the official government of Israel Facebook page. I'm guessing, or the PMO Prime or the Netanyahu Facebook page.
I looked at the Netanyahu one. Hang on.
Netanyahu Facebook page doesn't have it, which is odd.
Right.
He also,
please.
I'm sorry, but he also usually announces it on his Telegram account, and he hasn't.
I-24 News put it out, so let me just put the link out so maybe someone can use that link and see what's going on behind that link. Let me put
By
it
the
up
way,
to the nest real quick.
getting weird. I mean, it's going to take a while to run this to ground, so this is all unconfirmed. But Cassie Dillon, who joined Chet while you were sleeping, joined us last night in the space, said that she heard from her in-laws in Sfat, which is in northern Israel, a sort of mystical city, Kabbalistic city. In any case, her future in-laws live there, and she says, and she's not a liar, she says that they told her that they saw exploding objects. Just heard from my future in-laws in Sfat. They saw drones exploded in the sky in northern Israel. They are now in bomb shelters praying. So we're getting.
I saw video of this too.
This was tonight or yesterday?
She tweeted this 1 hour ago, and she said just heard. So maybe 90 minutes ago, or whatever. She said just heard from my future in-laws in Sfat. They saw drones exploded in the sky in northern Israel. They are now in bomb shelters praying. So we don't know what's false. We don't know, but she's not lying.
Maybe. You have to remember a couple of things. First of all, there've been lighting bombs going off in the entire area, and second of all, I don't know how much a civilian. I don't know if I could actually identify that the thing blown out of the skies was a drone. I'm not saying they haven't. I'm saying it's not that easy when it's being blown out of the sky to identify it. I'm not saying they were wrong. I'm pretty sure they did see something that was just a little too on the nose of a report.
No, I agree.
Let me add to that.
Chet, is the link up there? Because I don't see it on Facebook at all.
I put the link up in the nest.
I-24 News. I-24 News. Right? Is that where you saw it, Chet? I-24 News?
Yeah, the I-24 News. They have the fb.watch link up there.
So let me add to this conversation regarding the drones that supposedly were there, or hackers supposedly hacking the alarm system. Listen, everything is disinformation and misinformation. There was something in the sky for sure. That's why there was an alarm. People were shooting at it, and the civilians and army people were shooting at the sky. They were filming on Telegram channels, shooting at the sky. Those were the things that they were said being as insurgent in certain places. But you have to understand that there is
So I do have some word that just came out from the White House. Two critical things. 17 Americans are unaccounted for in Israel, so that's beyond the 22 we know are dead. They now know that 17 Americans are unaccounted for in Israel, so we finally have an actual number. We don't know if it's going to be more than that, so probably at least 17. And they said as I said, we may find out that more Americans are being held hostage. And then the White House is also preparing a supplemental funding request to submit to Congress that includes money for Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and the U.S. border
The White
security.
House is currently having a
Really
live press
fast,
briefing, by the way.
really fast. So I do have it up. No one's on there yet, but if BB does come on, I'm going to interrupt and I'll start playing.
Perfect. Thank you, Angela.
Sorry, I had to take a call, guys. So just so you know, our space has gone up all the way the chain of the IDF, all the way up to the Prime Minister of Israel.
Nice.
I just want you to know. So we have a really big response. I'm in shock. We
That's
have a big
awesome. I'm Israel
responsibility.
Chai.
And they are not happy hearing anybody has given any death threats, especially to any women on here at all. And they are not happy. I'll just tell you that much. So
I personally yesterday talked to some Knesset members regarding this space, and tried to bring one of them over here. But still, there's a difference between being in front of a camera and being in front of the space. So many of them, their English is not so very. But I'll find someone. Be sure of that.
We can have a translator. It's fine. We can translate for them.
Can we get?
That
It would be
works.
good if we could get near Barkat. He speaks almost flawless English.
Let me work on it because the people are really careful about their mouth at this point of time in the war.
And that's why we have to be careful too of our mouth. Yeah.
Official personnel will restrain from coming to
Angela,
this
do you
kind
have
of thing.
Netanyahu?
He's not on. It looks
Netanyahu and Gantz, as far as I am hearing, are going to be on channel 14 and all the channels in a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, because he's definitely not on this live.
Okay.
So.
The White House is having a press briefing right now, live. Just let me.
Yes.
Play it, please.
Yeah.
Should I?
Okay.
So we have to listen to Karine Jean-Pierre.
No, it's the other guy.
No. I have any relevant commentary. It should come through my Refinitiv terminal, so I'll let you know if she says anything that's actually relevant.
It's not her,
to
actually.
anything.
It's
is it Kirby?
Yes,
Kirby?
it's Kirby.
It's Kirby. Then I told you. Yeah, I've already told you what Kirby had to say that was relevant, which is the amount of hostages right now. So if he says anything else that's relevant, here he goes. We are actively discussing with Israel the issue of safe passage from Gaza. That's his current.
If you'd like, I can pipe it in live.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. So Senator State Attorney Blinken is traveling to Israel and Jordan October 11th through the 13th. Will meet with senior officials. That's from the State Department right now.
Isn't he in Israel already? Or am I mistaken? Or is he coming back to Israel now?
He just got there. No, he's just getting there now.
So, Chet, on the news that you were talking about earlier about the funding, what's relevant to the U.S.
artillery, counter UAS equipment, unmanned aerial systems, to help Ukraine protect their people against Russian and Iranian drone strikes. We're also announcing additional anti-armor capabilities and more than 16 million rounds of small arms and ammunition. As the Ukrainians continue to wage a very tough counteroffensive, and as winter now fast approaches, we believe that it is absolutely imperative. You heard me say before, time is not our friend, that we continue to do everything we can to help Ukraine succeed on the battlefield and claw back some more of their own territory from Russian units on the ground there. This military aid package that we're announcing today is another important signal of our continued commitment to supporting the Ukrainian people, and it utilizes
So he's
Yeah.
moved on to
authorized
Ukraine now.
during
It sounds like he's moved on to Ukraine at this
presidential
point,
drawdown
unfortunately.
authority. We're obviously going to continue to.
AB, what was your question earlier?
Yeah, just really quick, and then I know Intel Schizo, we interrupted him. So sorry, Intel Schizo. About the news about that you mentioned 5 minutes ago about supplemental funding for Taiwan and Ukraine and Israel, etc. So where that connects to U.S. domestic politics is that the Republicans today have just selected Steve Scalise over Jim Jordan in a pretty close vote. Actually, it was like 113 to 99. Anyway, to be their nominee for Speaker of the House. So in order to move any of that supplemental funding, including what's relevant to this room for the Israel conflict for ammunition or Iron Dome or whatever, they need to have a Speaker of the House. You can't pass any of this shit.
Yeah, that's great.
They're asking questions about Gaza.
We know the numbers actually as of right now, but this individual circumstances are not exactly clear.
This group of 22 was in Israel.
Reliable, your microphone's messed up.
You could certainly consult the State Department. They might have a little bit higher touch because they are in touch, or I know they're trying to be in touch with all the families, but we don't have that information.
I can just quickly, all signs suggest that Israel will begin possible ground invasion relatively soon. I know you talked about safe passage, but has the U.S. done anything to dissuade Israel from moving ahead with the ground offensive? And if it does move ahead, has the president or administration officials directly asked Israel to show restraint in how it goes about such an operation?
We're going to let the Israelis talk about their military operations, particularly in the future tense. I mean, we don't even talk about our operations in the future tense. So I don't want to get ahead of where things are. And I certainly am not going to talk about Israeli military planning. So I'll let them take that. You heard the president talk about this a little bit yesterday, this idea you're asking about restraint. I mean, nobody wants to see any more innocent life lost. None. Nobody, no matter who you are. If you're an innocent civilian, you didn't cause this, you didn't ask for this, and you shouldn't be having to fear for your life. Nobody wants to see that happen. And I think it's important to remind that, especially on the Palestinian side, Hamas is directly endangering their lives, headquartering themselves in hospitals and schools, residential buildings, using the Palestinian people as human shields. They didn't ask for that either. And Hamas doesn't speak for the majority of the Palestinian people or their aspirations for peace and security. I think that's an important place to start this conversation. Unlike the United States, unlike Israel, as the president said yesterday, who have respect for the rule of law and the law of armed conflict and respect for human life. Hamas has none at all. So again, we'll let the Israelis speak for the military operations. Our focus squarely right now in these still early hours, and they are early hours, is to make sure that the Israelis have what they need.
So I just want to clarify the numbers here. I think, Corinne, you just said that 17 Americans remain missing. Is that the latest number? I think yesterday you had said 20. I just want to make sure we're operating off of the same thing.
There is 17 that are missing and 22 that are dead.
And is there anything you can share with us about anything you know about the condition of the hostages? And also, has there been any kind of communication with Hamas, either directly or with our allies or partners, about securing their release? Is there any kind of receptiveness that they've shown even to talking about this issue?
So let me take the second one first. Obviously, we're in discussions not only with the Israelis about what hostage recovery could look like, but with other allies and partners in the region. And there are some countries like Qatar that have open lines of communication with Hamas. So of course we're casting the net wide, as you would expect we would. We want to get these all the hostages back with their families, particularly the American hostages, no question about that. Now where they are and in what condition, no. Sadly, we don't know. And that makes efforts very, very difficult, again, in these early hours. But we don't know. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're all in one group or broken up into several groups. We don't know if they're being moved and with what frequency and to what locations. All of those questions we're working hard to answer.
I understand you're casting a wide net, but has any communication actually been made with Hamas?
I'm just going to leave the answer the way I gave it to you. I think just like in any other case when we're talking about getting Americans home overseas that have been held hostage or wrongfully detained. The less you say out there publicly, the better.
Thank you. And two on this region and one on another in this hemisphere that I know some outlets in this room have questions about. First, on the humanitarian corridor, is it accurate that the Egyptians have rejected calls to allow for one?
I think you'd have to talk to the Egyptian authorities on that.
Talks continue, or
we believe that safe passage is important, and we want to see a safe passage corridor opened up. We also believe it's important that humanitarian assistance have a way to continue to get to the Palestinian people. And as Jake mentioned yesterday, we're in active discussions with the Israelis and with the Egyptians about that.
There's, of course, this ongoing intelligence assessment and now political debate over Iran, what it knew, what it may have done to support Hamas in all of this. Even if there's no direct evidence linking Iran to this specific attack right now, does the U.S. believe Iran needs to pay some kind of a price or needs some kind of retribution for having supported Hamas all along up to this point?
I mean, the question almost, and I'm not picking on you, Ed, but it implies that that we're just now waking up to the fact that they've been supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist networks. Hamas is one of the most highly sanctioned terrorist networks on the planet, largely because of what we've been doing here in the United States to target them. And Iran, my goodness, just since the beginning of this administration, we have sanctioned some 400 plus entities with more than 40 different sets of sanction regimes, 30 of those just this past year alone. We've increased our military presence in the Gulf region because of their attacks on maritime shipping. We have added additional sanctions because of their support to Russia and the fact that they're still providing drones and technology to Mr. Putin so he can kill innocent Ukrainians. And now we've added our military capability. We've added to it from a naval perspective in the Eastern Med. So nobody has turned a blind eye to Iranian destabilizing behavior. Now, I think what you're trying to get at is this particular set of attacks. What Jake said yesterday still holds. We obviously recognize that there's broad complicity here by the Iranians. I mean, because of the longstanding support to Hamas. Hamas wouldn't have been able to function at all had it not been for propping up by the Iranian regime. But we haven't seen any specific evidence that tells us they were witting, involved in the planning, or involved in the resourcing and the training that went into this very complex set of attacks over the weekend.
There's one other, I mentioned an issue here in this hemisphere that there are outlets in this room I know curious about. There have been several days now of protests in Guatemala that have essentially locked down parts of the country amid the ongoing protracted, difficult presidential transition. Just curious if you can give us a sense of how the U.S. is monitoring that and whether it has any message for protesters who continue to hold up some parts of society that have blocked gasoline and food shipments to parts of the country.
We certainly aren't going to involve ourselves in internal Guatemalan politics. We obviously believe in free and fair elections. We believe in democratic voices. And we certainly believe in the right of peaceful protest. People should have the right to protest, whatever they want to do, as long as they do it peacefully and in a way that doesn't put others in harm. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. John, you mentioned wanting to avoid actors in the region taking advantage of this. Can you give us a sense of who you think might take advantage of this that you're worried about?
I think there's a, unfortunately, long list of actors in the region that are hostile to Israel. Hezbollah is one of them. And you know, we've been watching with concern some of the rocket attacks that have come across the northern border of Israel from Lebanon, which obviously were coming from Hezbollah. So we're clearly concerned about that.
Concerned about Iran as well.
We're always concerned about Iran. And Iran's hostility to Israel doesn't need any reaffirmation by us. It's out there plain to see. So yeah, of course we're concerned about Iran.
You mentioned the humanitarian corridor, but more just staying on the topic of the humanitarian issue. What can be done, or what is the U.S. doing to prevent a humanitarian crisis in Gaza? The situation now about power, water, and food.
Yeah, as I said, we believe that humanitarian assistance is important for the Palestinian people that live in Gaza, and we are going to continue to pursue options to make sure that they get that humanitarian assistance.
Yeah, so is the U.S. in conversation with the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian community here in the U.S.?
We have been routinely in communication with the Palestinian Authority. There's not meetings or discussions, in recent hours that I can speak to. But we have long maintained an open line of communication with them.
Does the U.S. also condemn perhaps potential war crimes Israelis are committing in Gaza, against Gaza?
Well, our focus right now is making sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against these attacks.
If I could ask you first just about something that you referred to, which is the reported incursion into northern Israel. There have been reports from the IDF. Do you have any new information to share on that? There were reports of paragliders initially. Any other additional information about that?
I've seen the reports. We've taken a quick look at them. We are not in a position to corroborate the validity of them. We have what I talked about with Jeff was rocket attacks that we know have occurred in recent days.
And if I can, I just want to ask you separately about these hostages right now. Presumably 22 dead, at least 17 held hostage. Not only the number of dead
No,
rise.
17 that we know are missing.
Excuse me.
And that number will fluctuate. It could rise, it could go down. I mean, as people maybe they're found safe and sound. So
Understood.
it's 17 today.
Understood. So about those who remain hostages right now, has the president ruled out sending any American forces of any kind in Gaza at any time to help secure their release if necessary to get them out safely?
We haven't made any policy options or operational decisions with respect to hostage recovery at this time. We are active. We haven't made any decisions about hostage recovery at this time. We just don't also have enough information, Peter, to be able to make decisions like that. But you heard Jake yesterday say, and the president has said, we'll do everything we can anywhere around the world to make sure that Americans held hostage have a path home and to be safe with their families. So we're keeping to Mary's question, obviously we're casting the wide net. We're also keeping the options wide open right now as we get more information, but we just don't have enough granularity to be able to fine tune those options.
Has the president spoken to any of those unaccounted for or any of those Americans dead?
I know that the State Department has been in touch with most of the families of those that we know have been killed. I don't know if they've talked to all of them. I have no conversations from the White House to speak to.
Thank you.
What's the level of concern that American troops who are stationed in the Middle East might be a target of Iran or some proxy forces? And are there steps being taken to secure military installations?
Well, sadly, I mean, our troops in the Middle East are well familiar with the ebb and flow of security concerns for force protection. I mean, it's just part and parcel being deployed there. And it's never not a concern for commanders in the region when it comes to force protection, because some other event somewhere else could absolutely have repercussions for you and your troops. So without speaking to specifics, never do that. What the force protection measures look like, they change all the time. They certainly are adapted to the situation, and the Defense Department will and of course be able to speak to what they're doing.
And are you seeing any evidence of potential domestic threats that people might be inspired by these attacks to do harm here in the U.S. to synagogues or anything?
I know of no specific threats here domestically, based like a spillover effect of what's happening between Israel and Hamas. I know of no specific threat streams here to speak to. But you heard the president talk about this yesterday. We're not going to assume anything. But because of the rise of anti-Semitism around the world, and certainly here at home, it makes perfect, prudent sense that we take the kind of action we have taken with local and state authorities to increase our intelligence posture, domestic intelligence posture, and to make sure that we're properly prepared to deter and disrupt any potential violent threat to the Jewish community here at home. And I think you'll hear the president talk about this a little bit more today.
Jackie, and then we'll go to Thank you, Corinne. John, this was a intelligence failure. Who bears responsibility for that?
You know something, Jackie? There's going to come a time when it's appropriate for us to take a look back retrospectively and see what the intel picture showed us or didn't show us, whether there's any gaps that need to be closed. There's going to be a time for that. And I suspect that our Israeli counterparts will do the same thing. Now's not that time. It's just not that time.
Can you speak to the reports that Israel was warned by Egypt?
I can't.
McCall from Foreign Affairs made that allegation this morning, saying that that was something that members were told on the Foreign Affairs Committee. So has that been discussed at all, or is that something you're looking into?
I can't speak to specific intelligence matters. Again, there will be a time to look back at this, as we always do, and we will. Right now, we're sharpening the intelligence gathering and cooperation and sharing with Israel, as we should, since they're involved in active operations, and we're making sure that they get the tools they need.
Can you define what the direct link is when you guys talk about Iran not being involved, no direct link? What do you consider to be a direct link?
So what I'm referring to there is any evidence that we have that they were knowledgeable of and aware of these particular attacks. Now, of course, as Jake said yesterday, that they were obviously have been broadly aware of Hamas's hostility to Israel and to some of the broad planning that Hamas would do. But we haven't seen anything that tells us they knew specifically date, time, method, that they were witting to this. We haven't seen anything that tells us they specifically cut checks to support this set of attacks, or that they were involved in the training. And obviously, this required quite a bit of training by these terrorists, or that they were involved in any directing of the operation. So again, I'll get to your. I promise I don't wait. I'm not trying to, monopolize the time here, but it's not we're not one and done here either. We're going to continue to look at the intelligence stream and see if it leads us to a different conclusion. All I can do is be honest with you about the conclusions we're coming to today, and we just haven't seen that.
You kind of answered my follow-up, which is,
is
it the position of the administration that at this stage Iran was not involved? I guess my question is, how can we know that this was in the planning for over a year and within a few short days say that Iran was not behind it?
Because that's what we think. Because we've been looking at it.
Is the position that
what we think now? Again, we have not
come up with a reply. It's crazy.
Specific.
The fuck was it? That was a terrible reply.
Specific sets of attacks. That doesn't mean that. Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to keep looking at it. The book's not closed on it. We're going to keep looking at that. But that's just where we are right now.
All right, we're going to move on. Go ahead, Amina.
I'm sorry to yammer on the Iran thing, but just briefly, what did Iran know?
We'll try and get to it.
Sorry, what did Iran know and when did they know it? Where are we now? Where's the White House now on what they knew, when they knew it about this attack?
I think I'd give you the same answer I gave Jackie.
Moving on to China, the foreign minister is coming to DC soon. Just wondering if what's on the
Okay, they're moving on to China, so we can pause.
Reliable. Prospects.
Back until they come back. We did have some other alerts coming across from the Israeli soldiers are reported to have identified a number of terrorist vehicles near the town of Nir Am in southern Israel, after which they were able to direct the fire of a nearby tank with the 401st Brigade, causing the destruction of the vehicles and the death of 3 terrorists in that area. That's one thing I have crossing my wires. Let's see what else we have. Hamas is once again launching rockets at southern Israel. That's of 18 seconds ago. There are now 3 launches of rockets in the last 10 minutes. Prior to the 9 p.m. barrage of rockets at Sderot and surrounding areas. And then we also have an additional to that, the IDF saying that it is conducting massive retaliatory airstrikes right now in Gaza. From some of the events we saw earlier today. So right now, once again, we have more red alerts down in the southern Israel from Hamas, which I do still think the most interesting thing we heard about the Hamas rockets today was the one that made it all the way to, what was the name of that town again, AB?
Hofa Carmel.
Hofa Carmel.
Right. The one that made it all the way there, which was, I think, the furthest we've seen a Hamas rocket reach, correct?
One of the furthest, yes.
Okay.
I'm interested. Do we know because so far I'm hearing some of the stuff, some of the attacks or whatever from the north are being claimed by Hamas too. Do we know if that rocket came from the north or the south? I guess is the question.
The south. I saw reports it came from the south.
Sorry,
Say
but
again?
we know that there's a Hamas, shall we say, contingents in up north as well. I mean, we keep giving them different names, but we know that they are there. Even if it came from the north, it's still coming from the same organization.
Well, no. This time we literally
No,
have
but it has no
Hezbollah.
go. It has different implications whether it comes from the north or whether
make
No,
it
that.
comes
I
from the
I
south.
agree. It's just that I think that making the differentiation if it came from Hamas North and Hamas, it's still
Well,
Hamas,
no.
okay?
Hamas. It wasn't Hamas North in this case. With the rockets that came from the actual rockets that did come from the north.
You're rubber
So
banding, Chet. You're rubber
now
banding.
they
Yeah.
obviously are almost the same
Could you
organization
repeat the
themselves
last couple
too.
sentences?
I said Hezbollah took full responsibility for the rocket launches into the north of Israel. Besides that one that we're talking about that launched all the way from the south to the city in the north. The other rocket launches that happened earlier around 2, 3, 4 a.m. Over here on the west coast were
And
all
those were
Hezbollah
officially claimed.
rockets.
Those were officially claimed by Hezbollah. Okay. Just in sort of going back to the horror of the war news, just some crazy shit going around. Just saw, which I will not post to the nest, but I did retweet it. I don't know if I should or not. I'm constantly evaluating whether I should retweet this shit. Video coming from one of the southern communities that was taken over by Hamas. Happened to be of black women. Not that it matters, but
So AB,
yeah.
if there's something that you think is questionable, just DM it privately to me. You don't even have to put it in the group if you
No, it's
find
real.
it.
It's real. It's real. It's definitely
No.
real.
I don't mean it's real. I mean questionable whether or not you think it's appropriate to post. So I just want to
Oh
create
yeah,
some
no, I
clarity
agree.
around that.
I agree. I didn't. So I
Okay.
didn't post it in the nest or anything. But anyway, the video shows like it's just fucking like every day. Like the video shows black women. It's like a video. The camera pans over the woman's dead body. She's not wearing underwear, and she's been burned alive. So these women were raped, and then burned alive, and you can see them protecting their face or whatever from the fire. Their face was not completely charred. Their body was. Just fucking crazy shit. Like absolutely crazy shit.
AB, that's circulating. That picture's been circulating now for 2 days. AB, so just AB, check your private DM for me real quick.
Okay,
One of the
Okay,
things I've seen that's just really been disturbing to me, though, is what Israel chose to release images of the family that was burned alive in their vehicle by Hamas, and it's literally triggering for someone like me with PTSD to see something like that. But that is it has to be seen by the world what sort of atrocity has happened here, so people understand the true brutality and demonic nature of the people we're dealing with in Hamas.
So I just sent in the private DMs from Adam Bilia. If anybody can bring him into the group, I mean to the to the space, but it's a video from IDF commander of the undercover special forces. It's posted 2 hours ago. I want to play that audio. I sent it. If anybody has a second device, it's in the back channels right now.
I
And
can play it. I can play it.
And I appreciate it. And I'm getting also communications from my medical freedom physicians that are like world famous physicians saying that they've been to certain other spaces and they cannot believe what they're hearing in other spaces. They thought people.
This is an interesting statement from Kirby.
friendly.
Sorry, Stealth. I'll let you go right after this. This is an interesting statement from Kirby. He just said, "We have not seen another actor try to intentionally widen the Israeli-Hamas conflict, yet literally today we saw Hezbollah do that. I'm a little bit confused by that statement."
The level of denial. I mean, while at the same time we need to.
Should I play the audio?
They're probably in negotiations. Yeah, I think they're probably in negotiations. AB and Chet, and that's why that.
Yeah.
Can
the audio of what, Reliable? What was that?
Are you paying
It was the spokesman of the IDF Special Forces.
Undercover special forces, but it's in
was
Arabic.
Was that Arabic? Was that Arabic?
Yeah, I can read the
It's
captions to you, but it's he's speaking in Arabic.
Yeah, can you read the captions?
Sure. Let me lower the volume of this real quick. It's so loud.
And we should invite Reese into the space because she's a fluent Arabic speaker.
Yeah, I guess you should. This way she can translate it in real time, and I can play the original message.
But there's subtitles, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna play it right now. Okay, let me start from the beginning. Here we go.
بوجه رسالة خاصة لقادة حماس وقواته القوة.
Okay, let me read that. I'm delivering this message to Hamas leadership and units. Right? Next.
قواته القوة ليست بالكلمات أو
The power isn't in babbling and brutality,
التصرفات العنيفة بل الاستمرار
but in completely wiping out without stopping.
توقف وقتل العدو. لا
There's zero difference between you and ISIS.
بين داعش ونهايتكم
You will be more brutal. Your end will be more brutal than ISIS.
ستكون أصعب بكثير منهم. نحن قوات
We are
الأمن
the
الخاصة
special
والجيش
forces and IDF.
الإسرائيلي. سوف
We'll
نعلمكم
teach you a
درسا
lesson
لأيامكم
that will last for
القادمة.
generations.
أبواب
The
النار
gates of hell have opened for you. That's it.
Damn, that
So
was
Noam,
that was very aggressive sounding. Just the
yeah,
tone. Forget
yeah.
the word. Yeah.
And I just
Noam,
posted up to the Nest some footage
Chet,
from the
hold on.
latest rocket barrage. Oh,
Chet,
yeah.
hold on. Noam, can you just explain having somebody from the undercover commando unit like that make that statement? Could you just explain the gravity of that for us, please?
Well, basically, usually those people, as you can see, is behind the cover of its face because for national security reasons. But they rarely, seldomly state statements of any kind. These people are doers; they're not talkers. So basically, if he came out and is speaking in Arabic, he's not speaking to us. He's speaking to the decision makers. They probably know who he is and what he does for a living. So this is really a major
I can
statement
hear
to
the
them.
joy in your voice, Noam.
Yeah, they've got a
No, I'm not
story
smiling because I
that's
know
No,
I know where he's going. I know where he's going, and I know what I can understand what he's
Yes, he's
telling
basically
them.
telling them their end is near.
it's somebody. There's somebody.
Reliable, was that you?
Moody's is now saying that the credit rating agency is saying that the Israel-Hamas conflict could have implications for Israeli debt that they rate, and a prolonged conflict could durably and significantly impair the economic activity and policymaking, which would test the resilience of Israel's sovereign credit profile, which means that Moody's could, of course, cause their bonds to be affected by such rating changes.
Okay,
So
I
this
was
is what
I was asked not to swear, so I'm going to say shut the bleep up, Moody's. Thank you.
Moody's is trying to intervene as usual with the past year and a half about all the rating company. They're trying to do some political move and financial move and diverse our attention instead of to the war to the financial implication of the war. But listen, Moody's, we have an objective here. We are at war, so F you.
Yeah, and it's not even a credit change. I mean, I follow these things. It's not even a credit change. It's discussing the potential for a change in outlook in the future. Just shut up. Do your report and talk.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead.
them literally just trying to have an impact on Israel's bonds themselves just by making that statement to the markets, which is bullshit to me. Yeah.
Okay, so I brought this up since the J.P. Morgan statements and then Warren Buffett statements. It's the fourth day in a row, and I've said it for like the last 3-4 months. They're trying to break the markets over there because for many reasons. Because the more financially independent Israel becomes, it's more of a threat to the narrative that Israel is financially supported by America, which is not true. The second thing is it is a way to buy in cheap and low, and there's certain entities that would love to do that, including Bill Gates. And then thirdly, it's to disrupt the fact that we are going to be a technological leader above and beyond chip manufacturing with Taiwan. And we are giving China a run for their money, and they know this. And that's the concern. And so that infrastructure can be weakened by people that just want to financially grift, but then create a narrative of panic to dissolve things. Also, I was going to say something before, and I got interrupted several times. When I start to get DMs from some of the largest physicians in the world, in the medical freedom movement and in the regular medical movement, saying that there's other spaces that they're shocked that people that they have communicated with before are spinning certain narratives, that's how you know it is going to mainstream media. This is significant. And so that's very significant to be discussed. I mean, that's that's spreading through multiple areas. So Intel, you got dropped down. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to add him.
Okay,
Let's
also
see.
Tamir is here. I'd like to bring Tamir
Tamir
up.
is here. If we can bring Tamir up, I would appreciate
Yes,
it.
yeah. I'm gonna work on that right this second. Give me 1 second.
Guys, I've got a story from Ofakim.
Let me rotate out here.
It
Let me
says
work on that.
1
Give me a
week
second.
before the attack, a man from Gaza that was working in yeshiva in Ofakim was going to know if he can come to work, and in the conversation, he asked if the young
Sorry
boys
to
will be
interrupt,
there.
Noam. I don't see Tamir. Oh, there he is. Okay, there he is. Okay.
Are you hear me?
Yes. Go Shneur. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
He asked them if the young boys will be in the yeshiva in the time of Simchat Torah where the attack was. Just now they realized that actually got the information to attack the yeshiva in Ofakim. Thank God they didn't get there.
Where?
Ofakim.
Shneur, can you send me the? Can you DM it to me in the back channels? Are you in the back channel?
They removed me yesterday.
Why was?
No,
why
I
was
don't think
Shneur
he was.
removed?
I don't think he was removed from our back channel. Someone add
Sure.
him to
I'll
our
put
back
you
channel.
there.
Okay.
I'll add
It was
you.
it was in stealth. He was talking about Ofakim in the south, where this I didn't hear all the details of what he was saying, but it occurred in Ofakim
I
in
will
the
ask
south.
you. I will
One of
send you the source.
Statement out from the Turkish presidency right now saying Turkey's Erdogan tells Algerian counterpart in call that aim is to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict through talks before it spreads to other countries.
Okay.
So I want
Tamir is
to
here.
listen from Tamir if we can.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Tamir.
Hi guys, good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you, Tamir?
Good evening.
Well, it's really hard. It's really hard. Like the stories the views are starting getting out, and then we start to see the horrors of what's happened on Saturday. And I'm third generation to Holocaust survivors, and I never in my life I even imagined that I will see something like that, like these stories that I've heard from my grandparents, beheaded babies, women that got raped, people who set on fire alive. I think I'm trying to think in the practical way. We can sit here and talk and share the feelings and the news every evening, every day, 24 hours in a day. But the question is, what next? And since we all know how things are working, and we know that with all the consensus in the international community right now around Israel's right to defend itself, we know that there will be some moment when this support will start to decrease, and in some point it will switch, and then the international pressure on Israel to stop the war will get stronger and stronger. And I'm thinking, what is our responsibility now? What is our responsibility toward Israel? What is our responsibility in front of our governments and our friends and neighbors around us, and everyone in the country where he is right now? And I'm thinking that there are two things that we are trying to do now. I'm just would say a few words about what I'm doing. I'm working in Action and Protection League for Europe. This is a pan-European organization that's combating anti-Semitism. I'm Foreign Affairs Director of this organization, so I'm leading the office in Brussels. Next week, I'm planning to go to Strasbourg, where the European Parliament will take place. and we're working right now on two things. First of all is suspension of the EU funding to the Palestinian Authority. This is something that we're talking about for a long time, that the Palestinian education system, the formal and the informal education system, full of anti-Semitic content, incitement for violence, incitement for hatred, for killing Jews. I saw some post, and maybe it's hard to say it, but it's so true. I saw some post today morning that say the innocent children, the Palestinian innocent children of 2014 are the killers of 2023. When you have population that raise its children, the next generations, generation on generation after generation, teaching them to hate Jews, teaching them for anti-Semitism, teaching them glorify terror and terrorists. These are their national heroes, the terrorists. As much as you kill Jews, you will be more glorified and praised. And when you raise generations after generations on this methodology, what we saw today should not surprise anyone. But the question is where is our responsibility? Germany and Austria already suspended the funding to the Palestinian Authority. We are trying now to push the EU to do so as well. We have some challenge because the Hungarian Commissioner Oliver Varhey already declared that he will suspend immediately the funding. We are talking about almost 700 million euros that the EU should send to the Palestinians.
No, I'm sorry, I need to stop you there because that has been blocked in the sense that Verhali, who is the one responsible for the funding, has said they were going to review it, but then Borrell, who is, I guess, the foreign minister, already said that. Yeah, so it's complicated. It's also complicated because it's not sure that Borrell can actually stop what Verhali is doing, and Verhali is the one holding the press strings at the moment. Also, you have to understand the way that the funding works is that very little of it actually goes directly to Palestinians. A lot of it is invested in, well, about 30 million of last year's budget, which wasn't spent yet because it was only approved, I think it was December of 22, was dedicated for Hamas infrastructure. And I don't think that's happening anymore. There was a very large, I think it was almost $500 million budget for like 10 years for creating water and waste management infrastructure in the Gaza Strip. It's a program that's been going on for a few years now, and it has a lot of international funds going into it in addition to the European funds. I'm pretty sure, whether Borrell likes it or not, that was stopped. It makes very little sense to build infrastructure in the Gaza Strip right now. But most of the other funding doesn't really go to the Palestinian Authority. Unfortunately, it also doesn't go through the rigorous process they used to have in place to make sure it doesn't go to terror. And at least in East Jerusalem, we know for a fact that they are supporting terrorists. So at the very least, I hope that the Verhali call to do this will get the European to reconsider at least the parts where they're funding. They are actually giving money to terrorists in Jerusalem. They just put it in very interesting framing. And none of this is secret, by the way. Guys, go look at the European funding plan for budget year of 2022. It's honestly, if it wasn't mine, I would laugh at it. But they're providing funds for people who are arrested by Israel. They call it arbitrary arrests, but honestly, how arbitrary could it be if you went through the system and then you were given what do you call it? What do you call it when you no? What do you call it when instead of jail time you do that you went through the trial and and you
Conviction,
were convicted, but instead of going to jail, you have to do
community
you
service.
serve the community service. That's right.
There you
So
go.
if you did all of that and you got community service, and it doesn't matter to the Europeans if it's because of anything, whether it's throwing rocks and whether it's hitting your sister or whatever it is that you did, you're going to get funding from the European Union. And so funny thing is, the Europeans actually started this program in 2018. And then they have this Gantt where you have plans for what you're going to do with the money. And then the target of this particular funding program was to have as few underage minors in Israeli custody. 2021 comes around and they look at it and they see they almost doubled the number of children, or rather young adults, because it's people between the age of 12 and 16 that are doing this. So instead of realizing that they're funding terror and they're sending more children into the system because now they know that their families are going to be supported, the Europeans decided to change the plans. So now the target isn't to have as few people as possible in Israeli custody. And again, these are people who went through the criminal system. No. Now the plan is to support as many people as possible with the European funding. So they've adjusted, just not in the right way.
Couple quick headlines that have crossed here from Kirby. He stated that currently the United States is running out of runway on its ability to support Israel and Ukraine using its existing appropriations. And then another statement by Kirby, he said a little bit of more clarification on the hostages. Of the 17 Americans missing in Israel, they believe the number held hostage is less than a handful, at least at this time, although that could still go up. And then they said, of course, that the number of Americans killed in Hamas could still go up. And that was Blinken who's made that statement.
They said that the U.S. and Qatar are making agreements for a hostage transfer. Have you guys seen this?
Isn't it from yesterday? There were some
That was from
discussions about it
yesterday.
yesterday.
I think that Hamas will not go to any hostages agreement right now, any hostages deal right now, because the hostages right now they are the safety. They would ensure that the protection of Hamas right now from total annihilation. This is my opinion. They know they know that as long as they holding the Israeli hostages, Israel will not attack with full power.
Okay, so somebody just said that how many hostages did they say were left? Did somebody say
according to what I heard, he was talking about 17 and 22 killed.
Kirby said of the people missing, he's saying, take it with many grains of salt, is less than a handful, I believe was the phrase used, right?
Correct, less than a handful.
But 17 missing and 17
missing, yes.
And 22 killed. But I want to bring an issue up.
Wait,
he said their priority is to free the American first.
Herzl, hold on one second.
Hold on. I want to get clarity. Is this of American hostages or total hostages?
American. But hold on, I really want to bring a point.
Okay, yeah.
Hamas or the Arabs or whatever, they have a way of dealing. Either we're going to do a deal on all the hostages and not peace work. Not the American first, maybe some French, I don't know, Italians, all of them together. Now, women and children and older people, they're supposed to release without any deal. That's according to their religious law. But if they're going to do peace work, American first, and leave another, I don't know how many Israelis in there, or other nationalities, that brings up a problem to Israel. In other words, you want and that's what I got from his words. I mean, he said it's their priority to get the Americans out. He didn't say all the hostages.
I'm not worried about those talking points, because by initiating conversations and by identifying where they have hostages, and the communications, it can lead to us finding others. So there's going to be coordination. Until I hear Israel having a negative response about that comment, and listen, they're doing their State Department work. We're going to do our work. Most of them are dual citizens anyways. So I'm less concerned about that. And I'm telling you, there's got to be coordination from our rescue services and the Israeli teams. There's no way there's not. Okay, so that I'm going to let's focus on the positive side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody that we remove will get intel from the people that we get out about where perhaps the other people have gone. Maybe they'll identify faces. Maybe we'll see movements. Maybe we'll hear conversations that they can hack into systems, communications between local like different groups that are holding the hostages, may be communicating on the same radio, I don't, or signal or whatever it may be. It's not my area of expertise, but I just say take one at a time, however we can. And I'm sure there's coordination. I'm less worried about that, and I'm more worried about an accurate number, and that nobody's been moved under tunnels over to Egypt from the Gaza side. So I have said it from the first day. My worry is about the hostages being removed out of country and brought into Egypt, and then God knows where, and even brought to Qatar, and who knows, or to
I
Iran.
think that may be why the tunnels out of Gaza were bombed, and they were yesterday, or even the day before that.
So that's impossible, because we know that the wealthy Hamas people and Gazans were shuttled from Gaza into Egypt, and that's still ongoing. So unless
I'm sorry, that's actually important for me to understand, because I understood that it was something that was in the works, and then at some point it stopped because Israel had bombed it. And it's new to me that it's still going on.
So Noga, I have Intel is raising his hand. He may have a response to that. I want to go back to Tamir, because he was cut off regarding the funding stuff that you had brought up. So let's go back to Tamir. I want to hear what his efforts are and what's going on and what the thought process is. And because I know we don't have him for a long time, and everybody's very emotionally drained. I just got DMs from other people in Israel that they're going to funerals for their son's friends, and they're so angry and emotionally exhausted they don't even trust themselves to come on a space. So
they had to recruit on that point, Stealth. They had to recruit hundreds of yeshiva school students studying in seminaries or other schools to dig fresh graves, because they don't have enough grave sites ready.
Yeah, I know.
And here's a breaking. There is negotiations for foreigners that's living in Gaza to go out. Negotiations for foreigners that lives in Gaza to go out.
They might be dual citizen American Palestinians. That's probably, or
but there's probably all kind of nationalities in there. Not a lot, but
How many nationalities do live in Palestine?
How many?
Look, there is. I know that the Italians.
Well, let's go back. The Italians have people. They have a lot. Let's go to Tamir really quickly, and then we'll go back to this concept. If that's okay. Is that okay, Tamir?
Oh, I just was saying on this matter that the EU took one day to adopt sanctions against Russia after the Russia invasion in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine started in February 24, 2020. On February 25, the European Union already adopted sanctions against Russia.
The European Union had a lot of sanctions going on against Russia even before.
Noga,
they had
please
not interrupt him.
Noga,
I can't.
Noga,
Sorry.
listen.
Sorry.
We're trying to hear Tamir now. We're trying to hear Tamir now. Okay,
I put her in a
Tamir
timeout.
speak.
Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead, Tamir. The only person that's going to fight with the men on this space is going to be me for now. Go ahead, Tamir.
Tamir, can you hear us? Go ahead. We want to listen to what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I can talk. No, I'm just saying that to emphasize the hypocrisy of the European Union, that they rushed to put sanctions. It's true that they had some sanctions before, but the sanctions before were not on Russia itself, but on the so-called the Russian territories that took over in Ukraine as the Crimea and such. But yeah, they rush, and I'm not going to say if it was good or bad. This is not the case. I'm just saying that when the European Union wants, that they can apply effective actions against aggression and against aggressive powers very, very fast. and imagine what consequences that the sanctions on Russia had on the European economy. Very hard consequences, and still they took these sanctions one day after the war broke out. Here we're talking about the fifth day after the biggest terror attack ever made in human history, and yes, it's a bigger terror attack than 9/11. I said it yesterday or 2 days ago when I came up to speak. And it's getting even worse because the numbers are just climbing. We're now over 1,200 victims in this terror attack, and victims per capita. We are talking about the biggest terror attack in human history. Bigger than 9/11, bigger than the terror attacks, of course, in Paris in 2014, in London, in Madrid, everywhere, even more terror attacks against the Yazidis communities in Iraq, where you had some terror attacks that 500 people were killed. This is huge numbers and catastrophe in every criteria and every parameter. And the European Union doesn't have I don't know even, how to say it, the dignity, the honesty, the moral, the basic moral
Moral integrity.
integrity. This is the word that I look for. To take any effective action against the aggressive power here, and there is no doubt who is the aggressive part, who is the aggressive power here. This is a big shame for the European Unions. This is a big shame for the Western world, in my opinion. And this was my message. First of all, wherever you are, push your government to take effective actions. And the most effective actions right now is, first of all, economic pressure on the Palestinians. You cannot separate between Gaza to the West Bank anymore. When you see the support of the Palestinians from the West Bank as well, and the Palestinian Authority as well, who didn't condemn this barbaric attack so far, it's you cannot separate between the two. They call themselves Palestinian people, Palestinian nation, or whatever. You have to treat them as one collective, as they treating themselves as one collective. This is first thing, and the second thing that I wanted to say is regarding all the pro-Hamas demonstrations around the world. And unfortunately, when we see, for now, as much as I saw, there were more pro-Hamas, anti-Israeli demonstrations in the West than pro-Israeli demonstrations, and this is a red card for the free world, because, and I will say one sentence and then here I will finish. The people who demonstrating today and support a murder of innocent Israelis, there will be the same people who will operate the terror attacks against Americans, against Europeans, and against any other people around the world. If they support today murder of innocent Israelis, tomorrow they will operate terror attacks against your people, against your countries. Open your eyes and take an action against these people as well. They are a big threat on your countries. That's all.
Tamir, I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that. Noam, did you want to say something? I wanted to make a comment to Tamir. Tamir, in America, not only do we have an open border, but we've had foreign spy issues with Iran with this current administration, and it's been of concern to us because of the money that was given. And when the Iranians had said, basically we can clear up our national debt and reinforce our military finances by kidnapping another 12 Americans. I thought that would be a turning point for Americans in America, but that wasn't enough. We now have Americans kidnapped and killed in Israel and from other countries. The reason why you're hearing, and you know this, in Europe, that they're afraid to say anything because they literally have a problem with their mass migration. And the UK, France, Italy, Spain, Ireland, I mean, all of those countries are Sweden, Netherlands, they all are at very high alert about upsetting the people in their country of Islamic descent, because they've seen what happened in France, they've seen terrorism. Belgium, look at that, for example. And that is why you're seeing the EU being very passive about this, because they're actually afraid. They're very afraid. And in America, Abbas, the head of the Hamas from Qatar, said to have jihad in America, to do terrorism in America. He announced it this morning. I mean, it's insane. And we have organizations in this country that are allowing the organizations in this country on the left, the BLM, the Antifa, now the pro-Palestinian movement, are so well funded and so organized. Like us on the right, we want to go to work, make money, have a nice life, buy a house. We're not like indoctrinating our children into anything but like going to school and being productive society. They have a ground movement that's so heavily funded by NGOs and by other organizations that we may not even be aware of, and to cause social disruption in this country as well. And if you see, we have people going to one person is here that went to some of the protests. It's shocking. They're saying death to America, death to Israel. They're questioning any reporter that goes there. Are you a cop? Are you a federal agent? Are you this? Yeah, there should be cops and federal agents, because if terrorism is going to happen, God forbid, these things need to be monitored. That's not a problem. But the fact that they're so well structured and they've aligned, and the BLM organization in this country has tripled down saying that they support Hamas terrorism, and the rhetoric that's going out is highly, highly concerning. And it's definitely a wake-up call for America. And we have to assess things like soft targets here, and we have an open border. Tamir, us seeing how they infiltrated and the strategy they implemented, and the fact that it was less than 5 people they said knew what their plans were, and the fact that it's on multi fronts, should raise the highest alert known to man that we have an open border in America. Because in Israel, we thought we had the most border control. Like they hired here the people that did build the wall for Trump, and with a big group, they brought Israelis in for consultants from Israel. We bring Israeli consultants here for our airport security. We have terrorist police forces here that are trained by Israeli specialists from Israel for that reason. Anytime there's a security issue in an airport, you'll see Israeli consultants come right out from Israel, are checking the systems, checking the protocols because of concerns. And so it's very scary when you can penetrate something like Israel, who everybody holds that, like everybody knows they have the highest tech. But US also has extremely amazing technology. I mean, it's like brother and sister, or twin brothers. We're both working to help each other stay safe, both America and vice versa. And it'll always be that way. And that's why these countries are so upset, because they cannot get the ingenuity between America and Israel to ever break down. Nobody can. I'm sorry. We're going to always protect America, and America is going to always protect Israel, because we're sharing tech and development to keep some democracy in the world. If you guys don't like it, then go to another country. But I'm going to stay in America because I want to have double protection. I really do. So I want to know from you, Tamir, your thoughts on the concerns in Europe of why they're not saying something, why they're not sanctioning things. And I think in America, the left is concerned the same way, that it could create terrorist activity here. There's an incitement to terror that we're seeing, and not just on social media, but the campaign from Hamas is like they're hiring the top lefty social engineering tactical ground game I've ever seen. And I bet you, Angela or Miley, that we're going to end up finding out, or even Sin City, who's up here, that they're hiring U.S. people that know how to spread social media and campaigns. I feel it in my bones. Everybody's saying 100.
I'm
looking
monitoring them. They are. I'm monitoring a lot of them.
There you go.
Can I suggest maybe Intel? Like, we interrupted him like an hour ago, and he never had a chance to finish his point.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to hear Tamir's response to some of the things that I said and the concerns, and also for you to relay it back to your powers that be.
I know that this is after all, this is the core of the conflict in the EU for the last 7-8 years, since the immigration crisis in 2015. Europe divided for two blocks. One block is the block that says open the borders and multiculturalism and all these liberal ideas. That led by the Western European countries, and we see what is happening now in these countries. And on the other hand, there were the more Central Eastern countries, European countries, led by mainly Viktor Orban in Hungary, that said, no, we will not open the borders. We want to defend our borders. We want to decide and to know who exactly will get into our countries. We have the right to bring into our borders, to our countries, the people that we want to bring in, and we want to control it. And this is the core of the conflict in the EU even today. This is the main reason why Hungary until today is blackmailed and persecuted by the European bureaucrats, because Hungary simply refused to
bend the knee,
surround it
to
and
bend the knee.
yeah, exactly, and to adopt or to accept policies that are
Are
sent from
counterintuitive,
Brussels.
counterintuitive to have a functioning society and to preserve their Christian society, a conservative Christian society. Let's be realistic. That's the truth.
Yeah. And and it's not only about you see what's happening now, and it's very easy for me to take Hungary as example because I lived there for 6 years, and and you see the safety that Jews has in Hungary today compared but the situation of Jews in Western countries. What's happening? The demonstrations that we see today in Paris and London, the UK and Netherlands and Belgium and all over the Western European countries, the pro Hamas demonstrations. We will never see something like that in the East. Maybe we'll see some, Arab Muslims students that will go to demonstrate, and I'm planning to do something like that in Budapest on Friday. But it will never get to a threat on Jews. I'm working from Brussels. My office in Brussels. I'm working in the parliament, in the commission. I'm traveling a lot to Brussels, and I'm telling you that you will never see Orthodox Jew with all the costumes and the symbols. You will never see Orthodox Jews at the street. At least in most of the city. Of course, that there are some specific places where they feel more safe, but even next to the parliament, that the European Parliament in Brussels, you will not see people walking at the street with kippah. Of course, not at the metro and the public transportation. You will not see Jews walking with kippah and tzitzit and everything because they will get attacked. They're not safe. And you see it in reports and some studies that made. You have the Fundamental Rights Agency of the European Union. Every 5 years or something like that, they publish the Jewish perspective in Europe. It means that the feeling that the safety according to the Jewish perspective in Europe, in all European countries. And between 2015 and 2018, this was the period between the two studies that's published by the FRA agency, that the Jewish community in Hungary, between the report of 2015 to the report of 2018, was the only community in Europe that felt safer between the two reports. All the rest of Europe felt much less safe, when in Hungary they felt much more safe between the two reports. and in a huge gap. It's not in small percent. It's in huge gap, and there is a reason why. Same with some study by the European Jewish Association that made 1 year ago or something like that the Jewish community in Hungary is the second most safer community in Europe after Italy. So
And
it's
Tamir,
not only.
you saw Tucker Carlson go to Hungary. You saw him interview the leader of Hungary because he warned. He's been warning for 3-4 years. What's happening in America is coming, and nobody's doing anything about it.
Couple notifications here. Deputy Minister Gallant and Prime Minister Netanyahu will give speeches in about roughly over 30 minutes, about 35 minutes or so from now. And then the second thing I had was that Steve Gillen, the Deputy Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs, is the U.S. Deputy Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs, is on the plane right now with Secretary Blinken headed for Israel. So that's an interesting development there, because that means that they're obviously going to be coordinating on the hostage situation directly there on the
I
ground.
think, Chet, you meant Defense Minister Gallant, right? You said deputy. I think you meant defense.
Yeah, I said Defense Minister. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Angela wants to talk to Tamir for a second. Go ahead, Angela.
Yeah, I need to talk about this because it has to do with the protests.
Intel's still waiting as well, by the way. Intel's still waiting.
Okay, great. So the protests in America, this is bad. So I don't know if you've read, but obviously we talked about it earlier. Hamas has called for a worldwide jihad, especially in America, and I've been monitoring all these groups. SJP, especially SJP Chicago, which is an arm of the Muslim Brotherhood, as proven in the Holy Land Foundation trial in a federal court case, has they're rallying. But the thing is they're providing buses, and they're providing buses from the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview, which is a known terrorist. It's on the FBI terrorist watch list, as well as all their imams. They've been funded by Hamas personally themselves over the years. So this is big and this is relevant. Okay, guys, they are not only gathering, they are using Hamas linked mosques with imams that have come over from Egypt that are funded by the Muslim Brotherhood, and they are funded by Hamas themselves. So we all have to be on high alert. I'm monitoring other ones, but this was the one that I am directly looking at right now. Yes, Jay.
I just want to touch up on what you're saying. So I have two friends
Yes.
who are in the NYPD. Actually, one of them is a cousin. One of them who's not a cousin, just a friend, is on the terrorism task force, and they're basically bringing where they have a policy right now that policemen cannot do overtime just because they're having the whole anti-police thing and they're all stupid. That's why everyone's running around like crazy. But everyone's going to be on full alert essentially on Friday because they do expect something to happen, and there are indications and reports, and he couldn't get into any further. Tell me what kind of indication and report. He just said that there are indications that something will happen, so don't be surprised if something does in New York on Friday.
Okay, it's not just Friday, Chicago. It's today. It's today at 4:30 p.m.
Oh no, this is
Today's a day of rage in America, is what they called for, right, Angela? What's the terminology?
I believe so. I have to look for it. But yes, I believe so. It's just this.
No, this was scheduled for the 13th, which I believe is he wrote the 13th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In New York, 13th.
Couple
in
things
Chicago,
breaking
it's
here.
October 11th. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things breaking here as well. From Turkish media, Erdogan is meeting with Hamas officials in Ankara and is discussing with them the file of Israeli prisoners held by the movement of Hamas, the terrorist movement. And there's been a UAV strike from the IAF on a building in An Nasir, awaiting updates from the IAF on that. And then the Rafah crossing, as of right now, in between Gaza and Egypt, is supposed to remain closed as well for tomorrow. So just want to bring those updates.
I just had a thought pop into my head that the only thing that conceivably, this is obviously 100% speculation, but just based on following, the only thing conceivably that Israel might be willing to so-called trade with Hamas, and this is only a maybe, this is speculation, in exchange for, let's say, the release of elderly and women and the non-male hostages, is to agree through, let's say, negotiations with Erdogan, to agree for a time at least not to go after the the exiled Hamas leaders, the ones who live in Qatar, the ones who live in Turkey, Saleh Aruri, etc. Because otherwise, we know what Netanyahu said, that they're going to go after them everywhere, no matter where they live. And that's the only thing I could see that they might be willing to negotiate with about that, like in exchange for release of the most innocent of the hostages, the women and the children and the elderly and etc. That they would agree maybe not to do operations outside of the country to go after the leaders. I'm just thinking about that in light of the report that you just read.
Also, Ashgar Tower in Gaza has just been hit by the Israeli Air Force.
Keep knocking them
Okay,
down.
back to Angela and Tamir. Or, by the
Yeah,
way,
I think
did
it was
we?
Angela.
Yeah, go ahead, Angela.
Guys, I have to leave for a moment, so I will try
Sorry,
to
Tamir.
come back later.
Sorry,
Thank
Tamir. We just told Angela she
Thank you,
could go.
Tamir.
Thank you so much, Tamir.
Oh, you said he was leaving. I didn't hear that. Thank you, Tamir.
Yeah, please come back, Tamir, when you can for any updates you can give us.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That was very valuable.
So no, I'm monitoring right now and I'm researching. I'll let you know if there's any more updates, but this one's big. So if you have anything, I'm writing articles right now. Just DM it to me personally.
In light of what Tamir was talking about and Angela, I guess what she's researching, it's really needs to become a front.
Breaking.
Intel is here.
Sorry. Breaking. UN Palestinian Refugee Agency is currently seeking $104 million from the UN for life-saving aid as they're putting it to Gaza, or as I would like to put it, towards terrorist groups. If the UN grants that request, they're basically literally just funding the war against Israel.
Well, there's no way they're going to get anything to come through that border, and that's what I wanted to confirm with Noam. If they're going to try to bring in trucks or anything to provide aid, they could remove hostages that way. They could remove terrorists that way. I mean, there's an implication to that. But can we go to Intel real quick, and then maybe respond to that, Noam? Intel, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Intel Schizo, it's your moment now, finally.
It better be good, Intel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
So
we can hear it.
Okay, yep. I just got really spotty cell service out here. Yeah, so in terms of Egypt, it's going to take a lot to convince Egypt to open the border. So for those that don't know, right, so way back in the day, Israel and Egypt's treaties about the border in relation to the section on the Gaza Strip. And Egypt agreed with Israel that they would operate the border crossing in conjunction with the Palestinian Authority. And that was well and dandy until 2007, right after the last major war and Hamas took over the Gaza Strip. Egypt closed the border in accordance with the treaty because the Palestinian Authority no longer has control of the Gaza Strip. So in accordance with previously arranged agreements, Egypt said, okay, the authority that's supposed to be operating this border is no longer there, so we're closing the border down. And then Egypt built a wall that would make Trump blush, right? Like if you look on Google Earth at the wall the Egyptians built, right? It's like 60-foot tall concrete emplacements, and then behind it a patch of dirt with a road for like Egyptian border patrol, followed by a second wall with another patch of dirt that follow like footprints, followed by a third wall, followed by anti-tank emplacements, followed by a fence, followed by another section of dirt, followed by another fence. And then they have 14 garrisons, military garrisons along that area. And they blew up and destroyed all the tunnels. They flooded them, and it's heavily patrolled. And the security situation in the Sinai Peninsula has been very tense since 2007, and particularly after Mubarak was overthrown. When the Muslim Brotherhood took power briefly. Part of the reason why the Muslim Brotherhood was overthrown is they said, hey, we're going to open this back up and let Hamas in because they're part of us, right? They're the militant arm of the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Egyptian people said, the hell you are. And so then they had another coup, and that's how Sisi got into power. And Sisi said, nope, we're closing this back down. And they've only on occasion opened that border crossing to let supplies through, but it's going to take a lot to convince Egypt to open that border. And every time that there's been conflict between Hamas and Israel, they close that border down. They reinforce it with a bunch of security personnel. And again, the security situation in Sinai is very tense. They still have ISIS Sinai running around, killing a bunch of Egyptian security and police personnel and bombings. So they will not accept refugees. Like if they open the floodgates, there's going to be another mass riot in Egypt. They do not want the Palestinians at all. Even though it's a tragic situation for the innocents, Egypt does not want them at all. It's too much of a security risk, and they cannot afford that risk in their border. They've had that. They tried with Hamas, and what did Hamas do? They killed the border guards, and several thousand Gazans poured in and pillaged all the nearby towns, and then went back. So Egypt's not interested. In terms of the rockets, earlier there was a question of I think it was the town of Hafi. Like how did it come from the north? Did it come from the south? Hamas is taking responsibility for it, and they do have long-range rockets. They have the R-106, which has like 160 kilometer range. They have the Ariash, which has a 250 kilometer range. And they have a lot of, in terms of like why can't Israel just blow up their rocket launchers? They have a lot of short range rockets. They found a way to overwhelm Iron Dome is just to launch a massive boatload of short-range rockets, and then they follow that up while Iron Dome's intercepting all the short-range rockets. They then launch longer-range munitions with bigger payloads that are more easily able to get through the air defense system. And the smaller rockets are extremely small, extremely portable. They actually unveiled a few days ago a new MLRS system. They're calling the Rajum. And you look at I posted a video of it, shared a video of it, and you like two people can carry this thing. It has like 16 tubes on it, and like two guys can carry this. And in the video, there's like 30 or 40 of these MLRS
Quick
systems.
breaking news intel, sorry.
Yep.
An Israeli airstrike has reportedly struck the third floor of an apartment building in Gaza, where the family home of the chairman of the Hamas political bureau and senior political leader Ismail Haniyeh is located.
Ismail Haniyeh.
Thank you. Sorry for the mispronunciation.
But he's not there, Chet, right?
Yes, I'm sure, but at least most likely any sort of comms equipment he had there is now destroyed.
I believe he lives in his main home is Qatar these days, right? No?
Is that the same?
I think he travels around, but yes.
No, he's in Gaza. He's in Qatar. The head of Hamas itself, Khaled Mashal, he's got a nice life going on there in Gaza. He's the one that's got couple of billion. I think Ismail Haniyeh, I think, is estimated to have like 800 million, and Khaled Mashal is like 2.4 billion or something like that.
But I think Mashal is the former leader. He's no longer the leader, at least officially. I'm sure he was very influential, but I think Ismail Haniyeh is the current #1 guy in Hamas.
Just a FYI,
I think it's Yahya Sinwar, isn't it?
Sinwar is the military commander.
What'd you say, Phil?
Okay.
Laura Loomer has just posted the two articles. Jihad is trending on X, also staying out of major cities in America this Friday. The former head of Hamas just called for a global call for Muslims abroad, especially those living in America, to commit acts of jihad, warfare against non-Muslims.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm working on. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Fridays when Islamists do their Juma prayer. Okay. Okay. Listen,
in terms of the leadership, that airstrike, this is the stuff that Israel, they know who all these people are. So it's not just like like a very simple hierarchy. It's not like the Ismail guy and then like a deputy and then the military guy. They have that top leader, all the top, like the core leaders, they're chilling out in Qatar. But underneath that core group of leaders, they have what's called the Shura Council, and then below them is that political bureau. And the political bureau, there's about like 22, 25 of them, and they're like the various political, it's like the economic minister and the national foreign whatever, like it's all their quote unquote government agent officials for their various self-described government agencies. They've taken out 3 of them in the last 24 hours.
Intel. Mitt Romney just posted that the guy that the Hamas leader that was just attacked belongs to the gentleman that lives in Qatar. Well, you can't call him a gentleman. It's a symbolic target. They attack it after every Hamas atrocity. It's done as a symbolic target, as if. So I understand that. So that's probably why, even if he's not there. But there's got to be other people inside there as well. That's probably why.
Yeah, well, they got the well, they have those like deputy guys, right? The Shura Council and the guys.
You're rugging.
You're rebounding just a little bit.
You're rugging there a little bit. Jay, let's go to you.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to give an update on something that we spoke about a couple of days ago. That video of that's going around Palestinian world and social media saying Israeli soldiers are pissing on dead terrorists.
Yes.
So it's not soldiers, but it's basically arson from one of the local communities down there that just came and saw in videotape, but it's not soldiers.
Yeah, just to make it clear,
It's actually people who can't serve in the army, or and that's the information I asked them if they were Haredi, and like they wouldn't answer it, and they just said they're not in the army, they're not going to be in the army, and
yeah, you said arsim. We know those who've been in Israel know what arsim are. Kind of
Hold
like
on. No one was going to respond. Hold on.
I want to make it pretty clear. I condone these kinds of things, whether they're doing Arab doing that or Israeli doing that. I think it's out of frustration about the atrocities that they were seeing currently, where the bodies were there. You have to understand that in that area there were many bodies of people, and the tensions are really high. I condone it as an Israeli. I'm telling you, I would not I would not have been doing such things, but I don't want to understand. I understand the feeling that they are in. That's it. That's my comment to it.
100%.
Yeah.
I think,
so in that area, there's a tremendous amount of bodies all over the ground, and they've been sitting there and not collected yet. And the scenes are horrific. And so you can only imagine when the terrorists were killed, that people that, I don't even know what to say.
I can't say, and Noam's point is well taken. A disciplined army, and we're being told it's not the army. A disciplined army should not do those things, just for public relations, if no other reason. That being said, Hamas is an illegal terrorist group that does not fight by the rules of war, which means they are, by international law, illegal combatants, similar to ISIS, similar to Al Qaeda. Therefore, they are not
illegal terrorists. The whole fact that they're terrorists makes them illegal.
No, I'm saying they're an illegal. I'm saying they're an illegal
It's a
group.
double negative. It's a double negative.
Right. The point being is,
let's just get off the subject.
No. It's an important subject. We're not talking about. I'm not talking about the pissing. I'm talking about their legal status. They are not legal combatants under the rules of war, which means the Geneva Convention does not apply to Hamas. In other words, they don't have to be treated according to the Geneva Convention. It doesn't mean it's smart to do so, do what we're just describing, or it's good to do so. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they do
or
not
to film it, or to
film it, or to publicize. They do not have. It's not my matter of opinion. That is a fact. Because in order to be protected by the rules of war, as a defender, meaning for you to be protected, you have to wear a uniform. You have to declare yourself openly.
All right, I
You have
don't
to.
think that was being done, AB.
What you don't think? What do you mean?
The whole pissing thing.
Sorry. Anyway, point being is
let's not change the subject.
This isn't something to go into.
Can we not go into this? It just distracts from the conversation. And this is why I warned earlier.
How does it distract from the conversation? Whether like what the rules of war are very important. It's not this. P word.
I think the
Hamas
critical thing, though,
is not protected by the
it's
rules.
not representative of most
Yeah, this is
Let's
like
use
Jews. It's not
let's
representative
use the
of
R
gays.
word with respect.
so I'm glad we have you up
Yeah,
here.
hey guys. Thank you so much. And thanks for continuing on with the space chat. Good stuff. I'm basically in, PSYOP damage control with my audience. So my DMs are full, my emails, as well as combating, the ever-growing attack on my digital space since being in this one. So, all good to be expected. But yes, people are very, just my observation as someone with a very large audience outside of, the bubble that we're in here right now. People are very grateful for the information coming out of this space. It's very clear line of demarcation between other spaces and this one. So thank you all for, operating in integrity, which is the only reason I'm in this space. And because I, care about my brothers and sisters, quite honestly, across the entire region, contrary to some false accusers, but certainly for the people of Israel. So, so thank you for having me here. Yes, I did. I texted Representative Mills and then realized that he's actually on the ground. So if it appeared,
Oh
yeah,
wow.
so it appears that his comms are still up. But if there's any way possible to get him into the space, but yeah, they are performing exfils as we speak, and he is there. So yeah, I just wanted to encourage everyone in this space, to when people start screaming over each other, it's extremely frustrating because we really just want, the good information.
Yep.
Right. And so you guys are running a great space. And yeah, and again, keep in mind, and I know you know this, you have people from all over the world listening to this space. So my audience is very grateful for it because there's a lot of who the hell do we actually believe, right? Which is very intentional. So yeah, I just wanted to commend all of you for, keeping this space up and giving people the information that we need. I am alerting my audience also to pay attention to things that you may think, that are kind of benign, like your visitors and conventions bureaus. I just tweeted this about an hour ago. If you recall, just prior to the deployment of COVID, probably beginning in December of 2019, all of your major entertainment venues started canceling their sports and entertainment bookings. And all of that comes out of the Visitors and Conventions Bureau, particularly in your, major cities. So if there's incoming of something and they know it, they're going to start canceling. So just pay attention to things you might not otherwise think of. And I concur, I would stay out of, the major cities for sure, at least throughout the weekend.
Thank you, Monica. I've heard that Delta Force is on the ground trying to do rescue right now. I don't know if that's been publicly stated. So to rescue American citizens and kidnapped citizens. So I think that is significant. And we pray for our Delta Force guys too, that they should stay very
It's
safe.
not just Delta. There's also Green Beret teams on the ground.
Oh, thank you, Amelia.
Phil, can you check your DM for a second? Thank you.
Me?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. And so just as a reminder, guys, a lot of us have had somewhere between 2 to 6 hours of sleep, and we're bringing in people from overseas that are in between going to funerals or popping into spaces there, and the funerals are not only interrupted by bomb threats, but which funeral to go to, because there's so many occurring at so many different times, if you can imagine. And it's a lot of young boys. And I don't even know what to say, but some of us are going to run hot. So when I put people on a timeout, it's people are overtired. So it's not personal, and I DM them and they come back. So the sheer exhaustion and emotion is very raw for a lot of us. A lot of us have seen images that are giving us a tremendous amount of PTSD as well. So sometimes when we run hot or we say things, is because we are not professionals at this. I'm going to tell you right now, everybody here is pretty much of an amateur in terms of anything like this. And I don't think anybody's ever been prepared for something like this. Even if you've been in the military, it's the crossover between doing military and social media. Some of us have been on social media for like 4 months only, or 6 months, like myself. So please give us a little bit of grace. We're trying our best, even if we call each other out on this space. We are a family committed to, protecting America and protecting Israel and just protecting life and children and women and grandmothers, and also our men. So it's just coming from a good place. We're having our growing pains because this is very fresh for us, and we've been doing it straight since Friday night.
Hey, Steph, can I
Yes.
say something?
Please. Thank you, Sphinx.
I just want to say, though, there are people, though, here who have big audiences that I would encourage you, everyone here who's coming and hearing them, and I am going to point out Monica, who have big audiences, who could have very easily just gone with the flow with their audiences, and it would have been a lot easier for them. Instead, they are doing the hard work of convincing their audience of what the truth is. And I would encourage everyone, despite your politics, when this is over, there are going to be leaders here out of this. And I'm not one of them. I'm talking about big accounts who can have sway. Despite your politics, I don't care who people vote for. These are the leaders. These are the people who will change opinion, who will say no. Just because that was a psyop doesn't mean this is a psyop. Let me tell you what the truth is. These are the people I respect. These are the people I want to meet in person. These are the people I want to call my friends.
Thank you, Sphinx. You know what? I wasn't showing enough appreciation. You're absolutely right. You've helped bring up the Krasensteins to our space, and she's Sphinx has been very integral on spaces and on her engagement with X and the platform, and on bringing us amazing speakers and representatives. And I want to thank you, Monica, for also putting yourself at risk, and everybody really here, and Meili as well. We all come from very different backgrounds and different things. We've all met
David
on here.
Weissman. David Weissman is a Democrat.
David Weissman also, yes. We lost him. He went down, I think, because we.
I prefer libtard extraordinaire, but thanks.
Real quick, we have 1,600 listeners, but the space has only been reposted 161 times.
That's right. So
and quoted 31 times. So
yes,
we gotta.
Yes,
please, everybody,
more reposting
retweet the space.
And keeping in mind that we do know that there was some attempts, like I've said before, if there's any new listeners here that didn't hear before, there were some attempts to try to shadow ban the space yesterday. So for us to get around that algorithm, it is kind of important to keep reposting the space out there to all of your timelines.
And quote tweet the space, even if you don't feel comfortable saying anything. You can quote tweet it and put those little eyes like you're watching, so nobody knows how you feel one way or about it or another. I was trained to do that.
Good point.
You're uncomfortable to post something, so we appreciate it. Now, if there's people that want to request, and I know they've been waiting a long time, if you send a DM to any one of the speakers on here, because especially if we don't know you, or you don't have a blue check mark, you don't have a lot of followers, and we don't know your background, at least let them vet you with the question you want to bring up and stuff, just because we have to draw people down in order to get questions to come up. So you can post those questions in the bottom bubble. I just haven't assigned anybody to look at the bottom bubble at this point.
Well, it works best if you tag like me or Stealth or Noam. That way one of the hosts or co-hosts see it, and then we can see it to bring
exactly. Up. Go ahead, Jay.
You can tag me as well.
And Reliable, yep, as well.
Yeah, I just want to say about the shadow banning. Today about 4:00, I got an email. 4:00 my time, Israel time. I got a call from or an email from GoDaddy, basically saying that there was a DDoS attack on our website, and which is interesting because it came about an hour after I posted an article that included the names of some of the people in the other spaces, which in our site we get about 120,000 uniques a day.
Wow.
Reading it, and so it was significant. I mean, everything was fine. They were able to stop it, but the idea that there was something, and it was the first time ever, and we launched in last September. It's the first time ever since last September that anything like that has ever happened. So I find it kind of curious considering, but again, I'm not going to make any presumptions. I'm just.
Can you forward that to GP and to Sin City so they can take a look at it, and maybe Whiskey Tango as well?
The letter from GoDaddy about the.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they'd be interested in seeing that.
Okay.
Okay, Ravi, go ahead.
No, again, just on the point, which I think is really crucial, is the point that I keep pestering is really that the point with the president, he came up very strongly. I think the very strong signal needs to come on telling people that it is unacceptable to have any demonstrations that are pro-Hamas, both online and offline. And I know that this is the whole issue that we discussed yesterday about free speech, but I keep arguing that free speech is not equal to hate speech, and free speech is not equal to speech that promotes terrorism and terrorizing people. And that's the issue with all the campuses. That is the issue with the students groups, Black Lives Matters, because I'm not making that distinction. And this has to be cracked down. This is an issue of national security. And people like me who've gone through the 9/11 experience, the 26/11 experience in Mumbai, we know what this is, and it doesn't die down. It just keeps coming. So it really has to be a very strong. So every time I see somebody, that the way up in that tweet, I'm using the language, I'm tagging any of that, I'm putting that to FBI, I'm calling for investigation, because it has to be investigated. It's a huge issue, and it's a huge, repercussion for every single neighborhood. And I live in a neighborhood which all my brothers and sisters from the Jewish community. It is definitely a huge issue that needs to be addressed. So while this is happening, it's so painful to read every tweet, see those images. But this is a reality which is changing the world as we speak right now. The world will be very different post October 7th, 2023.
Message from a new speaker here. So I brought her up, and I'm sorry, Philip, I'll bring you back. She wanted to give us an update on something. Go ahead, Nofi.
Hi, I'm Nofia.
Nofia.
Yeah, I have an urgent update from Mordechai Sones. If anyone knows who he is the AFLDS reporter from Israel. He resigned from Our Sheva during the COVID time because of issues he had with editorial staff. And we have an update after 11 about this weekend, and it's urgent that people listen and talk about it. So I did make a separate space for it, but I just want people to know that it is an emergency. It's very important that people listen to it. Thank you for giving me to talk.
No problem. Thank you.
What was
Emmanuel
that?
Fabian
It was cutting out for me. So what was she saying?
Wait, what was do you have the message, or you said it's
It's coming out around 11.
No,
It's
she said
coming out
11
around
o'clock.
11.
Okay, can you
Eastern
send us a
time or
link
Israel
for where
time?
we would hear that,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
can you do that?
Which message is this?
It's going to be a message from AFLDS.
No, it's going to be a message from a reporter who works with AFLDS.
What does AFLDS stand for?
It's the American Flying Doctors.
And this is related.
Yes, it's related to Israel. It's not. It's the reporter that works with them. He used to work with Our Sheva with Israel National News, and he resigned because he felt that they weren't being honest in the reporting. He has a special investigative report that he did here in Israel, and he's releasing it after 11 p.m.
Okay, will you have him send me his, or have him DM me so I can speak with him? I'd appreciate that so much.
He's not on Twitter, but I'll see what I can do.
Okay, well, it's time to get on Twitter. It's a big. If he's going to release the message, then it's got to. Twitter's the place to do it for sure.
Well,
He's not
I just want
on
to
X, and I'm the one releasing it for him.
Okay, got it. Okay, great to
I
meet
just
you.
got
I'll
a text.
follow you. Thank you.
I just got a text message. I just got a text message. So the NYPD will
Okay,
be
and then
patrolling
Emmanuel Fabian
synagogues.
posted an interesting post. He said Hamas in Arabic publishes footage of it carrying out crimes against humanity during its murderous invasion of southern Israel. Hamas in English, these are lies by Israel.
Yeah, they're going now on, right? So they're on their, where they're being interviewed.
Jay finish. Sorry, he was talking.
I thought he did finish that point. I was just amplifying it. That
Are
when
you
they're doing their
oh wait,
interviews.
David's talking? I couldn't hear him.
I can't hear Jay talking.
Jay, I'm gonna have to drop you down and bring you back up.
No problem.
Could someone
Oh
tell
no,
I
I
have to
can hear
drop
you. I can hear you now.
I have to drop him and bring him up. I
Okay.
can't hear him.
Sorry, AB. What were you saying, AB?
Yeah, just what he was referring to, and he did finish that. It was a short point. That in their Arabic channels, including on Telegram, including their interviews to Al Jazeera and Al Arabiya and all these places, they're broadcasting and proudly proclaiming all the horrific things that they did, rape, murder, abduction, etc. But in the few English interviews that I've seen them do with Western press, I think Sky News or whatever, they're denying some of the more horrific examples of their criminality. So, in other words, it's something people have long noticed about, let's say, Al Jazeera Arabic versus Al Jazeera America versus Al Jazeera English, etc. That's basically what he was saying.
No, sorry, Jay, you were talking about the NYPD texting you?
Yeah, so it's actually my cousin, but still, he's from the NYPD, so I could say it's the NYPD. So the NYPD, the New York Board of Rabbis, and the National Council of Young Israel has asked the NYPD to place officers in front of synagogues on Shabbat, and there's a plan to do so.
I heard the same thing. Governor Pritzker, not whatever, anyways, no politics. Governor Pritzker has stated that he will be putting the Illinois National Guard and police around synagogues and other Jewish establishments this Friday as well.
So apologies, Jay. I guess I didn't hear him say that because I only heard him say the first part about the media stuff. So sorry about that, Jay.
No worries.
No worries. Go ahead. Finance analysis.
Hi again. Unfortunately, we're here talking again. Before I bring a point, I'm trying to get an update. Last I was checking news, which now is going by minutes, not hours. There was, amongst all the fire occurring on the northern border of Israel, the reports that possibly there were paragliding terrorists happening in the north, where they were attempting similar actions that they had in the south.
So that was.
Do you have any update on that?
That was an error. What we heard actually from one source that it might be a hack into the system, but I don't know if that's been confirmed yet. Right now, all we know is that was a system error, and it caused massive havoc in both Israel and online, as everyone reacted to the news, because no one had ever seen a red alert like that. The entire northern border with Israel to Lebanon.
It was an entire state of Israel, not just northern border.
Well, yes. Well, that was the second alert that came out, but the first alert was all these red alerts that came out across the entire northern border, across near Lebanon, and then they had as you just mentioned there, that broadcast alert that hit everyone that said shelter in place, and then they realized that an error had caused this. Now, whether it's an error or a hack yet, we don't know. But we just know that it wasn't meant to actually come out because there wasn't something happening like that yet at that time. Now, there were rockets that were launched by Hezbollah into Israel today, so Hezbollah has attacked Israel, but they did not come in with paragliders, as had been reported by some people initially, because of the swath of reports that were coming in. On top of which, there were also some reports of shooting incidents going on in different parts of northern Israel. So it kind of added more to that feeling that it was definitely real until they realized the error that was happening. And I think that was happening not just for us here online, but literally over there in Israel at the same time until they figured out what the problem was.
Hillel Fold posted a video of a Palestinian terrorist attempting to enter Israel by air, getting stuck on an electrical wire and getting electrocuted. Oh my God, I can't even. Where are people getting this video footage? This is like on another level. I don't even know what to say. I don't know if this is new. I don't know if when this happened.
Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, I'm sending
it's
it
from
to the
Monday.
chat.
The video is from Monday, but it was released today.
That's the Darwin Award winner for Monday, then, I guess.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
That's the Darwin Award of this, of this one, I guess.
Okay. We're living in surreal times, people. I only see 100 people retweeted the space. You can also, everybody who's speaker and everything, you can pin it temporarily if you'd like until we post this to the group chat.
Even all you Groypers listening, you want to get all your fellow Groypers listening.
My
Retweet,
phone
retweet.
It's not letting me. I keep getting the circle of death, but as soon as I can do anything, I will.
Okay, circle of death. Okay, let's go. Let's refocus back. So, what is the status of what is the status in the north right now in terms of Lebanon? Do we have anything from OSINT in terms of satellite images or anything going on or any movements? Oh, we do have a report. I don't know if it's ambassador to Israel. I don't know because I don't think we have one, right? Do we have an ambassador to Israel? Did they pick it finally? Because I think that was a vacant position.
We picked it, but it has not been confirmed by the Senate yet. I forgot what his name is. I know who he is. I forgot. Somebody pretty high profile. I don't think that person's been confirmed by the Senate yet. They'll probably move on that now.
Our favorite strong American Shoshana just posted, do you all now understand that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism? Nothing is more telling than that.
What I love is how all these BLM-loving liberals who, for the past 3, 4, 5 years, have essentially joined all these protests for every social cause that's going on in America that had, for some reason, Palestinian flags all over the place. The same people that taunted LGBT people in Chicago who had a Magen David on the Pride flag and kicked them out of their Pride parade. Those same people now are basically having a come to Jesus moment, and realizing that I guess they backed the wrong horse. I just have a feeling that will come 2024, you're going to see a lot of turnover when it comes to the election. I think you're going to see a reduction from what you saw, and I'm very hopeful that you'll see a reduction of the rise of the progressives and more moderates basically taking their place as a result of this.
I got to tell you, Laura Loomer's just post about a Barack Obama is significant, and I suggest everybody go and look at it. It's got over 1.1 million views from last night. I'm just seeing it right now. Holy guacamole, guys.
Some word that we do have right now is that Steve Scalise does not have enough votes yet, even though he's been announced as the choice for speaker. So the Republicans took a poll and vote, and there were not enough votes to secure Scalise as Speaker of the House, even though he's been chosen by the Republicans. So this is probably going to be a multi-vote step issue, which then puts us into the question of how fast can Congress even try to pass any legislation to try to help Israel, given the fact that they're at a complete gridlock due to the fact that we don't now have a Speaker of the House right now.
So a couple points on that one, and then on the previous thing. Some members are pissed, not necessarily about Scalise being selected, but about how quickly they moved from the internal vote to the full House vote, including Chip Roy, who's a House Freedom Caucus guy, and others, I'm sure, share the same sentiment. On the previous question of the U.S. ambassador, the nominee is Jack Lew, the former Treasury Secretary under Obama. Happens to be, I believe, a modern Orthodox Jewish person as well.
He is. Can confirm.
Yeah, and so the Senate has now moved for his hearing next week, so he could be confirmed as soon as next week potentially. Jack
I
Lew.
have to say that as much as I know a lot of people have a problem with Jack Lew, and I've had some problems with some decisions that he's made, I do know the family very well. We have personal connections, and he is a good guy, and he's a good man to be in that spot, and primarily because he's a staunch advocate for Israel. I know Americans would have a problem with that because he's ambassador to Israel. He should have America's interest first. He does have America's interest first, and his record actually shows that, which is why people like me have problems with a lot of the decisions that he's made. But he's also a doer. He gets things done, which I think is important.
He believes it's in America's interest to have a very good relationship with Israel, and he's correct about that.
Correct. Yeah.
You guys, Bridget, if anybody has a relationship with Bridget Gabriel, her DMs are open to me. I'm trying to get her onto a space she's never been. She just posted a photo of all these American Israelis kids on a plane back to go volunteer and serve. It's just shocking. All these boys. There's some girls as well. Oh yeah. My heart is melting right now. This is insane.
go back to
And
finance.
President Trump said 7 minutes ago, Bridget Gabriel just said, President Trump says Barack Obama is still secretly in control of the White House. Do you agree with him? I've got to say the turmoil we're going throughout the world is very indicative of 8 years. And I just really want a conservative back in office, or somebody with some foreign policy understanding. We cannot be on all fronts having wars in all country. We need somebody who knows how to make deals, and somebody who the rest of the world is afraid of as the American leader, because we set the tone for the world. And if you think we don't, you're wrong. I'm sorry. I just got really upset. So if somebody can get her, it would be great to have her in here, even for 2 minutes. She's been such a strong supporter of what we were concerned about happening, and it's happening now. And we need to swing the country to a more middle ground, a moderate ground, or if you let me do it, I'm going to swing us all the way to the far right. And I don't know everybody doesn't want that. So we got to swing things back to moderation. There's people that are DMing me from the Islamic community right now saying that they're calling their local reps to stop Hamas terrorist rallies and protests, because it actually puts pressure on their communities. They're going to start to feel their kids, their employment, their lives. They don't want this disruption. They want to work. They want to make money. They love America. They want their kids to be safe in schools. They don't want their kids radicalized either. And they don't want our economy or any other economy, being hurt by this. So thank you for your support. I think it is a good thing that we should call, because those are the ones that can stop the permits from happening. I understand everybody wants free speech, but these are actually propaganda rallies to incite terrorism. And that is highly concerning. And when terrorism occurs, they don't know who's Jewish or not Jewish unless they're only going, God forbid, to a synagogue. That's all I want to say, right? They're inciting violence against Americans in general. So this is not good.
In the news, it's interesting you brought up at the time in the news of in light of moving to moderation, which in certain ways, Congressman Shri Thanedar has renounced his membership in the Democratic Socialists of America. He's a congressman from the Detroit area, I believe. He's renounced his membership in the Democratic Socialists of America because of their pro murder and rape stance in this conflict.
By the way, I saw that Tom Slocum was here, and I don't know if he dropped down. Tom,
let me see if I can find him.
Yeah, it's okay. I just wanted, maybe he's going to give us a perspective. There's somebody else that I'd like to bring up. Has anybody?
Steph, I just wanted to say,
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I'm working on getting Hussein Abdul Hussein from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies here for tomorrow to talk on the Lebanon side.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, that'd be good to hear. That'd be really good to hear.
Yeah.
What about, are you able to get, let me see, what's his name, Hussein? Is that who you just mentioned? Who did you just mention?
Hussein Abdul Hussein.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Mohammed Deif's brother has been eliminated, according to the Mossad satirical site, FYI. Is that somebody we had mentioned already?
Yeah, I think that was yesterday. Okay. It took out his brother and I think some other family members.
Kim.com just posted something 37 minutes ago. U.S. strategists plan to unbalance Russia with a proxy war in Ukraine. This is his opinion. Instead, they unbalance the world. EU is in recession. Ukraine is wrecked. NATO is toothless. The Middle East is on fire. And the multipolar world rising against a bankrupt empire of lies with a money printing addiction. Okay, hot take.
Kim.com is a controversial guy, to say the least.
Very controversial, but very hot take. I should have read it before I read it.
And arguably explicitly pro-Russia. Not just against funding the war, but explicitly pro-Russia.
Pro-Russia, pro-BRICS, pro-China, anti-United States as they go. He's at least honest.
Ben Freeman has reported.
He's just big mad at the United States.
I was just going to say, I will give him this. He's at least genuine in his beliefs and sticks to them. And,
Can you bring Noam back as a co-host, Chet? I see him down there. I brought him up as speaker.
Who? Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah.
Okay. Also, Noga, I knew you were silent sitting there, so I brought you down for a minute so I could bring some people in. So I knew that you were taking a quick little a nap, so I just I brought you down for a second so I could bring some other people in. Ben Freeman has reported, and you guys, have we had confirmation that the Palestinians permitted to work in Israel were among those who perpetrated the massacre? The
That's
survivors
what some
recognizes some of them.
eyewitnesses say. Yeah.
Okay, from the kibbutz. Okay. This is so. The question is, were they radicalized coming home, or were they intentionally trained to go in there, get permits, play nice for a certain amount of time, and gather intelligence? And that's what I would like to know about the strategy that was committed, because that will be a huge factor.
So my son's girlfriend's grandparents lived in Kfar Aza. I mean, they grew up there. My son's girlfriend's father was born there, and they were one of the few people that were left. They were hiding in the head of Mamad, which was actually in the basement. And most people, if you know that Israeli houses, most people don't have basements.
Right.
They were able to withstand it, and they just came here to Modi'in. And we brought them food, and one of the things that the grandmother told me, which was a little freaky, was that the person who did their garden she recognized him through the monitoring devices. She recognized him as one of the people who was rummaging through the house. So it's basically people who were who basically were trusted, who worked here, who were, I'm not going to say beloved, but who were friendly or on friendly terms with the people within the kibbutz itself, seemed to be involved in what was going on as well. So I think that issue is going to pop up more and more as what happened kind of unravels.
Stealth, another great person to invite, another Hussein Abu Bakr Mansour. He's Egyptian Muslim, former radical Islamist by his own.
Yeah, I see him here.
Who's become like a stand with us guy. He's really smart, smart guy who has a lot of insight on this issue.
His DMs are open to me. I don't know if they're open. Can you maybe from a man inviting him?
I sent him an invite, but I thought maybe from you as well. You have a bigger account than me. Yeah.
Okay. Let me go see. Oh, finance guy, your hand is visible. Just jump in.
Sure. No, having spent over a year co-hosting pro-Ukraine spaces, I try to be very respectful of the hosts who are running it, because otherwise we have a madhouse.
What is up, everyone? Oh, am I speaking over anyone?
Sorry, Yankee. Yeah.
Yeah, Yankee, you can't hear finance
No,
talking.
Yankee just joined the stage, so he didn't hear finance talking. Go ahead.
Hi, Yankey. And well, no, it's fine. This just becomes more Jewish, where we all talk over each other. We're good.
He knows.
Hey, look,
yeah, but Yankee's Canadian, so he's like half.
Oh my God, you and your lies again.
Guys, a bit of breaking news. An Israeli reporter is saying that Israel is willing to negotiate. I think it's part of the Qatari negotiation for the hostages, but Israel is saying, not for the hostages, for the humanitarian corridor. Israel is saying it will allow people to leave towards Jordan and Egypt at the condition that all of the hostages are released.
Okay, I would take that.
No,
wait,
if I were
from Gaza to Jordan?
I'd take.
Whoa,
sorry.
So we're a humanitarian corridor across Israel from Gaza to Jordan, or is there something going down on the West Bank that's going to Jordan?
This is all the information that I have at the moment. It's a preliminary report by one Israeli reporter, but I can see how that would happen. Like I don't think it's a problem. You obviously have to have women and children, whatever, and maybe people that it could be done. But the condition is, if you want to leave the Gaza Strip, every last Israeli has to come back home first. So we'll discuss it. And you have to remember that what the Qatari and Egyptians want is to bring supplies into the Strip, and Israel is not allowing that. So the only deal at the table at the moment
until
the deal on the table is, if you want people to leave, give us the people back. That's what I have.
If they allow anything in, bombs and guns and ammo will come in with it. The only way
I agree completely. Israel's not allowing that.
Yankee, let's be clear. anything that isn't bombs and guns and ammo gets turned into
Yes.
that, right? They
No,
use
but I
bulldozers.
meant,
That used to be building a road for all the complaints about lack of infrastructure of the Gaza Strip. It was literally just used to attack Israel with fucking bulldozers. They used the concrete that was sent to them to build housing for the terror tunnels, right? It doesn't matter what the fuck they
no,
send them.
I understand that
They're going to
part.
use it to fucking kill Jews. That's
I
who they
meant
are,
even if
right?
they send boxes of food, within the boxes of food, there will be, and band-aids, there will be guns. We all know
Yeah,
that.
which is why it's not on the table, guys. It's not. Israel's not allowing anything into the strip, and it was very clear about that. This doesn't happen. We're not playing this by previous rules. We're playing this by sanity. If you want humanitarian anything, you can leave the Gaza Strip because we're going to level it to the ground.
You know, about surprised it took this long, but at least we're here now.
Yeah.
Angela.
On a side note, if anybody wants to hear something funny that just happened, there's a Khamenei Hebrew account on X that was celebrating the 7th of October victory, saying something or other. And an Israeli user that is actually known for its biblical quote is quoting a very famous, I don't know how many of you know the story of the Esther, but there's a very famous quote out of that story, which tells Haman, who is Iranian, by the way, that if Mordechai, who is, let's say, Haman's adversary, is Jewish, and you have already begun to lose to it, you're going to lose tenfold. And yeah, I guess you have to know the story of Esther to know how amusing it really is, but it's just a bit of amusement in an otherwise very bleak couple of days.
Everyone read the English who doesn't know the English translation of the scroll of Esther. That's read on the holiday of Purim to know what we're referring to. With Queen Esther, the famous Queen Esther.
Yeah, I guess just people keeping a sense of humor about all of this when answering the high leader of Iran. That's nice to see.
It's what we do as Jews in horrific times. We find humor because I feel it's the only way we know how to deal with these things. It's what we've always done.
I asked
How
him
the Borscht Belt was created.
I asked him if he's expecting, in response to a picture that was posted. Anyway.
For the people that are listening, can I just give a little optimistic story and feel-good story about Israel? So we were able to actually see our son for 4 minutes today for the first time since this broke out, or for the first time in like 2 weeks. But he was supposed to be home, but he's not. And we saw him, and he told us this wonderful story about he's eating, and he doesn't need anything from, like, we just asked, like, how come he doesn't need anything? And anytime he walks into a store, people just give him and all his entire unit things, to the point that a guy in his unit, his phone got smashed, and somebody in an electronics store made sure to get him a new phone free of charge, just so he can have it. And they gave everyone in his, I don't know if everyone specifically, I know the 14 people that are under my son, they all got handheld chargers, so you can, if you don't have if you're out in the shetach, and if you're out in the field and you don't have access to electricity and your phone dies, you can actually charge it. So I mean, the country itself is kind of rallying around what's going on, and they're supporting the soldiers the best way they possibly can. And as a parent, I got to tell you, it feels wonderful to know that everyone else is kind of looking out for them too. But aside from all the baskets that are being put together, I mean, here in Modi'in, there was an entire drive, and there was about 150 people that showed up, and there was probably about $1 million worth of goods that they were sorting and packing to get sent down to the front, and some were going up north as well. So aside from what's going on in America, which my sister sends me videos from New York, that they had something similar yesterday, and it looks like thousands of people were there. Also donating and also packing up stuff to get sent over. It just seems as if there's a lot of love going on for the soldiers and a lot of support for them, and I think it's just very heartening.
That is amazing, and I'm just going to remind everyone, if you haven't prayed today, go and pray. Very important. I'm actually actually putting on my tefillin right now. It is a bit late, but gotta make sure to do it. Sometimes my day gets carried away. There's 1,800 people here, so go pray, whatever God you believe.
Aren't you not supposed to talk when you're putting on tefillin?
It's very important. This is a speech. You're allowed to. I'm just talking about the importance of prayer. Pray for peace. That's what I'm asking. Pray for peace.
Yankee, as my rabbi used to tell me, it's not the time that counts. It's the action and the thought that counts. So as long as you're doing it, that's great.
That's the kind of rabbi who's dealt with a lot of misbehaving boys. I can tell.
Yes, he is.
I think Stealth would probably want to meet that rabbi.
We currently have
It's actually Rabbi Riskin. He lives in Israel, and he founded the community of Efrat. So
Shlomo Riskin,
yeah, very good man.
Let's see, I just saw some updates here. So we currently have a couple updates across my timeline. A Dutch airline, KLM, has canceled repatriation flights to Israel, citing safety concerns. U.S. State Department is saying that they are also exploring contract options to facilitate U.S. citizen travel out of Israel to nearby countries. And then, as of 7 minutes ago, the UN Security Council said that they're due to meet on Friday to discuss Israel and the Gaza conflict. And then the U.S. State Department 2 minutes ago says in order to meet high demand for flights out of Israel, we're also exploring other contract options by air, land, and sea to nearby countries.
Can you
Quick
send
question.
me? Can you send
Sorry.
Chet? Can you send me the thing about flights out of Israel for the U.S.?
Yes, let me grab both of those and I'll add them to my little thread and then I'll put them up in the list.
Quick question. I got sidetracked. So what's going on with BB's speech? Because I wasn't watching the live. I'm sorry. The one that I was supposed to be monitoring. Is he coming on still? Because they said 30 minutes, but it's been longer.
I haven't heard him come on yet. He hasn't made any statement. If he had, it would have crossed my wires too.
He's supposed to make a statement with Gallant and Lapid, maybe? I can't remember. With the unity government.
Gantz.
Gantz. Okay. Try to remember.
Do we expect him to speak on the error with the system today?
Here's the thing. I hope he doesn't allow my cousin into the government. That's Lapid. Should keep him out, but we'll see what happens, right?
Well, Lapid wanted a unity government.
Lapid is my cousin. Yeah.
You related to
Lapid?
Really?
Yeah, it's not that close of a cousin. It's I believe it's third cousin, fourth removed. I have to double check, but he is my cousin, and when I was checking.
With that much distance, we're all cousins.
Yeah, no, but it's not that far. Like my grandfather actually knew his grandfather, so like, yeah.
But then I'm related to Chaim Weizmann, so.
So it just shows how small Jews in Israel are. That it's everyone is connected one way or another. But and a sad note, actually, my cousin's cousin was killed at the rave. They were searching for a few days. They weren't able to locate him, and today they finally found his body.
Baruch Dayan Emes.
Yeah, but they found his body, and well, at least they have a body and a funeral for him, which is not something everyone will even be able to
They're
get.
about to speak right now. BB and Gantz, BB
Are we gonna play it?
Speak right now.
Does anyone have a feed of BB to be able to play it?
You want to share it with me, and I'll stream it?
Anyone have that feed? Angela, you still have that feed, right? That link to the feed.
Anyone has translations on?
Angela, are you there?
And it's BB and Gantz. It's not Gallant.
It's Gantz. Okay. I just saw
reliable. You might have to look it up real quick and see.
Guys, Israeli Prime Minister is speaking now. You want to listen in?
Yes, turn it on, please.
Yes, please. That's what I was asking for.
I'm not sure it's a good idea to do it on my computer. I can send a link if anybody wants it.
Send me a
Can you
link.
spell it?
Send it to me.
Reliable.
Who is me? I'm sorry.
Reliable.
In the group.
Okay, 1 second. This isn't working. There we go. Reliable. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing you.
I'm right up here.
He's the brain. He's the brain.
He's the brain. Okay. No, really, my Twitter has been acting up, or X, or whatever we're calling it now. It's been acting up. I'm really not seeing him. The chat. Can I send it to you? Because I know we did.
Send it in the group.
Yeah,
Yes, you send it to me. I'll send it to Reliable.
I'm just gonna put it up as a post.
Just send it to Chet. Just send it to Chet. This is taking too long.
I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. No, it's okay.
There you go. No, please tell me that actually is what I. Yeah, it's a Facebook link, which is where he's on.
Okay, I'm gonna go send it to.
I sent the J post
in the
link
back
to
channel.
It doesn't
back
seem
channel.
Okay, I see the back channel one you sent. I might be able to pull that one up. Let me see the J post one if I can pull that one up.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing
Got
it work.
I've got it now.
Is it working? Because mine is showing something else when you hit it, but I took it from the Prime Minister's.
No, I'm pulling it up live on YouTube. It's in Hebrew. And there are no English subtitles, so if anyone wants to translate this, go ahead.
He said so far that Hamas is ISIS.
Well, we missed it, so I'm going to pull it back to what he said. Oh, wait, Gallant's going, so I'm going to let him speak here first. Please translate.
בשבת נפתחה עלינו התקפה רצחנית, חמורה מכל התקפת טרור אחרת שהייתה אי פעם בעולם. אלפי מחבלים הסתערו מתוך מטרה להרוס, לרצוח, לבזוז ולשחוט. אני משרת את מדינת ישראל כחייל וכלוחם 47 שנים. ראיתי הרבה אירועים קשים. אירוע כזה לא ראיתי. ראש הממשלה תיאר, אני מוסיף, ילדים שנכפתו זה אל זה ונרצחו, אנשים שנשרפו, מעשים ברברים שהעם היהודי לא חווה מאז 1945. הדברים האלה נבלמו רק מדבר אחד, גבורתם של הלוחמים. עברתי בשטח בכל 3 הימים האחרונים, הייתי בקיבוצים, ביישובים, במחנות. פגשתי את הלוחמים שיצאו מהקרבות, שמעתי את הסיפורים שלהם. שמעתי על הלוחמים שהסתערו ראשונים, נפלו, חבריהם הלכו אחריהם והמשיכו עד שהרגו את המחבלים. ראיתי את אנשי הימ"מ יחד עם שוטרי משטרת ישראל, יחד עם אנשי השב"כ מסתערים, מאבדים חברים ומחלצים בני ערובה. ראיתי מג"דים, נגמר לה התחמושת, זוחלת אל גופה של מחבל, לוקחת רימון, זורקת אותו לחדר האחר ומחסלת את המחבל שנמצא באופקים. ראיתי את הדבר הזה, שמעתי את הסיפור. פגשתי את החברים שהיו ליד המח"טים שנפלו בקרב. מפקדי אוגדות ששמעו את החדשות, קפצו, הגיעו ראשונים, ובשעה 8:30 בבוקר היו ראשונים בקרב במגע, תתי אלופים. פגשתי אלוף שהרג במו ידיו 14 מחבלים. אלה הגיבורים שבלמו את הרצח. ואנחנו בלמנו. הצבנו את הקו, תיארנו את השטח, עברנו להתקפה. ואני אומר לכאן, לכולם, אנחנו נמחה את הדבר הזה שנקרא חמאס, דאעש עזה, נמחה אותו מעל האדמה. הדבר הזה לא ימשיך להתקיים. לא יהיה מצב שירצחו ילדים ישראלים ואנחנו נעבור לסדר היום. נמחה את התופעה הזאת.
Take this standing. This phenomenon will be eradicated.
חיזוק לאזרחי ישראל.
I strengthen
אני יודע שזה שעה קשה מאוד. להודות ולתמוך את לוחמי צה"ל, שוטרי משטרת ישראל, את המפקדים שעושים מלאכת קודש בכל המקומות. תודה רבה לחברינו ברחבי העולם שמתקשרים אליי.
Thank you to the friends across the world that are calling me. And a special thanks to our great friend, the United States.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry,
He's
guys.
now walking away.
Sorry.
And now
I'm here.
The next
you want to
minister
take
is
it back
walking
to
up now.
Netanyahu one.
אזרחי ישראל, בכלל בכל הארץ, ולתושבי הדרום, ותושבי העוטף במובן הרחב שלו, שעברו חוויות אישיות בלתי נתפסים וגילו גבורה גדולה מאוד בלהילחם, בלהמתין, בלהחזיק מעמד, ואני מבקש להביע הערכה מאוד גדולה אליהם.
I want to express my appreciation to you. It's one of the hardest times Israel's ever known. These are historic events. Our friends, our families were murdered by a vicious enemy.
Okay, so the other night when you fell asleep, I took that screenshot. I forgot to send the photo to send over. And
our stance here. Clear message to our enemies. More importantly, to all of the citizens of Israel. We're all together. We're all recruited. We're all recruits.
אני פונה לכל האזרחית ולכל אזרח בבית שחוששים, שמפחדים, שאיבדו את תחושת הביטחון. ואני אומר לכם שאני מבין את החשש. אני מבין את הכאב. ואין לי מילים לנחם. אבל אסור לצעוק. מדינת ישראל היא המדינה החזקה ביותר באזור.
is the strongest country in the region.
יש לה את האנשים הטובים ביותר. אנחנו רואים את זה במטוסים על גבי מטוסים של בחורים צעירים שחוזרים הביתה להגן על הבית. ואת העוצמה הזו בעזה כבר מרגישים זאת. אם יהיה צורך בלבנון ירגישו זאת. והעולם כולו יראה. מנת חלקם של אויבינו תהיה דם באש ותמרות השם. מדינת ישראל חזקה משום שיש לה את העוצמה הצבאית, מפקדים ולוחמים מצוינים, וגם אזרחים ישראלים אמיצים שרתומים כולם כאיש אחד. כפי שלקרב יוצאים צעירים משמאל ומימין, דתיים וחילוניים, מהעיר ומהכפר, כך גם את ההחלטות הקשות בממשלה לנהל אנשים שמגיעים עם החלום כי בעת הזו יש רק מחנה אחד, המחנה של עם ישראל. אנחנו ננצח ונשנה את המציאות הביטחונית והאסטרטגית בזירה.
And we will change the security reality in the area.
היא לא שותפות פוליטית, היא שותפות
Our partnership
גורל.
isn't a political one.
כל אזרחי
It is one of
ישראל
faith.
שותפי גורל. ביחד
All of the people of
להציב
Israel
את גורלנו
share the same faith.
וגם את המציאות.
And together we will change our fate and reality.
כל חברי המחנה הממלכתי ואני מתייצבים למערכה שבנו על ידי ראש הממשלה ושר הביטחון ופשוט נותנים כתף.
By the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense.
כמו שהילדים של כולנו מתגייסים.
Shoulder to shoulder.
כי החברה הישראלית כולה בצו שמונה. בעת הזו כולנו חיילים של מדינת ישראל.
At this time we are all soldiers.
זה הזמן להתכנס יחד ולנצח.
It is time to come together and win. This isn't the time for difficult question, it's a time for decisive answers. The government and the security forces have the backing from wall to wall.
אחדות השורות זה מה שעם ישראל רוצה.
The people of Israel want unity.
מה שעם ישראל צריך. שותפות הגורל הזו שלנו כמנהיגים היא מנת חלקם של כל אזרחי ישראל. שותפות הגורל שלנו תביא לניצחון חד ומובהק, לשינוי המציאות ולהתמודדות עם כל האתגרים. מלחמה זו תספק ביטחון שנים קדימה לכל אזרחי ישראל.
We will provide security for years to come for all of the citizens of Israel.
משפחות החטופים שכאבן גדול ובלתי נתפס. אנחנו נידרש לפעולות יוצאות דופן ולהחלטות קשות.
We will have to make difficult decisions and take unusual actions. But we will do everything within our power to save your loved ones.
אזרחי ישראל, אני מסתכל עליכם בעיניים ואומר, קשה לראות את זה מהמצב שבו אנחנו נמצאים. אנחנו ננצח באופן חד ומובהק.
I'm telling you that even though it's difficult to see right now, we will prevail.
הביטחון יוחזר, שדות הקטל ומדינת ישראל כולה תשוב לשגשג ולהתחזק.
And the state of Israel will once again thrive and strengthen.
ועת לשלום. עכשיו,
a time for war and a time for peace. Now is the time for war.
השם עוז לעמו ייתן, השם יברך
God will give people strength. God will bless his people with peace.
כשאחריה יגיע שקט, ואולי גם יגיע בעזרת השם זמן שלום. ועכשיו,
after the war there will be quiet and God willing peace.
All right, I believe that concludes their speech. They're sitting down right now. Let's see if there's anyone else who is coming to the podium. Oh, wait, okay, but Prime Minister Netanyahu is now coming back to the podium, it would appear right now.
I think it was Gantz and Netanyahu, right?
Okay, no, they're all leaving right now. So I'm going to go ahead and rewind till we get to the point where Netanyahu had first joined, so then we can hear his part of that speech.
Fair enough. But I believe it was Gantz, Gantz, and Bibi, right? It was the three of them.
Yes, it was the three of them. And here is the Bibi now, so we'll go ahead and play this part of it. This was just a few minutes before we were able to get into the stream.
People of Israel, tonight we constructed an emergency national government. People of Israel are alive. We put aside all other consideration because the fate of our country is on the balance. We will work together, shoulder to shoulder, for the people of Israel and the state of Israel. And to you I say, we've seen the barbaric animals. We're fighting a cruel enemy, worse than ISIS.
ילדים וילדות כפותים שנורו בראשם.
We saw bound children shot in the head.
שנשרפו בעודם חיים.
Men and women burned alive.
צעירות שנאנסו ונטבחו.
Girls raped and murdered.
נחרטו. היה במקום אחד הם הכניסו אנשים. והביאו גלגלי ספר מסביב. כדי שיהיה חומר דלקה ושרפו אותם חיים.
People burnt alive.
מה גדולה הזוועה?
The horror is great. The pain is great.
כל משפחה בישראל מכירה מישהו.
Every family in Israel
בתופת החדשות מגיעות.
knows someone who was taken in the atrocities.
אני חושב שכולנו מכירים משפחות יקיריהן נרצחו, נטבחו, נשרפו.
I think we all know families whose loved ones were murdered.
אבל כגודל הזוועה, כך גודל
But as great as the horror is,
גברים ונשים, אבות ואימהות, לוחמים, אזרחים, שגילו אומץ
Men and women,
וגבורה
mothers and
עילאית.
fathers, fighters and citizens.
כולם נלחמים, כולם נלחמו,
We're all
כולנו
fighting
נלחם יחד על הבית.
together
האחדות בעם
to save our home.
ברגעי יגון וצער, האחדות הזאת פורצת את הגבולות שלנו. היא מגיעה בכל
Our
רחבי
unity
העולם.
in this time
ראינו
of
זאת
great
אתמול
sorrow
בנאומו החשוב והמרגש
knows
של
no
הנשיא
bounds.
ביידן. שוחחתי איתו היום בפעם הרביעית מאז
I spoke to President Biden for the first time this morning.
הבאנו תמיכה בינלאומית חסרת תקדים בישראל, וזהו מרכיב
We
קריטי.
have unprecedented international support
בעקבות
in
שיחותיי עם
Israel.
הנשיא ביידן, נוסעות מטוסים מגיעות בדרך אלינו, ותחמושת רבה מגיעה ותגיע לישראל.
Airplane carriers and a lot of ammunition is on their way to
בכל
Israel.
העוצמה, בכל החזיתות.
We're fighting
עברנו
all of our
להתקפה.
might and all of the
כל
fronts.
איש חמאס הוא בן מוות. חמאס זה דאעש,
All Hamas men
ונרסק
will
ונחסל
die.
אותו, כפי שהעולם
Hamas is
ריסק
ISIS.
וחיסל את
We will
דאעש.
crush it
אני מבקש לחזק את
as the
הלוחמים,
world crushes
את
ISIS.
אנשי כוחות הביטחון וההצלה, שפועלים
I want
בכל
to strengthen
הגזרות.
our warriors
עם ישראל כולו
working
עומד
in all
מאחוריכם.
fronts.
אני אומר לכם, אזרחי
The people
ישראל,
of Israel are
ואני אומר
behind
כאן
you.
לחבריי, אני אומר לכולכם את דברי הנביא ישעיהו. איש את
I
רעהו
said to the
יעזור
people of Israel and to my friends
ולאחיו
here.
יאמר חזק. עם ישראל חי,
I'm sorry, he was quoting Isaiah.
ויחד ננצח.
Together we will win.
All right, that concluded their press conference. Welcome back, Avi, to this stage. It's good to see you again after yesterday's incident. How have you been in Tel Aviv?
I'm actually back at home in Beit Shemesh next to Jerusalem. Yesterday was nice. It's been, it's a funny atmosphere actually in the air here in Israel right now. We're sort of like, it's funny because I think in the media in Israel, they're not really talking that much about what's going on in Gaza. I'm getting more of information about Gaza from foreign information, meaning the destruction that the IDF are applying there is I mean, it's insane. I don't want to say the word incredible because there's a verse in Hebrew. We say, "B'nefilat ohevecha al tismach." Don't rejoice in your enemy's downfall. So we're not rejoicing. But what the Israeli army is doing right now in Gaza is just beyond incredible. I mean, the destruction that they have brought to the Hamas infrastructure. I mean, they just spoke today about the head of the Islamic jihadists allegedly being killed. And what's interesting is the first time we've heard all the leaders in Israel, one after another, talk about the goal of destroying Hamas. One after another. I've heard it again and again and again, which is actually, I think, the correct move. Meaning, I actually think Palestinian people, long-term, should be thanking us. Because if we manage to eradicate in some way Hamas and bring up some kind of other leadership that would be interested in actually caring about the people, I just think it could be the start of some kind of solution. So the atmosphere right now is quite edgy. The kids not really back in school. Stores are still, the streets are still relatively empty. No one really knows. And all my friends, they're all down south on the border or up north. It's 250,000 reservists get called up. So I'm all waiting for this ground invasion when it happens. So the atmosphere is like, it's starting to get back a bit to normal. People are starting to go out a bit. And people are starting, trying to face that this is the reality we're in right now. But I think things are going to change once the soldiers go in, which I imagine will happen in the next few days, and then it really will blow up. But guys, you have to understand, they don't have water, they don't have electricity. They're complete. I mean, let's not talk about the people of Palestine, but talk about Hamas themselves. They're crippled. They're crippled to a level that I don't think they've ever imagined would ever happen to them to this level. I mean, think about no electricity in the entire Gaza Strip. You're limited to anything you can do. Within 24 hours, everything's run out. They can't function anymore. You can't run an army without electricity. So I think it was the right move. It's painful, but my mother called me today and she's like, I just want to tell you one thing. I thought it was a good line. It's a bit sad, and again, but it's true. The terrorists today are those kids that we cared for in 2010 and 2012. And we said, hey, let's stop. bombing because we cared about those kids. And I think it's a bit deep. We have to understand that there's an up. I just saw. Did you guys see Nikki Haley? She spoke. I saw some interview just today. It was yesterday. I don't know when it was, and she's been to Gaza. She said, "I've been there," because when she was the ambassador for the UN for the US, she was. She went to visit, and she said, I never heard this. Maybe you guys knew about this. She said in the kids' maths books, they say, well, if you have 5 Israelis and you kill 4, how many are left? That's insane, guys. That's just. Of course, the kids grow up to be murderers and terrorists and kill Jews, because if they're brought up with that kind of mentality, then that's what they're going to be, and it's painful. Again, I'm going to mention that verse again. We're not rejoicing in people dying, but there has to be a situation now, and that's why I'm glad that all the leaders are saying it. That we have to put Hamas in a position that they understand that it's never ever worth it to attack Israel.
I don't think
And
there will
let's
be
hope
anyone left to understand. They will be dead, the terrorists I speak of, and they won't need to understand anything from their graves.
Yeah, 100%. No, but it's not just them. It's future people. It's people as they go. Iran's always the prox. They're always going to sit there and shout, and they love screaming. They don't do much. They just make everyone else do that dirty work for them whilst they sit in far away. It's actually the same thing about the leaders of Hamas. All the leaders don't live in Gaza Strip, which is just insane. They live far away in luxury, in enjoyable life. They get money, millions, billions pumped into them daily from all different countries. They take a nice cut. They have a good life, and they just leave the people there to rot and die. So yeah, but also the people, people who will say, "Hey, we want to get revenge to Israel." I think we have to put them in a position that even if they hate Israel and they want to get rid of us, they'll say, "1 second, it actually might not be worth it because the collective punishment might just be too big." I remember a few years ago. I don't remember when it was. Was it like 1 or 2 years ago when we had another one of these small little wars, and Israel bombed crazy amounts, and I remember Bibi was saying we put them back so many years, and obviously he was wrong. He was obviously mistaken. They didn't do enough. They didn't put Hamas far back enough. So I think he's learned. I would imagine he's learned, and he realized that this is a situation. I mean, we heard in his speech he was actually quite vulgar about what happened down south, and he's made it clear that this is the time to, in whatever way, form possible, eradicate Hamas.
And I
It's
did
gonna be
see a
it's gonna be
comment
a
from someone that said
go ahead.
just for some people to know. And I saw a comment that said for some people it's glitching for them. That will happen sometimes in a space if you're in here for a while. So even as a listener, so sometimes you might just want to restart your phone, come back to the space if you do notice glitching happening in your connection.
If I can ask again all the listeners and of course the speakers to repost the space again so we can overcome the discrimination against this space on behalf of the nefarious forces of someone or other. Repost the space and quote tweet it. Say something like "awesome," "great discussion," etc., etc.
And if you like what anyone is saying, consider following them.
Yeah, and send Yankee a large percentage of your money.
Yeah, send me $2 a month. Subscribe. Just kidding.
Okay,
We can
settle down,
monetize this. I
Yankee.
didn't know that.
Settle down,
Settle
Yankee.
down.
This isn't
I didn't,
your
man. I made a
sponsors.
joke.
This
But
isn't your sponsor's big space where it's not a circle
whoa,
jerk.
whoa, 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 whoa! It was a joke. AB said it. I made a joke of it.
Okay.
That being
Sorry,
I,
said,
hold on a
so
second.
I
I do
meant
have
follow the
some
other way.
new news
hey
that came
guys,
through as
I'm
well.
here.
I had some new.
Sorry,
Oh yeah,
everybody.
go ahead.
Okay, all right. Okay, sorry. I took a 10-minute break to handle top level stuff, and then I came back to circle jerk. Okay, so that was exciting. So what happened? What are we advertising? I just got to monitor.
Sorry, I'm moving. I was moving on to a headline I have here, which is that the United Airlines is saying that they will fly 2 additional flights between Athens and New York, New Jersey, to help Americans trying to return from Israel in the coming days. This was after United had shut down flights to Tel Aviv. So I'm imagining this has to do with some of the Americans that might be getting evacuated by other
So
means.
Canada has done something similar. Canada said they're going to fly, and this is not confirmed 100%. They're going to fly military jet to Greece and then fly from Greece to Israel to bring Canadians to Greece or to different countries in the region, and from there, Air Canada will pick them up, take them back to Canada. And Canada also said that spouses and children of Canadians will also be allowed to go to Canada.
So just so you know, I got an update from Israel. The American kids that are trying to get out, their flights keep getting canceled day by day. So I don't know what that's about exactly.
Actually, there's something really weird going on. The airlines are trying to cancel the flights and then make flights available. This way, people have to buy it at double the cost to make money. It happened to my mom, and she fought it, and she got her flight back. So they have to fight the airlines. The airlines are putting the flights back up as available afterwards.
Do we have evidence of that?
Yeah, because let somebody report it out so we can put pressure on the airlines as well.
Can I just quickly elaborate on the Nikki Haley comment about the math books? It's not just math books. In their schools, I mean, they teach children how to, they teach children to hate Jews. They have live performances of little kids dressing as Hamas in jihad, where they call and they claim for the death of Jews. This is an ideological warfare. And they have trained these kids from a young age inside their school systems to believe it and to hate Jews. So it's much, much more than just a math equation in a book. They grow up to believe these things. So I just wanted to put that out there so that you guys kind of understand, because I know a lot of people may not know that.
And some of this stuff is even taught, or maybe not to the same extent, but to a large extent, is taught even in the United Nations sponsored schools that they run the schools in the refugee camps, which there should not be refugee camps because it's absurd, the concept of having a refugee camp in so-called Palestine.
Yes.
But they run the school
America
system.
as well. In America as well. I've reported on it in multiple cities across the United States. Specifically, a couple years ago, we saw a video coming out of Philadelphia of these same, let's call them play performances that they make up. So this is widespread.
And it's in every in the Hamas school system. It's in every, as they demonstrated before. It's literally every subject, right? There's no subject that's immune. It's like French immersion, except for jihadism. It's jihadist immersion. Every subject is with a jihadist frame, right?
Correct.
Etc.
Avi?
Yeah, no, first of all, thanks for adding that. I didn't follow it profusely, the interview, and therefore it is insane. But I just want to bring up a different point. I don't know how you guys are on what you're talking about. To bring up a different point, I'd love to, because you guys, a lot of you guys live in the States. I live in Israel, so I was not as what's the word? I don't see it as much as you guys. What is the connection? What is the connection between the leftists, gay supporters, like GLBTQ supporters, and I seem to see a massive correlation between Palestine supporters and so-called freedom LGBTQ supporters? Because it's actually quite funny, because it's the biggest contradiction, because you come to Palestine and you can't be gay and you'll get killed if you're gay. So I'm just intrigued to know. Is it just...
Yeah, there really is. I'm not sure the reason, but there absolutely is. Someone, maybe Mitt, I don't know if that's right.
Yeah, I've got something for you on that if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's that way a lot with the left in anything conservative, even the progressive, really radical left that aren't LGBTQIA, have a problem with conservatism. And the people of the Old Testament, who my friend Jeff, who is Jewish, calls the Testament, they are a serious people, and they are religious, and there is a right and a wrong to life, and it means something to do things right and not do things wrong and obey God's word. So they support the Muslim cause because the Muslims are breaking down the Jews that really have the power, and even America to some extent, because of their the Judeo-Christian beliefs, and they want to attack that belief system. And I believe that the left feels, and they're using the gay community as their underling little weapons to go out and do this as their minions. But the real progressive lefts that are running it believe that they can cut deals with the Muslim faction, the Muslim countries. But you can't cut deals with Israel on their core foundational beliefs in the Word of God. And for most really true believers of Christ and Christianity, you can't cut deals with them also. So they're interested in tearing down that narrative and taking it apart because they can't abide by how committed those people are to that belief system.
Listen, as we're seeing now, a lot of these groups, they mask themselves as, social justice warriors and intellectuals, and it's I'm trying to be kind in my wording here, but a lot of people are waking up to see that they're not in their best interests, because as they have tried to claim that they are, and they have tried to tag team, and they've tried to use these groups, that's not necessarily what they're there for. You saw Hamas and the BLM Chicago, not Hamas, I'm sorry. You saw BLM Chicago support Hamas yesterday. And a lot of people have supported BLM because they thought that it was a great group, but they didn't realize that they were against Israel. So sometimes causes and organizations masquerade as these great intellectual things, and people don't realize that they're really not. So I just wanted to emphasize that point, as some people don't realize. I can't even. It's just I'm shaking. Can someone go on my thought, because I know you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
No, I'll jump in.
Yeah, it's very
Okay.
complicated, because it's not really their fault. That Just go ahead, Yankee, explain it.
So there's a lot of people that are like one issue voters, or they think they are until a bigger issue arises. So a lot of people support BLM because they think that is a good cause. I mean, like the BLM
Okay, just letting.
organization is a bad organization, but they see it as supporting black people that have been wronged, which is not a bad cause. It's okay to support people that have been wronged, but they don't realize that BLM is a bad organization in and of itself, not because Black lives don't matter, but because BLM is a
Exactly.
bad organization.
Exactly.
Do have a statement from IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari. He just posted out saying the IDF continues to attack many targets of the terrorist organization Hamas in the Gaza Strip at this time. More details soon to follow.
Keep it up.
I'm sorry. I brought up somebody who is identifies as part of the LGBT community. He's going to respond to Avi's question. I'll bring you back, Avi. Go ahead, sir. You were going to address the issue.
Thank you, Stealth. Well, first, let me just make clear: I don't belong to none of those organizations. I don't belong to any community. I am certainly gay.
Wants to address the LGBT question.
Yeah,
Sorry, address it. I misspoke.
Yeah, I am certainly gay, but I don't. I mean, that's not my flag. My flag is the American flag, so I don't identify myself with none of that. But I could certainly, would like to address Abby's question. I'm Cuban American. I escaped the island, the communist island, and we have for such a long time we have been trying to fight because these people are not. They don't really ask, or they don't really care, or they don't have feelings for the cause. They just have been indoctrinated. So the people that handles these organizations, it's China, it's Cuba, and it's the intelligence from these countries that are in the U.S. from North Korea. They not hired. They get these guys very young from U.S. colleges, from U.S. schools, and they start indoctrinating them and make them believe that the people they're defending are victims, and in reality, who they are defending are in fact the aggressors. For example, Black Lives Matter supports the Cuban regime. The Cuban regime is especially bad on black people. So they have killed black people. They have sent to prostitution black Cuban girls, and now in this specific situation with Israel, me that I'm gay myself, I have been fighting with. I mean, I don't have friends, really friends that are in this type of movements, but whenever I see it online, because it's very clear, how come you can support a regime, how can you support terrorists that kill gay people? So if you were to go to Gaza, you will be killed, you will disappear. So in reality, they don't understand what they're supporting. They just get manipulated. They just get brought up into their movements, and they just really follow orders. They just really follow this liberty sentiment that they get indoctrinated, but they don't really understand what they're doing. And if they do, they're very stupid. To me, those are sick people. These gays or queers or whatever, they're sick of their minds. They're just waste of Americans. I wish that one day we could send 10 of them to live in Gaza, or 10 of them to live in Iran, or 10 of them to live in Cuba or North Korea. So there will be a different story. So they don't know what they're supporting. They have no idea. So that they just follow this. I think they think it's cool. Is either I don't know what comments in what things in common they have, but they, I mean, to the actual cause, they have no idea what they're supporting. They have no idea what they are. But myself, I am gay, and I'm really sorry for those people. Me, myself, and lots of gay friends are 100% with Israel. We are 100% with you. I think this is the time for Israel to finish this problem. And it's crazy. And I have been teaching my community, because people repeat the press narrative that, oh, they live in an apartheid. How come they live in an apartheid when the light, the electricity, and the water passes through Israel? So how come they live on an apartheid? There's no way. There are people that just can't think of a world with Jews. Their problem is with Jews. So that's why Israel has to finish this, has to wipe them off the map, and that'll be the only light of solution in the future. Like Nikki Haley said, Israel doesn't need America. America needs Israel. We need them. And I hope that U.S. government now does everything possible. I mean, I know that that's a little bit hard because they are releasing money to Iran, but at least the people and communities, we are 100% with you guys. I hope that it gets you, a little bit of light in that sense of that question. Thank you, guys.
Really fast, and then I'm gonna eat because obviously I'm lightheaded. I found my train of thought. I just wanted to say, listen, people, they support good causes, but they don't realize the organizations that they were supporting. Organizations are now showing their faces. That's all that I meant. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to get my lightheadedness out of here and my train of thought back. So I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Thanks, Angela. Thank you.
Can I just add quickly?
Biden is about to speak. Biden is about to speak.
Are we going to carry that live?
Monica,
Yeah, I'll
carry
that live on my side.
Monica?
Hey guys, sorry. I thought I heard Sphinx say she was about to speak.
Okay, Biden. President.
Oh, okay. Well, so this will be really quick. So yeah, I mean, to kind of echo, what Mitt was saying. What I have found in the faith communities is very simply you have an exploitive relationship as opposed to solidarity, right? And so any all of us in this space know that in order to move anything forward of a nefarious nature, or if you actually do have good intentions with toppling something, it works both ways, right? It cuts both ways. You have to have a common enemy, right? And so with these particular demographics, you've got, particularly with Black Lives Matter, which is global, and most American Christians do not realize that, which is how they were bamboozled into thinking, oh yeah, we're horrible white people, and we're privileged, and it's all our fault, therefore we need to bow down. And because the Bible tells us, to be doormats, which is not true, you were supposed to turn the other cheek, right? So it works, right? So the narratives differ from country to country.
Anybody watching Douglas Ammerhoff, spouse of Kamala Harris?
Did we just lose her?
It's live right now.
Herzl?
No, someone else is talking.
Oh,
No,
Herzl.
Herzl was saying it's live. I brought Herzl up because he's been requesting.
The president.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know who did mute, but can you hear the stream of
It's just
the
that the
president
president
talking?
is standing right next to him. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Ursula. Yeah, we're gonna stream it.
I can stream it. I have it running through. I have it at clear audio if you want.
Go for it.
We got it. Can she finish what she was saying?
Biden is speaking.
This is hilarious. Nobody can hear Biden speaking. So, Monica, you want to go ahead, sweetheart?
Biden isn't speaking yet.
It's totally
He's not
fine.
talking yet. Let Monica.
And right, and it's like, who even cares what he says at this point?
Exactly, I
But,
feel the same.
yeah, I'm
I
like,
can tell. Well, I can tell any important information that comes through on my
thanks.
terminal too.
Yeah,
So.
I was telling someone today, I was like, you guys, we are effectively the shadow government at this point. It's just that we're the flaccid shadow government. So, in closing, all I'm suggesting is this: in my travels and in my circles, what one thing is clear between George Floyd, which was the kinetic necessary, right, that had to happen in order to galvanize really all of America who feels bad about our history, right? And so when you look at the EU and how that came about, what was that with the Germans, for God's sakes? It was guilt. So, guilt is a bitch, right, for all of us. And it makes societies and people do really crazy things, and it leaves you vulnerable. So that's how I see this is so galvanized, because when you've got the gay community who has historically been rejected and abandoned and, and really exploited for all sorts of evil, because of that rejection and because of that abandonment, they are very susceptible to people who ultimately have one objective, which is to annihilate the Jews. And we're keenly aware of that. I mean, that's not a secret, right? And so when you look at the funding between, like, the last gentleman that spoke regarding Cuba, Venezuela, Dinesh D'Souza's wife and I covered this right before the 2020 election, that we could see kind of the, the tea leaves and things, coming together with regard to Black Lives Matter being a global agenda.
Chet is having connection issues.
If
Chet,
it ends,
we need Chet to reconnect.
don't end it.
Otherwise,
So that's all I'm saying, is that there's you got to look at the money trails, and all of these, the money trails all go back to a lot of the same bad actors that are for Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, you name it, that all of these agendas are global. I wish more Americans understood that.
Okay,
holy crap.
we're all
Okay, guys,
clapping
thanks.
for the little. Oh, well.
I'm gonna die if I have to hear that sound. Can somebody mute that? Okay.
Folks,
okay.
Where?
Thanks. Yankee, can you put your thing on mute?
Deal with this issue of anti-Semitism, and I know many of you are personally impacted by what's happened in Israel. There are thousands of dual citizens, maybe some of your relatives that are there. And Doug, I want to thank you for all the work you've done on behalf of our administration to combat anti-Semitism. And I apologize, I've been on the phone around the clock with our friends around the world discussing what's going on in Israel. And I want you to know that I want to thank you as well for all of you as well for working